much fun.
VCT Pacific. The future of VALORANT starts here.
High up flying fantasy, make it real. Tripping on that cartoon banana peel. Swooping up just to grab it, turn the wheel. Flipping out, gotta have it, it's a deal. Too much fun, there's no such thing. No such thing as too much fun. We've just begun. So much fun. Beat you to the punch, catch you on the run. So much fun. We've just begun. So much fun. Banging on the drum, put me in the front. Yeah, so much fun. Feeling so ready. Feeling so ready. So ready. 3, 2, 1, go. Too much fun. There's no such thing. Too much fun. There's no such thing. Too much fun. There's no such thing. No such thing as too much fun. We've just begun. So much fun. Beat you to the punch, catch you on the run. So much fun. We've just begun. So much fun. Banging on the drum, put me in the front. Yeah, so much fun.
Something is wrong, but you're telling me nothing. No, you're telling me nothing. If I don't know what you want, how can I get my love in? How can I get my love in? Yeah. I'm giving everything I got for you. I'm giving everything I got for you. All I got is all for you. It's kinda crazy what some love can do. All I need is me and you. It's kinda crazy what some love can do. It's kinda crazy what some love can do. It's kinda crazy what some love can do. Something is wrong, but you're telling me nothing. No, you're telling me nothing. If I don't know what you want, how can I get my love in? How can I get my love in? Yeah. All I got is all for you. It's kinda crazy what some love can do. All I need is me and you. It's kinda crazy what some love can do. It's kinda crazy what some love can do. It's kinda crazy what some love can do. All I got is all for you. It's kinda crazy what some love can do. All I need is me and you. It's kinda crazy what some love can do. All I got is all for you. It's kinda crazy what some love can do. All I need is me and you. It's kinda crazy what some love can do.
If you cross my path, better watch out. Make a big impact when I walk out. See me throw it back, going all out. Gonna blow your mind, baby, no doubt. I come, I'm first on the finish line. I'm a pro, I always get it right. Better get yours, cause I'm getting mine. I'ma go all night. Let me loose, I'ma run wild. I came here to have a good time. Never sugarcoat, but I do shine. Better hold on tight. I stay so fresh, I stay so cool. Do whatever.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
As I'd love to see how XTL got that kill. Ooh, for the push.
Cushy.
Looking for another pacey hit. Cushy sprinting across through the spawn to try to get into position. Maybe a Hunter's Fury trying to go ahead and stop the plant from coming through. He's going to be sent. Paranoia flying through as well. Cushy does come away with one depth. Reading it well, catching a second elimination behind the spike now planted for him, but crazy guy.
For a post plant if he doesn't get it off the spike.
Will Paper X be able to hold Patman in the off angle? Tries to hold towards stairs as well. Did a burst through, and that's going to be that. Patman!
Come on. Let's go around Baron, guys.
Mid-round calls into the C site all of a sudden. Margaret only here to receive. He does have Francis nearby though, and that's where they find a single frag. Takes down Cruz. If you're Talon now, feeling the pressure, how do you regroup? How do you recollect? They're still trying to break their way into a couple of frags, but they are down to so low HP. Within lethal range, Talon could find a chance to strike, but
got his decoy stuck. I think he might be a victim of the new decoy change.
Well,
oh my god.
There's the 1-2, the undercut in play. Flash now going to be sent out. The classic drawn out. As Buzz finds himself a third. Pop Flash through the smoke. Draws out the weapon. Has to double take to go ahead and clean him up, and he's got the ace.
What is that for head? Oh shit, silau. Gue ya? Minyakan anjing soalnya. Let's go. อย่าไปคงอย่าไปเครียดมาแล้วเริ่มแล้วอย่าสีหลงอย่าซีเรียส
오늘 게임 완전 울어야겠다. 던지면 운다.
나도 온다.
어제처럼 그냥 운다.
가보자.
오케이.
화이팅!
쟤네 트롤킹도 조심해야겠다 야.
やることやって勝ちに来たマジで頑張ろうレッツゴー 우리 모인 지 이제 1년 된 거 알아? 벌써 1년? 가자 가자 렛츠고! 화이팅! 화이팅! 제이 코로시마스! 가자 됐어 이렇게 이겨요 나이스 가와 isa pa isang mid boys dalawa 2B boys flank top flank dalawa flank dali mata hidari CT tsumeno ko bash laban dia flank bash 3 2 1 sa para side Oh my god! 何が起きたあいいよ余裕だってこのバロラント
점치할게. 안 보이고. 야 카메라 있다. C 사이퍼.
펑커 오퍼 아스목 실long now
I stand inside. I push fight.
Flashing him
까비.
까비
이거 한 번만 해줘 3번면 그냥.
할 때 됐어
호프 먹고 설하고 2킬하고 궁 올리고 클러치 해줘. I'm watching left this mission.
I think they're gonna come again next round I'm gonna go second
Spike planted.
get it guys go in front
Careful CC도.
Ila go first with pistol don't up Masih anything could belong ya run don't make it so obvious I mean like don't make it so
Heaven. 수비 heaven no? Or long 콩콩. 2 1 1 야! 메탈 나갔다.
아 진짜 해주네 와
근데 말했잖아. 근데 젠지는 이런 걸 해줘.
말이 안 된다
진짜요? 아 젠지는 이런 걸 해준다니까?
얘들아 A 먼저야 형이 나 삐 보고 있을게 더블 잡았어
3명. 아이스 빼고 다 보였어.
T バイスオメンタバイス B バイスサイトでそれする俺 2A 페이드 바이스 A
쫓아서 더 이끌이.
A 둘이야 지금 A 둘에 B 하나였어 이거 바이스가 탑은 3로 HP 아까면トレイできる
야. 우리 바이스 필이야 도와줘. 나무 쪽 갈아줄게. 이리 와.
애니크 밑에俺
바꿔 넷.
俺애니크 밑에
우리 해보 밑에.
백서 설이야 이거
블락 가줄게 백사.
Let's go! 이래 Let's go! 야 키티를 나
Maybe start 5 minutes first. Goose, can you instantly recon the site?
Can
Cha, if no one, right, just more instantly TP to the backside, okay?
หน้าบีเยอะมากเลยว่ะเก็บควันกลางแล้วเดี๋ยวกูโดนเคลียร์นะมันอยู่มาร์เก็ตไปเพื่อนเชื่อกูมาร์เก็ตดูมาร์เก็ตไปเลยดูไม่ได้นะดูไม่ได้มันเข้าไปแล้วอาจจะเข้าไปแล้วนะ
Let's go.
City
악스박 시티.
เฮ้ย2 3ลองกับเบช็อตเซตซิตี้อัมเบลน
박스 백사이드.
플랜자 Have time?
Far. Don't worry. Dude, don't worry, Gong. I'm good, bro. I'm good.
I'm good labadi
They holding. Berikan someone here. 2B, okay? 2B.
Gue kemudian join camp dulu, terus gue hold on.
Okay.
Each jump spot A. Don't take it. B join B.
We walk, guys. We walk.
Hold on. Two weapon. One silong, I'm picking silong. Dead silong. Dead. I'm blah. Just hold. Different chilling. 120 Viper.
He don't have time, guys.
No time, guys. Patengin. No time.
What is he doing, guys? Ente. All good boys, all good boys.
TP で帰ってった TP で帰ってった。
これあってリテイクかも。そうファストリテイクとかかも。
裏ビームプッシュ。
俺月光のフラッシャー前だったら壊せる。
裏が当たってるフラッシュ当たってる裏。ディフェンスできないオッケーオッケー。
裏任せる。
あ、CT 3人ね。
キルですね。
ミッド3になっていいかもこれもう A 多いと思う。CT2 ねこれ近いかもそれ近いかも。前いるかも左。これCT そのまんと CT ねまず。パイパーアウトロー40型。ナスいっていいよ。下がってる。強いやん。I'm gonna flash pick this.
It's fake, guys. Someone fake.
Reach flash mid. CV.
Go, fight.
I'm flash, cannot help.
Trick shots. One enemy remaining.
Can be in B, guys. Let me watch. Let me outside glass, kill it. If you kill first, I kill him.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Good. 야, 삐맨 고치 얘들아. 니들 약할 거야. 자, 뱅 가줘. 얘들아, 시장원에 쳤어. 얘들 가르칠게, 이거. 야, 이거 앉아조심. 퍼박 갈게.
와볼래? 붙어볼래? 오면만 와. 나 삐거 나와.
천천히 해봐.
나 뺄게. 나 앉아. 뺄게.
피해븐. 야, 메일 있는 거 같은데? 메일 있다. 야, 벤트 세운 거 조심해. A 둘인 거 같아. A 둘에 B 발파 하나.
확인했어. A 컨택 갈 거야. 살려.
A 벽 있다, 얘들아.
벌릴게 계속.
벌려. 올렸다.
형, 얘 언더 쓰더라, 아까 전에.
안설할게.
야, 이거 TT 사이트에 보내놓고 CT2 지를 생각할게.
태형이 미사일 조심해.
해보나 나.
설 돼. 일렀다.
뺄게. CT 하나.
헤븐 안 보이고. CT 조심해.
메인 보온 중.
헤븐. 러스 헤븐. 나이스! 뭐야, 우정.
Hi, my name is Pimi from Thailand Esports. I'm playing Flex.
Hello guys, I'm Kilias from Global Esports and I'm Flex.
Hi, I'm Waldo, playing for Team Secret and I play Flex.
Hello guys, I'm Forsaken. I'm from Team PepperX. I play Flex. What do you do? I don't know.
We're gonna do squats.
Squat.
For the number of how many agents that you have played in VALORANT games, alright?
Oh.
So, good luck for second.
I think I'm gonna fart if I do squat.
Raze. Kyle. Jet. Omen. Breach. Glow.
Go.
Yoru. Sage. KO. Gecko.
Astra.
And Reyna.
I forgot.
At least I think one for every role, like initiator one, sentinel one, or duelist one, smoker one. Then you can become a flex, right?
Yeah. Very smart play. Playing different role in each map is like changing up your playstyle also, you know. In this agent, you can play aggressive. In this agent, you need to play smartly.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to change the playstyle from util agent to the more duelist agent that you need to enter.
I try to adjust with my team's role.
I always pick the last agent who's left there just to make sure that my other teammate is comfortable with the role.
Same reason with this guy. The comfortability.
I want to try something that new. Yeah, so maybe it depends on code on me. Yeah.
Flex player, you're using different kind of role, right? So for example, this agent, you need some pixel perfect of this lineup, and the other agent, you need to make sure the timing is correct, you know. So you need to practice more,
For example, the initiator, many lineup you need to learn for your team. Then some traps also, the unbreakable ones maybe.
I think when I'm playing race, but I thought I was playing jet, so I press E for dash, right? But it wasn't dash, it was grenade, so I died.
I'm using jet. I thought I can satch a lot, so I used the Q. I have drop instead.
Maybe in rank, when I thought I'm using jet, then I press E and I'm playing Cypher.
Oops.
So I just teleport to the other side.
Yeah, same with him. I play Cypher and press E and then watching camera. Yeah.
Just happens.
For me, no. Boring.
Same to me.
Yeah, boring.
Boring.
Once you start flex, you never go back.
Yeah. I just like when I make like idea, like when I like brainstorm the strat and stuff, you know.
I'm not just playing one role, I'm playing a lot of roles into it. Makes my brain more open.
For me, playing flex is like knowing your teammate, like their role, so you know to like support them easier.
For me, I have a lot of fun to play Fate. Yeah, so I can try everything new. Yeah.
When I'm having a bad day in like playing, it's really hard to play it because a lot of things on your mind, like what to do. It's like combining on every role.
Me, I think it's not consistency, and if you have a bad day, it's bad. Yeah. Being creative.
Good answer, pre. Yeah, creative also.
Creative is important, guys, in this game.
Very hard to.
Kapong.
And creative. Yeah.
Kapong.
For me, I think in the old meta, I prefer Duelist, but in this new meta, I kinda prefer Sentinel because it's fun to play.
I think for me, still Duelist.
For me, the initiator.
For me, Sentinel, I just like to holding side. For me, Yoru Cup. I think Yoru, the skill is still annoying. For me, I saw Cup. I have shield and can 1v1.
Oh. Yeah. For me, Deadlock. I can sit down people.
And humble them.
For me, Cypher. I like playing inside loading.
You like to AFK?
Yeah, AFK with my camera.
Camera and eating.
Yeah, eating.
Gecko. When I play Gecko, when I move the fish, the ulti, right? It's so awkward. I'm just bad at Gecko, I think.
The Jet one. When I started IGL and I was still Duelist and I'm having a hard time playing Jet because I'm going in and I'm still calling, you know, so I don't want to play that again.
Maybe Yoru? I don't know. Maybe in rank I play Yoru just for fun, but in team, my teammate is better Yoru than me. You have Jeremy.
For me, Brimstone. I don't want to remember Molly like up.
I'll go with Premi because of his Deadlock. His Deadlock is so good because of his aim. His util is so good, especially his ult usage.
I think for second because everyone knows him as like the best flex in Pacific. Maybe in the world.
What a glaze.
For second too. Because I like him to play Harbor. Wait. I like you to play Harbor. For me, maybe...
Yourself.
No? Maybe Clove. Creepy Clove. So good. Yeah.
Oh, Clove?
Yeah.
Heavy agent.
Maybe... 5? Oh, Wele. Wele, Deadlock, Race.
Oh, Bridge?
Oh, Astra.
5 or 6.
Oh.
Maybe 5 also.
For me, 6. Cypher, Race, Jet,
No.
Wele. No.
The middle one, pre. Meteor.
Yeah, I think Meteor.
MVP bro.
Meteor.
You just put him in Sentinel.
He's good.
Yeah. MVP.
Yeah.
Handsome.
For me, I like aggressive. You like aggressive? You like? Yeah. I think aggressive than safe. Thank you for everyone to share Talon Esports. So if you like me, I will pay a lot of agent. For me, thank you so much for keep watching my gameplay, and I hope you guys like my gameplay all the time. And yeah, thank you for the support.
Thank you for watching, guys, especially on VCT Pacific. Hopefully we can showcase more on our playstyle as a flex, so hopefully you enjoy it more.
Thank you for watching us. Please continue supporting us. We will show our best every game
Gago eh.
Hello.
오늘 해볼 게임은 퍼시픽 운동인데요. 오늘 대표 선수가 선서문 낭독하기만 하세요.
Players Oath. We pledge to uphold the glory of sports and the honor of our team, to abide the fundamental principles of sportsmanship, and to compete with the effort and skill in the spirit of fair play.
상대편 이길 수 있나요?
Yes. Chill bro, chill.
Galingan mo. Tayo mo. Trick shot, trick. Good luck.
Go, Kelly!
Go, Bray.
Go, Bray!
Go, Bray.
Oh! 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 Hey! Focus, focus. He got lucky.
No. Okay.
Boy!
Bro. Bro.
Nice.
Choke.
크리스, 아까는 운이었나요?
Yep.
Gali, galingan mo.
Ba't kinikilig ka, bro? Kinikilig ka kila. He's getting kinda nervous.
Oh, okay.
Easy.
Easy.
Uy, di ka na kinikilig ah. Locked in.
Easy.
Uy, locked in, di na kinikilig. Locked in, sigil.
Back in, bro.
Bro, bro. Pa-bounce to. Ayun long.
Bray!
Easy. Diba, main? Nice cheer.
Bray, ayos ba, Bray? Sorry.
Ayos ba?
Just confidence. He needs to eat more to win.
Nice one.
I never used Waylay, so
Papi, you confident, Papi?
I never used Waylay. So good luck to me.
Hey, confident ka ba, boy?
Hindi rin.
Boy, nirarank mo yan, boy.
Hindi ko pa ito nagagamit din eh.
Good luck, boss.
Good luck.
Hey!
Hi there.
Our spike's down.
Mga persons, ah.
Boy! Boy! 10 seconds! Boy! 10 seconds! Uy, ang hirap nito, boy.
Strat daw boy, Waylay. Do this.
Spam dash lang.
Go Jigs, go, 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 go!
Spike drop.
I got the spike already.
Jigs, takbo, Jigs, takbo, Jigs, Jigs, takbo, Jigs! Jigs, takbo!
20 seconds, Jig.
Spike drop.
Uy!
I have the spike.
Nabigay niya? Nabigay niya.
Spike drop. I have the spike.
Nakakilig yun, ah.
Okay, Papi, just be calm, okay?
Papi, kain tayo mamaya pag napanalo mo. Let's go!
Spike drop. I have the spike.
Plus D.
Spike spotted. I have the spike.
No! Papi. 10 seconds. Gabi ay bulbet yung Papi. Ayan na, Papi.
Spike drop. I have the spike.
Feeling raway ko. I lost in all aspects, I think.
I mean, I think it's because you never used Waylay before. So maybe play Waylay in rank.
Panalo mo 1-1. Hey.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Grabe si baby boy.
Tang baby boy.
Good luck.
Good luck, boss.
Good luck, idol.
Boss, good luck, boss.
Same spot ah.
I think it's on the edge already.
Grabe yung kalbo.
Oh!
Grabe yung kalbo.
No, I think just lucky. Boy, cheer boy.
Yay! Yay! Let's go!
Bro, cheer bro.
Yes!
You want me to
Go
cheer?
Jeremy!
We will eat later if you win.
Nice.
We trust our ball joy.
Bug buff.
Ball buff.
I go first. Ikaw na, panalo kayo. May bayfall. Saka titigil, boy. Boy, baka mahulog ako, boy.
Huwag mong isipin.
Okay, okay.
Panalo ka na dyan.
Sa edge. Edge ito, sa edge.
Huwag ka lang mahulog. The first player to fall.
Experienced man.
I already experienced it. To the middle, from the vent.
Safety first.
Safety. Safety. Go boy. I think it's on the edge.
Isip ko dun, Mark.
Ready.
Focus, boy.
Yes! Yes! Uy, saan yung mga cheer ko? Eto! Yes! Ready?
Spider-Man instinct. Ano, skin ng kampi?
인비, 오늘의 베스트 플레이어를 뽑아보자면?
Him. Me.
오레오 제레미 동의하나요?
Yeah, he's the MVP.
하피, 우리 팀의 패배 1등 공신은?
I think me. You didn't score one.
3패와 3장 전달이 있겠습니다.
MVP.
한번 읽어주시죠. Repeat.
The team is awarded this trophy in recognition of their victory at the first Pacific Field Day, where they demonstrated exceptional skill and outstanding teamwork.
Bato.
Cosmic love, like burning fire when our stars collide. Lighten up the sky tonight, our hearts explode. Taking us higher in this cosmic love. Floating in the quiet, empty space. Your touch is like fire, no time, no place. My heart's beat faster, and our stars align. We build a universe that's yours and mine. Ooh, we're drifting closer, our bodies in the glow. Ooh, a universe is forming, only we can know. Cosmic, so cosmic, a cosmic love. Cosmic love, like burning fire when our stars collide. Lighten up the sky tonight, our hearts explode.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I am here with T1 and I got some questions from everyone that I wanted to ask. And look who is next to me. Hello Autumn, what's up? 안녕하세요.
Hello.
We had a couple of questions that the fans wanted me to ask you. Who is the marriage material guy?
Oh, Izu.
Izu, okay, why?
Because he looks like teddy bear.
Oh,
So yeah, I like the bear shape person, and his personality is good, and he's tall.
oh, okay. Checking 3 boxes, all right. And what about who's the visual of the team?
Include coaching staff or
Yeah, sure.
Indigo.
Indigo. Oh, Coach Indigo. Hello, visual of T1. 안녕하세요. And all right, let's talk about some game stuff. Thank you, Autumn, for that. Hello, Stax. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Do you want to turn 360? All right, Stax. You saw Boom's match yesterday, right? They're the top alpha dog. If T1 and Boom went to game, who would win?
Of course T1, but Boom's doing well. I know since kickoff, Boom is really good team. So yeah.
All right, and you're next up against RRQ. What do you want to say to them?
I want to make them
RRQ to BBQ, bro.
RRQ to BBQ. All right. Words from Stacks. Good luck to it.
Welcome to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific Stage 1. We are down to the last 2 weeks of the group stages. I'm your host, Victoria, Chubby Ninja, and with me at the desk, got Pilsky and Big Time, also marriage material gentlemen, like Autumn was talking about. I gotta say, if you guys were upselling each other to their future mother-in-law, what would you say?
I'd probably say something like 6'6", Australian beast, the best coach from Australia, the most handsome ginger man that's ever walked the earth.
The only person who would do it in the country. I would just say Fent Harry Potter. And that's about it. That's all
it? True.
That's all you really need to say about Big
I
Time.
keep getting told I look like Harry Potter in these classes, so...
He's the chosen one, and that's why you should choose him. I mean, I don't even know why I'm here, Vic. You're the one who is absolutely destroying us in the fantasy league, so...
we're not
yeah, I mean, for my future mother-in-law, I mean, you could give an upsell to that. We'll clip in and send it all to our potential future mother-in-law. But we'll see how today goes. I want to talk about something that you could gift someone on a date. Seems to be the theme of today. It could be a team capsule. You could give them an Ascension
which one?
capsule. That's one of you. If you love them, you'd get them both.
That's true.
If you love them, no, I feel bad. I only got her the no-ship capsule. What's wrong with me?
I actually bought the boom capsule
you
this
did do
morning.
it?
I did.
Okay.
There's proof on my Twitter. I did actually buy it, so on my Asian account.
What's your Twitter, by the way? Where do I follow you?
At Big Time Val1. Everybody follow that. I need all the help I can get. But I did, in fact, buy the boom bundle because I told them yesterday if they weren't that, they would deserve my money. So.
Would you have bought it if they lost?
No.
Oh, wow.
They had to earn it. Wow. Had to earn it. I got to inspire them to play better.
All right.
You know?
They did it for you.
Yeah.
Do it for Big Time.
I don't want to buy a loser's bundle. I'm not doing that.
All right, speaking of losers, which you guys are at the moment in this game that we've been playing called Build Diff. It's powered by Acer Predator and Intel. And for those of you at home who kind of want to catch up with what's going on, all of us at the desk, including Mika, are acting as coaches. We're building our own fantasy team based on who is playing for today. So, I know that yesterday was a pretty exciting day, and the prize, of course, because we're in it to win it, is a laptop. Let me guys give you the full sell on the prize. It's the Predator Helios Neo V16, and it delivers the ultimate gaming experience with an Intel Core HX series processor and an RTX 40 series. Pretty sweet.
That's so much better than my actual PC. I'm so locked in trying to win this.
I think it's actually better than my actual PC. I don't know if this is the exact same model. This is a Neo 16, and this has even got like a 165 hertz screen. Like you could even get like 165 hertz plus screen. It might even be better than that. It's ridiculous.
It is.
Like it actually might be better than my home setup.
It probably, it's amazing. This is why we're all highly competitive with this right now. We're taking this absolutely seriously. So let's go into the segment. Have you guys thought about who are you going to be putting on your fantasy teams?
We have, and today we actually have quite different teams compared to yesterday.
Yeah.
There was a lot of similarities. So I'll talk you through my team
Yeah,
first.
you guys have the same team except for one guy.
Duelist has to be the boy Jemkin. I mean, he's been going crazy. His stats are ludicrous, and I have RRQ winning today, so I want to go big on him.
fair.
For my initiator, the most rock-solid player from Gen.G at the moment, the IGL Munchkin leading the charge. I think he's been doing a great job, and he's been by far the most consistent player on Gen.G. In my mind, when we get to Sentinel, because we need players from every single team. I like Kelly S the most from Global. I think he's been very good. Yet another IGL. The IGL's going crazy for me.
This is a good pick.
IGLs don't frag.
Yes,
this is a fragging competition.
They do now.
What are you doing?
What year do you think this is? Grow up, old man. Controller, an underrated pick.
Old man.
I'm going for
Think about
Sylvan.
that for a second.
I'll go with Sylvan. I think he's thoroughly underrated. He's been quietly chugging along on the stats. I think, especially with how I think the veto might go, I think he could have a very good day.
he has to frag or they'll put Carpe back in.
Very true. That's how it works. And for my final flex spot, had to get another member of RRQ in there.
That's a good pick too.
Yeah. You know, running for Rookie of the Year, you could argue Cushy. That is my team. Let me know what you're thinking of that at home, but I think I'm feeling pretty good about this. You wanna
I
go
like
through
what
yours?
Pilsey's counters to your point. So let's see what Pilsey has.
I think my team absolutely destroys your team. I'm not gonna lie. I think
You would say that.
you've done a little bit of trolling today.
You would say that.
I don't mind Jemkin as a pick, but if I'm gonna pick a T1 player, I'm picking Buzz, and this is a kills contest. This guy is the most consistent, even if T1 loses today, which I actually picked for RRQ as well, I'm pretty sure. I think Buzz still gets his kills. You can't go past Cushy on the E-Nit for my RRQ player, so you can pop him in E-Nit for me. I don't think... Oh, mine is in order. Excellent. For Sentinel, I almost picked Kelias, but I'm going to pick Yudotan, because this guy is phenomenal. And even if he does play a little bit of Duelist today, which I think might lose me some points, I think it's like -5 kills or something.
It's worth it.
I think Yudotan will still get me more than that, honestly. Even if I tank that a little bit. And in my controller role, I cannot believe you haven't picked this guy.
I know.
That's unreal. You haven't taken care of. What's wrong with you?
I want a Gen.G player who is going to always be there. And I know Munchkin's always going to be there. Karen's had some quiet games.
You know what, Morgan? For once in your life, you're absolutely right. How could I not pick Munchkin? The GOAT! The best player in Pacific. Look at him. He's just inviting you. Aim duel me. Please take an aim duel against me.
This is a very interesting pick. I am on board with Pilsky on this because my team is very similar to Pilsky's here, except for the flex, who I was debating a little bit. It could be Meteor, could be Munchkin. Guess I ended up going for Foxy9.
Foxy9? Yeah, okay, solid choice.
Okay.
I mean, it depends who they're playing, too. They're playing against Gen.G. Sorry, they're
Against
playing
Global?
Global Esports, GE. And he's also been consistent when he plays a Sentinel role. And against GE, I feel like he's going to frag a lot. Just...
Foxy9, he's like at the top of the stats.
He is at the top.
He did play DFM, so it's wearing the wait and see pattern.
So this is... Okay, so me and Pilsy are going to be neck and neck in this.
I
Because
mean,
we're definitely more right.
You destroyed us yesterday. Francis dropped 40 in 2 maps. What the hell happened there?
He used to do this in Ascension.
How much did you pay, Francis? I see how this is going.
No,
you
so
don't
much-
want me to have the laptop. Just say it.
So this is interesting. I do agree with Pilsky, though, that you guys picking IGLs is very interesting. I don't think that's...
They're good. That's why. They're playing good.
They're excellent IGLs.
Munchkin speaks for himself.
But this
I
is
won't
a-
have you disrespect my goat on the desk here, Victoria. Unbelievable.
Kelias.
Who do you think you are?
Kelias has also
Foxy-
been by far the most consistent player from Global.
I was
He's
really
playing great.
close to picking Kelias, to be honest, but I'm with Pilsky on this one. I'd rather take the gamble that he might play the duels and he's going to drop way more than Kelias.
Yeah.
And let us know at home what you think about our teams, of course, and tag Pilsky on Twitter, tell him that I'm right and that I'm going to do better than him today. That would help me out a lot. But yeah, let us know what you think.
Okay, yeah. Tell us what you think. Tell us, okay, anyway, we're going to go to standings. The standings so far, that as you guys have been seeing it at home, has not been adjusted for the head-to-head scores yet. But it's going to be important, I think, as we finish up this weekend.
Yeah, we're getting towards the pointy end of the group stages here. A couple of teams in some dire straits, but those head-to-heads are definitely something we're keeping an eye on at the moment. Do have Nongshim and Talon. That head-to-head hasn't gone particularly well for Nongshim already, so that's something they're going to have to keep in the back of their mind. And then this Gen.G GE game going to be vitally important, as well as the fact that PRX have got a couple of games to play their way through that could really affect how that game actually, or that group rather, actually ends up going.
That's right. And today we are going to be finding out who else is joining the fray in playoffs.
Both of these games have massive playoff implications. Today, if RRQ are able to win, they secure their spot in playoffs, and the same goes for Gen.G in the later game today. Those two teams' playoffs are on the line, so we could be securing those spots by the end of today.
Yeah, that's right. So I think this weekend we're really going to find out a lot of things. And next week, like you guys mentioned, there are 2 teams where we're really going to find out if they're in or not. Now, T1 is going to be one of the teams playing first today. The last time anyone defeated this team was the first time, was against EDG over in Bangkok. The first time they played against each other. And in Pacific, the last time they lost was in the grand finals against CRX. So this team, even though they go the full series, have been completely undefeated.
Like, this for me is a team that always manages to find wins, even when I don't feel like they should. You know, to me, this is a team that won Masters, but they look very mortal. I can't lie. I just feel like they have this innate ability to always get the win somehow, even when they're not playing perfect.
They just have individual talent, they have clutch factor, and they have the ability to play TAC FPS the way our Lord above intended it, to just shoot people in the face, dry contact, reading rotations, reading timings, clutching up the rounds. None of this, you know, nuke everyone with utility and hide in a corner kind of stuff. You know, we're getting in there and we're fragging, and that's what I love about T1. It's very entertaining to watch, but totally agree, this is not a team that is bulletproof despite being the current world champion. It's ridiculous to say, but I feel like almost every team in Pacific could take a map off of T1.
Yeah.
Yeah. They like to give you a little bit of hope, and they're like, nah, never mind, it's fine. I like the mortality of it, though. It makes it more exciting. Now, speaking of mortality, here's a team that it's going to be a huge day for RRQ. Winning or losing is going to have the biggest impact on this team today.
Yeah, if they win, they are into the playoffs, but if they lose, then I think they need some other results to go their way, and it gets a little bit more complex. So, huge game for these guys today. But in my mind, they've been going from strength to strength. I feel like this is a team that is growing, getting stronger. We see the addition of Crazy Guy, and he's really managed to step up to help lead this team as well. So, I've been very impressed with them coming into today.
I just think they have great players, and they have great tools right now. I mean, the core of Jemkin, Cushy, Xfero is fantastic. I think Monye, like, he still even has more ceiling, to be honest. I don't even think he's been playing that fantastic most of the time. But I think Cushy and Jemkin in particular are fantastic, and the rest of the boys also contributing. Crazy Guys even had some pretty decent fragging performances coming into this roster on short notice. So I honestly think this game is very doable for RRQ with how shaky T1 have been looking. For me, honestly, I think T1 has to be the team that wakes up today and is like, we are the best team in the world, and any of these teams looking to challenge us in Pacific are not going to touch us, because if they're looking as shaky as they have in some of these series, RRQ has got a real shot here.
Oh, absolutely. And now, what is, again, sad is that, or maybe exciting, that RRQ is this close to playoffs once again. They always get this close to playoffs, and usually they don't make it, probably thanks to Gen.G. One time they finally made it into playoffs and then didn't make it through again thanks to Gen.G. So today, their last hurdle to get into playoffs instead of Gen.G is going to be T1.
Man, I got a feel for this team. Like, I feel like they've been so good for such a long time. I've really enjoyed watching RRQ, but you know, this is a team that is always so close. They so nearly make the playoffs, or they so nearly make the big events, and it's just like, can they catch a break? Like, what's going on? And now, in order to seal your spot into playoffs, you have to beat the current world champions. You know. I mean, I think they can do it, but it's not who they would like to see against them today.
Oh, that duelist head-to-head is looking really juicy as well. These are players that are right up the top, tippy-top in terms of statistics, both in kickoff and now into stage 1 as well. Buzz, fantastic. Jemkin, fantastic. It's our head-to-head in the fantasy competition here. I believe these are our top picks for today. Jemkin playing Yoru a lot lately. Buzz, a little bit of everything, a little bit of Raze, a little bit of Yoru, a little bit of Neon. They love the double duelist as well, T1, so that's something that we're going to be keeping an eye on today.
So what we've noticed is something that RRQ is particularly good at, and it's pistol round wins.
Yeah, I mean, they have a staggering 71% pistol win rate, which is ludicrously high.
10-4.
Yeah, 10-4. That's an insane pistol record, and it's really hard to understate how important that is coming into these games. When you're able to win the pistol and consistently build momentum into halves, it carries such a long way. And I think for me, this has to be credit to the players, but also credit to the coaching staff.
I agree. I think pistols is one of the rounds that can be a little bit more scripted, can be a little bit more prep-based if you know what the tendencies of your opponents are. Teams, I mean, pro teams at this level change up their pistols all the time. That's kind of a foregone conclusion. I also think it's the skill set of some of the players as well. Jemkin has the most ghost kills in the competition, but Cushy as well has got some great first bullet accuracy and great aim when it comes to tap firing. He's leading the kills in Guardian kills at the moment. You see him buying that gun a lot on some of the info in it. So I think it's very well within the player's skill set. And when you contrast that with T1, you can see their pistol win rate is actually not that great. 7 and 9 overall, but they're still winning these series. And that comes down to them dropping maps, maybe too slow to start in some of these games. But they have, like we said, that clutch factor. They're the team that I feel like they don't need to win the pistol as much. RRQ needs to win the pistols, and they do, because we want them to front run and play with confidence. They sometimes have a little bit of that choke factor, whereas T1 might start really slow, but they can definitely clutch up.
Yeah, I mean, T1, that's probably why they end up going the full series every single time, are these like little moments like this, especially losing on pistol round. And we were just pointing out that Global Esports, when you were the coach there, had an excellent pistol round win rate too. So coaches and maybe Moniette, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a mixture of both. You need good strategy, but it helps when your players are very excellent with the pistols.
Yeah.
The more they practice with them, obviously the better they get. So when you have somebody who's excellent on the Ghost, excellent on the Classic, or a more niche gun like the Frenzy, you're able to really get some rounds there. So also big credit to the players. I think they deserve that.
They did the shooting after all.
Yeah.
Let's get the map draft up. This is always really exciting to see what the coaches end up picking. Sure. And Ewok has shown some prowess in this area.
Oh, yeah. I mean, recently we haven't had the coaches have a chat about it here. T1 going to take out Ascent. I mean, RRQ's Ascent has looked phenomenal. It's one of the better teams that I've seen on Ascent in all of VCT lately. RRQ going to take out Haven. I mean, that is a stock standard for T1 at the moment. And then we're going to get a Pearl pick here for T1, which is an interesting one. They've got a pretty good rate, win rate on it. And Icebox for RRQ.
This was the one for me where it's T1 have shown a lot of weakness on their Icebox. They're playing this Raynor Chamber. Secret are able to win that map against them. So RRQ definitely smelling blood in Icebox. It's a clear, deliberate choice to pick to take the T1's weakest area.
Yeah, and to touch on that as well, the last time RRQ played Icebox was in the off-season, and they played T1, this exact T1 roster, almost identical rosters, and T1 was playing a chamber comp back then in the off-season. So although the map pool's been out for a while, some of the same themes remain, and I want to see how much the comps actually differ once we make it through to Icebox. Lotus is a third map decider. I mean, that's another double duelist map that T1 has been looking confident on, but they recently just swapped their comp against Secret their last game. They just changed up the Senti that they were playing. They're still playing double duelist, as well as the init choice. I think they went from Sova to Fade. So that's going to look a little bit different for them as well. And RRQ, they've been a bit up and down on Lotus. I think they're 1-3 in Pacific right now, and they lost that very close game against Nongshim on it.
I'm not going to lie, with this map draft, I'm a little bit worried about our duelist picks here against Jemkin. Jemkin does well, especially in the last two maps. So.
I was shocked to not see all of us pick Jemkin. Jemkin has been one of the most consistent duelists going into this. For me, he's the real standout star of this RRQ roster. His Yoru is infamous, and he's only getting better on it. I would very much expect to still be seeing him on Yoru today because, you know, the coaching staff have made that very clear. That's the direction where they see the meta going, so I think big things from him today.
I can say the same about Buzz, though. Even on a bad day, Buzz still frags.
That's why I pick him, even if they lose today. And you can see, I mean, I believe RRQ is going to win this series.
Oh, wow.
I think it could be, it's a bit 50-50. I think it really comes down to, like I said, whether T1 just pulls their socks up and goes, we're the best team in the world and you're not going to touch us. But I think it's still group stage. There's not a lot on the line. I think T1, even if they lost this series, would still think that they're going to go through to playoffs, although there might be some buy factor in there as well. I can see the fans mostly backing T1. That's not surprising, but there's some RRQ believers there.
Yeah, this is not overwhelmingly T1, which is promising for RRQ. Real quick, if you get peak RRQ versus peak T1, who's winning, Morgan?
I mean, peak T1 is very, very good. I think peak T1 will win, but I don't think we're going to see peak T1 today. I think the average level of RRQ is right there.
All right, well, we are gonna have to find out. It's time to send it down to the stage. Let's welcome T1 and RRQ.
2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific. T1.
It's Stage 1, Week 4, and the last time T1 lost in Pacific, it was in the grand finals of kickoff to DRX. They have since run undefeated here on home soil, though, guys, it's always been a little bit close in the full series matches.
Yeah, they have locked up their place in the playoffs already, but as we've already mentioned, this is not a team that wins particularly cleanly, but they do know how to get the games across the line. That's what makes this team so special, but they are going to have their work cut out today against RRQ.
Absolutely, because today is RRQ's biggest day so far. Every single stage are always this close to getting to playoffs. And here they are once again, where winning or losing will mean everything to getting into playoffs.
I think it's now or never for RRQ. They've been an almost team for such a long time, but Jemkin and Kushi are in such phenomenal form. The rest of the core of this team are playing very well at the moment as well. So I want to see them make a little bit of a statement here and actually pick up a win against T1. Not that it would completely change the outcome of this whole season, but it would fill them with a lot of confidence that they can take out one of the very best in the region going into playoffs.
Now, we have seen the addition of Crazy Guy for 2 weeks now. How are you guys feeling with this new integration at this point?
I like it. I like it more and more the more I watch him play. I definitely had my doubts about this pickup, but I think he's fit into the team very naturally. His calling has gone from strength to strength, and I think it's clear his relationship with Ewok and the coaching staff must be strong. I like the direction this team is moving in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also just really nice to have a Vietnamese player back in Pacific. I bring it up every week because I think it's super cool to have that here. And we did see the map veto, not surprised by the first two, but with these map picks, I think it's going to be a very long day.
Yeah, Pearl is going to be an interesting one to start things off. I mean, T1 coming right off the back of playing that in Masters Bangkok. It was the last map of the grand finals, an epic map at that to close things out. They also played EDG very close on that map. So you're talking about T1 playing some of the best from all of the other regions, the very best in the world. Whereas you look at RRQ, they've showed some weakness on this map. They have lost multiple maps to Nongshim Red Force. They've changed from that double duelist comp that they were playing in kickoff to now playing a bit of a slower comp, and they're still kind of getting their feet under them with it.
Yeah, they're trying to adapt and move with the meta. We saw them move away from the Phoenix, prioritizing that Yoru, and I think that's something we'll definitely still be able to see today. Jemkin, as we mentioned, has been going ballistic on this agent, but you're right, they have to turn around their Pearl. It's not been perfect in the past, so it's about trying to get back your feet on the ground and pull up a win on this map one.
Yep, that's right. So on this map one, this is the first time we're seeing T1 playing it for Stage 1 anyway. Like you mentioned, Pilsky, last time we saw it was in Bangkok, so I wonder if they've cooked this again. We saw some cooking happen yesterday on another Korean team. Didn't really work so well, but I think Autumn might have a plan.
Yeah, T1, it seems like a pretty inflexible team in terms of changing things up. The most we've seen them change up lately was their Lotus, like I mentioned, where they're going away from a Senti, but they're still playing a core double duelist, and they've gone to Viper Fade. So change of kind of your pseudo Senti instead of your Cypher, you're going for Info Denial, and then you're changing up your choice of Enir. But the overall kind of structure and strategy remains the same, where they want to rely on the firepower of these individuals.
Just a random aside, what's going on in these huddles? I feel like
really
they've been huddling for so long. What are they saying?
This is both teams taking this game very seriously here, Morgan. You know,
they're talking about,
and I love that from T1. You know, they know that RRQ is a strong team right now. They're taking their time in the huddle as well. This is not just like a, oh well, you know, just another day at the office, should be an easy dub. They know that they've had their struggles lately, but RRQ, I really want to see them play with that same fire. That was a good chant. I heard it up here from the balcony above the arena. So I want to see them get really fired up and be very loud in this series.
Yeah, you got to remind the players what's at stake and why they're really here, what they're doing it for. So respect to the long huddle. We have the picks coming in now for RRQ. We are seeing a change. We're seeing them move back to double duelist, where they have Yoru and now in Monye on the Neon. So the roles are getting a little bit crazy here. We're mixing and matching, but they want to take the fight right to T1.
Yeah, they're playing a T1S comp in a way. They're going to the double duelist. It's the same double duelist over on the side of T1. They haven't changed their comp at all. The only difference between these two comps is choice of Enir and choice of Senti. The KJ on defense, which, by the way, RRQ has opted to start attack here, is going to really help lock down the middle of the map compared to the Vice, which is much better in the chokes.
I like RRQ's comp. Seems like a modern, updated version of T1's.
All right, well, I hope you guys are ready for a good one. I hope you're ready for the party. Let's welcome DJ Achilleos and Sir Paperthin on the panel.
Week over week, I'm not sure where these names are going.
I didn't know I was knighted. This is a pleasant surprise for me today.
Okay, well there you have it. Congratulations on that accolade. I'm just a DJ.
Yeah, you know.
I pressed the play button.
Yeah, good job
on my set.
Yeah. And you look like you're doing other stuff. Yeah.
Unbelievable. But let's go ahead and get ready to jump into the action. We have some banger series here today to start things off. T1 versus RRQ. They're chasing that throne. T1 has been at the top. They have not really fallen. They've faltered a couple times here and there, but have been collecting those wins. RRQ, though, are looking to get the upset.
I think this could very well happen. I think the map draft isn't that bad for RRQ. If their Pearl can be a little bit cleaner, I mean, you know, T1's Pearl is good. It's not great. It's not their Haven. It's not something like that. It's not their Lotus either, I would say, especially in Pacific. But when you look at the global stage, they were barely able to get over the line on it, right? In the grand finals, it was the one they mapped in overtime, but I don't think it's their cleanest map by any stretch of the imagination. So if this new double duelist look that you're bringing in as RRQ can come out the gate swinging, you have a real good chance here. The Icebox in particular is also a struggle bus for T1. So I want to see RRQ come out with this double duelist comp and really punch T1 in the mouth.
We'll see if they're going to be able to do just that as we go ahead and hop into the action. Map 1 here on this lovely, I was going to say this lovely afternoon here in Seoul.
This lovely hailing. It was hailing when I left my apartment
yeah,
today.
I was driving through it. It's the weather in the last 24 hours has been a little bit miserable. For now, quick little rush out towards A main. Just going to be a little escort as Izu will go ahead and snatch up that orb. Eyes from RRQ right now, tied over towards this C site where Meteor's going to look to try to hold things down. Overstays on the angle. Does get quite a bit of damage across onto both Monyet and Jemkin, but cannot confirm any kills. Stealth Drone going to go on a little bit of a walkabout. Ends up getting destroyed.
You felt like a bit of a gamble there from Meteor, just hoping that you were going to get a 1v1. You can use that Sheriff to your advantage in that long-range situation, but a good pull-off here by the side of RRQ because they saw that smoke come up from Sylvan, and they're just like, we can't get there fast enough before the reinforcements are likely to get there. You know, potentially the one that's going to be at near double doors. I bet T1 doing a good job because of Sylvan being that selfless guy to push out, get the info. They're able to rotate their three-man forces, set up their strong side over at A. Let's see if RRQ can break through. It's a 5v3 essentially on this A site.
As that sprint at the ready, still looking to cut his way across through that attacker spawn is Sylvan. Is pushed into the back site. He's able to find one. Jemkin's going to take it down, swing in from Cushy. Does manage to catch him off guard, but now Spike going to be dropped here just outside of Flowers. The aim cannot be set there from Stacks. Buzz will kill one off, but that leaves Sylvan now in the 1v2. Looking to try to clutch this out. Star set up. Pulls him out a little bit more into the open, but Wiley are able to shrug that off. Xpharaoh eyes over here on the angle. Needs a bit of damage. Both players got to be tagged up. But both not going to get taken down by a single Sheriff shot. Sylvan needing really get this done, and he cannot. A solid double face Monyet with a headshot and RRQ with the opening pistol.
Yeah, really solid around here for RRQ. A few gambles early by T1 cost them with Meteor trying to make a play out at Long B. Not much support there and no utility to be seen. And then a good change of directions, change of pace, a really nice relay pulled off the rip from Monyet to keep Izu off balance behind the box. And so far, so good. See if they can keep it going. It's 2-0. Monyet there doing a nice job. Switching over to the Neon again. Looking to try to make a difference.
Just a shorty in hand here for Buzz. Nothing too shocking here. This time it's going to be Stacks collecting an orb.
It's good for T1 though. Try to get whatever value you can out of this round. This is some nice maneuvering here by Izu. He's crept up, potentially unnoticed.
Oh, well, now certainly going to be spotted. Has an exit strategy. Looks like he wants to try to get a bit more damage in with the classic. Cushy playing ring around the rosy here on the pillar, and there you go. It's going to be the hip fire shot to go ahead and shut him down.
Just a little bit of an off timing there for Izu. Had a good read on how to get behind the pillar, but peeked at the wrong moment. Spotted, made it quite a bit easier for Cushy. There's two.
I was going to say making it easy. There you go. Slide in from Monyet with that Phantom in hand. Stacks able to get a bit of damage across, but kill still a world away. Now it's on Meteor and Buzz to try to see if they can deal some damage. Needing 2 kills to really get anything on the board, but Cushy finds himself a third. The Marshal suiting him well. And Buzz is waiting for a lurk, it seems like. Maybe expecting a timing here. A little flank coming through that water, but none to be found.
Yeah, and Cushy's on the hunt. Wants to claim another orb. Get one away from that Steel Garden. So far, hasn't found anything. So Buzz continuing waiting for that last moment to try to die to the spike, it seems like. But Cushy's aware.
And he's about to die to the Marshal. As they go, flawless round and a 4K for Cushy. Now 1 away from having that Steel Garden online. And 1 kill going into the bonus. That could be a very critical ultimate here for RRQ to try to get a conversion.
Yeah, this is a really cool round for Cushy because he's playing an agent that we really don't get to see him on, right? He's typically going to be an initiator. He's on the Vice here with this new composition that RRQ is bringing to the table, and he's grabbing a Marshal with it as well and putting it to great use. So really just nullifying any hopes. A team that's very good at pulling off ecos against you is T1 and shutting it right down. So that's got to be a really nice feather in the cap for RRQ and a really solid bonus coming ahead.
Quick little pop flash in towards mid. Space just very aggressively being taken here by Monyet. On the corner, Meteor able to drag across, finding one. Re-swings in, looks for a bit more and finds it. Both duelists now going to be on the floor here. As Sylvan pushes back away. Not quite where the Thorns wanted to go. Swing out though, and Cushy with that Sheriff in hand. We got the Marshal behind, but Sheriff gets the job done, finds a very nice headshot, as Meteor will be able to hold his ground, however, comes away with a third. Technically speaking, on for an ace, but not really in a collision path here with these 2 remaining players on the side of RRQ.
Meteor's lucky there. He was 1 shot away from that Sheriff. Just got the angle a little bit ahead of where Cushy was able to see him. Crazy guy X Pharaoh, 2-man push right up in front of Stacks.
And has him lined up. Damn near collat here for him. As overall, not bad at all here for the side of T1 to get themselves on the board. Just going to be that 1 death suffered there, but Buzz, it's one of the players you don't really mind necessarily getting taken down because could just go for a lighter buy like the Judge, but looks like they will be able to pass over the Phantom.
Yeah, I've been kind of curious about Buzz. I've been keeping my eyes on his weapon selection. He's been using the Vandal a little bit more recently compared to what we've seen from him for a lot of his career, which has mostly been a Phantom-type player. So I'm not sure if that's just a situational thing where it's like, oh, he's going to be holding longer angles, so we want him to have the Vandal. It's a little bit more consistent at those ranges. Or if it's just he's feeling more comfortable with it. Something I've been kind of interested in, but good hold there from T1. Not really taking much damage after the flawless of RRQ on their anti-eco.
And Izu being fully noted. They do get the salvos out. So just go ahead and clear that back pillar position. Spike now looking like it's going to get ushered elsewhere.
And so last time, it was a change of direction for RRQ off the back of that smoke from Sylvan in the pistol round. Same thing this time, well, who knows? They're kind of just going to mid. Oh, Izu though.
Yeah, we got the wide camera angle there. Is Jemkin just going to get picked off? Up over the top of screen, Izu coming away with that.
Recovering it.
Solid kill once again, just whittling away at the attacking power here from RRQ. Still do have Monyet to lean on.
Yeah, they're just getting ready to try some kind of setup, but there's no util at all to speak of or players present in Art or Link. So that's just going to kind of give it away to T1. They can just sort of hold their ground and try to figure out which part of mid they're going to be trying to go through. Smoke dissipated by Sylvan. Trying to see if he can get any kind of reaction. And it is going to be a B hit. This is nice work here by RRQ, using those salvos.
Slow down though.
Yeah.
Relay bolt going to be sent out. Sylvan just popping that Nebula, looking to further delay, make this unassailable. Creeps forward. Fast lane gonna be sent in. Monyet gonna get cut down. It's not Sylvan who finds it. It's actually gonna be Izu over from that hall. Six Pharaoh now trying to slide forward, but they're running out of time. They need to start sticking this. They can't. It's over. The round is gone. And shades of RRQ from that split attack rear its ugly head here in round number 4. As Izu picks up a 4K, and T1 ties it up at 2-2.
Yeah, I like the ideas, but it took too long. I think what they're doing is good. They're showing a lot of presence on different parts of the map, making it really hard for T1 to guess. And in fact, RRQ, in the long run, found the weak side of T1, but it was too late. And just some good moments from Izu, a good battle against Gen.G. Really nice maneuvering there by Sylvan, popping that smoke in a spot where he could anticipate the neon entrance angle. They wouldn't be looking, and caught Monyet completely off guard. Still have a Steel Garden. Izu does his all. Yep.
4 players able to get killed by this. Quick pop on that drone, so it doesn't even get cleared out. Izu swinging, shots whipping. He is able to get away. A bit of damage going to be suffered. As Gen.G similarly snapping back over across with the rest of the team.
Still showing the Tejo on that side of the map, but pretty quickly, gate crash sent out by Izu. Stacks rotating over. So once again, RRQ doing a good job of keeping T1 guessing. And we'll see if Meteor's up to the task. He's going to be in for a rude awakening here, potentially.
Fast lane sent. Nanos popped. Smattering of damage going to be found there. Does fire out, though, so they know that there's going to be a player in this position. As Buzz sliding forward, but Gen.G, what a shot. Gets a one-tap there with the Vandal. Shuts down the Neon. Plant can now come through. Meteor has to tuck back there as the Nebula gets ready to dissipate. Dimensional Drift going to be in play. Izu leading the charge to spot out all these player positions, get that relayed so they can try to put together a game plan. Meteor, however, still scaling forward. Flash connected, but Stack's able to find Monyet back over towards Secret. 2 players gone, and it's just going to be a firing squad. Meteor again comes away with 3. T1 get all the info they need here from the side of Izu, and it looks like RRQ get a bit frazzled, a bit uncomfortable. They end up falling to the wayside. T1 now gain the lead.
It looked a little chaotic on the site for RRQ. It seemed like they were trying to figure out how to like spread out. That is nasty, Gen.G. But you know, with, like you were saying, with all that information that Izu's able to filter over to the rest of the team, they're able to just kind of understand, okay, they're all pretty much on site or near dugout. If we all just come around at the same time from multiple angles, we should be able to wipe this out pretty cleanly. Monyet tries to get ahead of it. Stack shuts that down. That's a huge kill for him. And that's basically round over from there with just some good rifling from T1. So good retake, good use of the Yoru ult. Now it's time for RRQ's Monyet to try to get started.
Tucked back from Buzz though, and gets the headshot on Monyet midair. The overdrive immediately going to be dealt with here as Hunter's Fury opened up, gets a collapse pump! Nearly finds them both there on the follow-up, but they are able to avoid that third blast. But can they avoid Meteor is going to be the question! And the answer is absolutely not! A flawless here for the side of T1, a 4K from Meteor. And it looks like a pump of the brakes here for the side of RRQ. Because they are about to go off the rails.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard against this T1 team when they're sharp, especially Meteor. Just forget it. And you got a ton of info off that Hunter's Fury. Meteor, you know, the big win with Buzz, Neon v Neon there against the overdrive. Everything really going T1's way. And they're starting to get better handles on how to deal with RRQ. Again, I think RRQ's doing a nice job of working the map. They're always finding the weak side, pretty much. It's just was there enough time? Are they able to deal with the retake potential that T1's gonna bring at you? Things like that. Now, barring that last eco round, I haven't been that displeased with the macro ideas from RRQ. So I think during this timeout, it might be time to start talk about some of the micro ideas. Let's try, if we get that plant down, we're doing a good job with that. Let's make sure we spread out a little bit more. Let's sure we keep some lurk players in positions where we can punish T1 on their retake attempts. Things like that is not what I've been seeing yet from RRQ. It's looked pretty static in regards to their post-plant defense.
Yeah.
See if they can pick that up a little bit.
Let's see what adjustments look like here off the back of the timeout. But 4-2 the scoreline here for the side of T1. Just that pistol in the anti-eco thus far for the side of RRQ picked up. Overdrive committed in the last round. Overall, not going to be too concerned about that loss of the ultimate if you're RRQ. Because she has had this Steel Garden
for a while,
quite some time, we haven't gotten to see them get into a comfortable position and actually try to invest that quite just yet.
Yeah, I think since around the bonus. If he didn't pick up an orb on the bonus because he was 1 away, he's had it. They're going to try and get Crazy Guy closer to his ult. So they have tons of potential in this round. This one's very, very important. Wise time to take a timeout to try to get these ults to really pop.
Huge exploration of mid, though, for T1. They're able to at least spot one, but no, it's just Izu noted so far. All fully stacked. I mean, look at this.
They don't have the drone to check this either, so it has to be on eyesight that they're going to get an identification of these 4 players.
It's a good flash connection there. Meteor's unable to go ahead and clear that drone. It's not going to spot too much else out, though. But he's fully anticipating a gate crash into that hall. That's why you see the stack up there with the double nanos and the alarm bot.
Look at this timing from T1. Once they identified that the drone was out, that's their move, that they could start taking space, because there's no idea how many players are here for RRQ. It just comes down to some of these battles.
Looking for a double face, it would seem, and Buzz does get taken down there. Window Crazy Guy out towards shops. Sort of Izu, so Duelist is going to be eliminated. Sylvan on the peak, similarly going to be taken down. Meteor still alive, however, still with that lockdown, and there's 20 seconds. So he's just going to go ahead and send this damn thing. And RRQ, they might just get screwed on time once again. They have to try to clear this out. Meteor now just tucked away. And look, they have to backpedal. It's already over. Meteor is just closing out rounds. 9 seconds, they have to sprint this thing in on Monyet's back. And it's already over. He just had to sit there and send it.
Oh boy.
And the round is done. Everyone from T1 dead on the floor, but they have money. They're coming back in. They're rich as all hell. And now they're up by 3.
And then that's going to get the operator into Izu's hands. It's heartbreaking to see some of these old tendencies that it felt like over the last couple of weeks RRQ had managed to break. We weren't seeing a lot of these rounds that were coming down to the wire or just losing on time. Now we've seen 2 of them for the side of RRQ, and with how much map presence that T1's able to take, that's a great timeout for them. They use it against RRQ so nicely, knowing that they're lacking information. They have to throw bodies at problems to get identification. If they're not using an ult like this, they only have the drone. And so everybody just vacating A site.
Buzz is just chasing in onto Monyet. Counter sprays back through. That fast lane gets quite a bit of damage across on a Crazy Guy. Stack's going to be dealt with, though. Jemkin here at Dugout, able to find 1. Now Buzz gone. Opens up the site a bit. Meteor is still nearby. Concussed Flowers as that Nebula falls, and he's going to have the headshot, so Jemkin gets taken down. Now a 3v3. The Steel Garden going to be invested, as well as the Armageddon, layering these together. Meteor, however, finding a little bit of a cubby. Stays tucked away here, backside, Shorty in hand. If he swings the corner, Crazy Guy basically needs to hit this headshot. Push coming in. Meteor redrawing with the Phantom, able to go ahead and find that kill. Pushy, Spike not planted here for him. So to try to play delay, but he will fall down as Meteor up to another 3. The Nebula dropping. Xparrow fighting. Sylvan trying to get back in. And it's 5 HP. The difference is RRQ will break the win streak at long last and get themselves a 3rd round.
Yeah, so RRQ there, able to get the operator dropped, able to do some economic damage to T1 finally. It looked like this was going to be another good round. Great timing there from Buzz, but Jemkin able to hide in that dugout after using his ult for quite some time, unidentified. Gets a big kill. They're able to use 2. I like the change of pace as well here from RRQ, so Crazy Guy doing a nice job, you know, kind of being like, okay, we got to start turning up the pace a little bit. We've got 2 duelists. Let's see if we can maybe keep T1 off balance and not lose any more rounds to time.
It's a bit more energy built up there for RRQ off the back of the Red Bull clutch, but it's not the circumstances you want to be hitting around wins in, let's just say that.
And their money's still awkward because everybody died and Xparrow almost did.
Time to jump. Ult cycle for now died down for both of these teams as slide across here in that TP4. Stack's continuing to swing out, and Jemkin is able to take his head off. Things starting to click here, it seemed, from RRQ. Faster pace, maybe catching T1 a little bit off guard, given how slow all these previous rounds have been. Meteor, however, still a bit of a force, still fighting back. Sylvan on the corner swing, able to find the instant headshot, but it's just Meteor with 7 HP and Izu creeping forward over here at Flowers to try to see if they can pull off a 2v3.
It would take quite the miracle with how deep the post plant positions are. You've still got the salvos for Crazy Guy. Very, very tough.
Double approach. As, there you go, a 3rd for Jemkin. Izu, instantaneous with a headshot. And ultimately, Izu knows that even if he's not going to be playing for the round win, he can still do quite a bit of damage here to the economy of RRQ, just trying to pick them off. Swing in, X-Pharaoh once again going to be the finisher of the round. This time 2 players surviving, and RRQ fighting back. Now bring the deficit just to 1.
Yeah, I think now that the tempo is being turned up by RRQ, you got to be a little bit careful here as T1 is taking these individual battles like Stax and Buzz just did. They each try to take some dry 1v1s and straight up lost them. I mean, early on in this game, yeah, you were winning a lot of those battles, but now that kind of the momentum is on RRQ's side. They're starting to pick that up, and I like this timeout from Autumn. Let's get T1's heads on a little bit more straight. See if you can maybe either get ahead of these moves by trying to put some more pressure at A main to make sure that RRQ can't get accelerated the way they would like, and also Art as well needs to be kind of dealt with in that regard. Maybe something like that you could look at. And also don't take those 1v1s like that, or in some cases 2v1s is what they kind of end up being.
Yeah.
You know, wait for your team, wait for the reinforcements.
It's a pretty easy flow chart. You know,
Yes.
Are you about to take a 1v1?
Yeah.
Goes over. Is your name Meteor?
Yeah.
If the answer is no, don't take the 1v1.
Don't take the 1v1. Maybe
yes,
Izu.
Take the 1v1.
Maybe Izu. Yeah. Because he's seen a few moments from like Buzz where he's dashed in ahead of the team and he gets taken out. He did have the one where he kind of dashed in the middle of RRQ and had a good kill, but there's been a few awkward moments in the initial stages of some of these executes that RRQ is setting up from the defense of T1. But they're so talented individually, they can often recover.
I mean, granted, Meteor with a Sheriff is deadly, but if you're going to be forcing up and one player has to have some weaker weaponry, why is Meteor the one with the Sheriff?
I don't know. I'd give the Guardian over to Meteor or something. Give Sylvan the Sheriff, because he's really good with the Sheriff too.
Sure.
I think it makes a little more sense because he can play it with those smokes around it a bit, but yeah. I mean, maybe Meteor just wants it. He's just, you know, I haven't had a Sheriff 5K in a while.
I would assume that he has some say in the matter, but...
Yeah. Drone cleared. So yeah, I like this. Kind of what I was talking about here. Some more A main presence shown by Stax and Izu for the side of T1 to make sure that RRQ can't just get that easy setup for their execute. They can't just dial up a play from the playbook and run it without any interference.
Well, that is a big info peak there. Sylvan confirming presence of multiple players, and now Jemkin picks up the orb. Dimensional Drift's going to be online.
Time to jump.
Overdrive as well as the Cosmic Divide available here for Sylvan if they get into a position where they feel comfortable going for the retake, but he is going to be still fairly committed here over towards that connector. Mask goes on, Jemkin goes on the hunt.
Just got to watch for this lurk from X-Pharaoh.
30 seconds
Yep,
left.
Sylvan's going to be spotted out. Flash goes in behind him. There's a plant now in play. Monyet trying to fill this space. Double push forward. Sylvan not going to be good for either kill. Gets a bit of damage there on the Jemkin, which Stax is able to capitalize on. Under that kill, drone quickly cleared out. Knows that there should be one tucked over towards connector. One going to be down in underneath. Meteor, however, getting pressured from both sides. Is forced to reroute. They're going in on the hunt. Pushing in the meantime, trying to hold things down here on the side. Izu pushing in, able to find one. Stax now going to be taken down. Izu still trying to scale in, but that stun connects, and Crazy Guy is able to hold his own. Meteor now once again arriving back over to see what kind of damage he can get, but none is going to be found. Forces a bit more armored by potentially there from the side of Monyet, but in the end, we are tied up now at 5-5.
Yeah, even though I think T1 does some things better in this round, RRQ now really starting to hit their moments, hit their shots. You know, they're not taking 1v1s there. You've got 2 players to back up Jemkin to make sure Sylvan's cleared out. Everybody's kind of holding their angles nicely. Really well handled. Nice turn there from Monyet. Very snappy. See if they can keep this up. This attacker side's starting to look really fearsome. A 4-man stack for T1 over towards A, but Meteor watching mid again. Check on Monyet with the drone or the alarm bot.
It's fortunate that there's no peek out there as he does get hit by that vulnerable, but it's going to be another pacey hit here from the side of RRQ. Clearly in the timeout call, it's just like, guys, just don't hit the brakes. Just run at them.
Got the dimensional drift again, though. Last time T1 had this, the retake, excuse me, looked really, really good. Overdrive for Buzz as well. See if they can combo these nicely.
Cosmic Divide goes out, but so too does the Seal Garden. Tuck back. T1 widely holding onto their weapons as Izu looking for an opportunity to get himself out to safety. Buzz finding one. Jemkin, however, coming away with 2, and he's just stacked up here with Cushy. I mean, 3 players from RRQ all fighting out of the same position. Izu cannot hit the transfer. Meteor now left alone. Here's that reload, but can't quite find the punish. Okay, the second peek does. But time is not on his side. He will have to back away. This spike is going to go off, and RRQ will be able to regain the lead after stringing together 4 rounds consecutively of their own.
Yeah, there's just something that goes amiss here for T1, either in the comms or just in the thought process that B-Link needed to be dealt with. I don't know if that's the Cosmic Divide's a little bit behind it, and maybe that Cosmic Divide needed to be a little bit further forward. I saw some pings on the map while we were watching the replays from the side of T1. So something to kind of figure out there. Like the idea, comboing those ultimates, but it wasn't quite drawn up to a point where there wasn't openings for RRQ to punish it. All it took was that one little thing.
Oh, what a slide in. Sylvan is there to go ahead and trade it out, so it's going to be Neon for Neon, but Isu hits the flash there. Curious to see how much vision Cushy had, but either way, he's able to find the headshot. Fights back. Sylvan slowly drifting across, is able to find Cushy. So sight held down for now. Meteor shifts over, gets himself in position as Turret will go ahead and confirm presence. The Nanoswarm to delay, and the lockdown now going to be invested. Meteor expecting that they're going to look to try to go ahead and push forward. Clear this out. Stacks chasing, looking for a little bit more there with that Hunter's Fury. As the spike now does get dropped. Meteor on the re-peek. Knows that he's going to be encroached upon, ends up falling to the wayside. Kill locked in, but Xpharaoh now in a 1v2. Sylvan at 65. Sends out the Cosmic Divide. Plant sound, however, should have been noted, and Stacks is there with the timing. We're going to be tied up 6-6 at the half.
Yeah, really streaky half there. 5 in a row for the side of T1, 4 in a row for the side of RRQ, respectively, in that half. Really good adaptations eventually. There's a few rounds in there for RRQ. Probably like to have back. If you suspect your opponent's going to have a judge, what better way?
Oh, okay, he was fully blind.
He was fully blind.
Sometimes.
Poor Izu.
Sometimes, you know.
It'd be like that.
Jesus, take the trigger. Shot connects. Halftime, though, tied up at 6-6. This is more the, you know, we got to the pace that we were hoping for these two teams. Because we come into this one, it's like, okay, RRQ haven't really even been the bridesmaid, never the bride. You know, they've always been on the cusp of getting invited into the bridal party, but then, oh, suddenly my cousin's able to make it, and I got it, you know, it's a family thing. So, sorry, you're not going to be standing next to me at the altar. They've always come close. Finding a victory here versus T1, that would seal the deal here for them.
For sure. I think this is a little, yeah, towards the end of this is kind of more of what I was expecting in some ways with double duelists, but you know, RRQ just needed to find that confidence, needed to find that trust in their ability to just run at T1. And I get it, it's hard with the fraggers that T1 has, you know, to just kind of throw caution to the wind and just challenge them, especially when they were losing some of those battles, you know, post-pistol and anti-eco. There were a few rounds there where T1 was just straight up winning some 1v1s. But once they got those executes to go, T1 started making mistakes. You got T1 to make some, what I would call unforced errors. T1 made some peaks, had some moments that they didn't need to try to go for a play, and they did. And you were able to punish that. And so that's what you need to do here as RRQ on this defensive side as well. See if you can keep T1 off balance. They tend to kind of play slow sometimes on this attacker side to T1. We'll see. Pistol round, who knows? Send out a very early dart.
Where is that going?
It hit the back wall ahead of the screen. So you're checking back pillar, basically. I was wondering where that was going to land, too. That was...
Sometimes with Stacks on Silva, I don't know if it's actually going to land on the map.
That's true.
He's been hell of a lot better, though.
Yes.
Less the ridicule. As Buzz looking to try to take some space. The flash connecting, and oh my god, Xpharaoh! That is disgusting. Follow from T1, however, still going to be very solid as Izu comes away with 2 kills, and suddenly Monyet and Crazy Guy, the last one standing. See the ring there from the spike plant. Monyet unable to find the catch, though. Slides in, comes away with 2 kills of his own. Salvos to go ahead, hold on the peak, but Monyet re-peeks it, finds one relay, bolt sent, and Monyet delivers! The 4K, he's saluting him across the stage. He's back on his feet as he holds down the defuse, and my god, what a disgusting pistol round from Monyet.
Oh, this is so funny. We were just talking about the old GE team that was just disgusting on their pistol round. And Monyet was a big piece of that puzzle. What a moment from here. Finds a beautiful timing while Sylvan's trying to go into Astral form. Izu tries to bail him out. Monyet's not having any of it. Throws a great relay bolt. And down goes Meteor. Sylvan, no.
Just holding down 4. Unreal. I mean, that's very reminiscent of the ace pistol that Monyet had versus Paper Rex after he'd been removed from the team, picked up by RRQ. We're just off to the races though here as Buzz was trying to up the tempo, had a shorty in hand, quickly got cut down to size. 3 players down on the side of T1. RRQ looking at having a flawless round.
For sure. Just brilliant stuff from Monyet. So much confidence on the Neon. Stacks gets the orb and everybody's waiting.
Hello.
Oh,
okay.
That one.
Down A.
Does find one, but weapon obviously able to be picked up. Someone would be in a great spot to get a plant, but the spike is dropped outside of A main.
Yeah, Sylvan's.
And I mean, RRQ now, it's all about process of elimination. They say, well, he's probably behind us somewhere.
Well, Sylvan's in the same conundrum. He has no idea where anybody is. Just trying to suss things out. Of course, with the spike there, RRQ knows they can wait, collect Sylvan's orb relatively reasonably, as long as you got all the angles covered. Okay.
That they do. All right. Well, damn near flawless. All the weapons going to be carried forward here from RRQ. T1 back in with the buy. As they seek some form of stability here. You see, yeah, that first pump of the shorty just a bit off from Buzz. Unable to find that kill, unable to really find that damage. And RRQ very swiftly beat them back.
Yeah, it has looked a little bit shaky for Buzz on the Neon today. He's 4-13. So that's pretty shocking. Meteor 18-9 though. Goodness. Just kind of doing usual things for him.
And Salvo's just to escort forward Jemkin. Gets on a very deep line here. T1 should be suspicious of this.
Well, they've got 3 players stacked up for this, so seems like they're kind of at least anticipating something.
Oh, finds the first. Izu eating a little bit of follow-up damage, but Jemkin unable to escape. But 3 players are still nearby on this site. It feels like T1 are falling into the trap set here by RRQ.
Right there.
There's not much ambiguity about it. Throwing a lot of util, but now they're changing directions. Through the clone deep. They're letting Meteor do a little bit of exploration. Pops the vice wall.
Who's next?
They're gonna try to catch some people's changing directions off the back of that. Use the ult, identify their locations, see if they can get it done.
Okay, well, Izu able to find the flash connection there, but doesn't stabilize the spray, so Xferal fighting back for 1. Meteor on that flank does get noticed, so Monyet now sights turned over here towards the site, swoops in, finds Stacks. Sylvan now all on his lonesome. Monyet, congratulations on the 1,000th kill. You might have just gotten your team a bonus conversion if Cushy is able to capitalize. 72 health remaining here on Sylvan. Still some thorns to play around with. Cushy just going to creep forward, swaps out the weapon, holding it to half. Sylvan, if he swings now, will find it. Will be able to do so. So no bonus conversion to be found. T1 close the gap back down to 1 round separating, but 4 players lost.
Good even.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of extra time taken. A pump of the brakes from T1 opens up just a little bit of extra space to get that first kill, but then Monyet just comes swinging right back in after taking out Meteor through mid. Finds 2 huge kills, but Sylvan coming up big when they need him most. It's good, yep. And that's the 1,000th kill for Monyet. Very impressive player. He's been so tremendous throughout the years across a bunch of different teams.
Former land kill record holder.
It's true. This is also another interesting point of fact for today. This is the 100th map Stacks has played.
Yes.
In Pacific.
That is correct. We did have that. T1 getting all kinds of little anniversaries and accolades within the last week and a half here across the organization. Faker had his 1,000th game.
Wow. He's kind of been playing for forever, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it was last week he had his 12th anniversary, so.
Oh my god. Oh, Meteor. Ooh. Just a scrape of damage on the crazy guy. Salvos has the concuss, so could provide quite a bit of delay here. If you can get a good read. Heard some shots, so they're actually going to try to push mid. Turret's there to get identification of that. But actually, T1, if they keep pressing forward, they could find a timing, but I could see RRQ, everybody starting to look in this direction. Well, the timing seems to be now.
30 seconds left.
Slide in, Gen.G dragging across, finds Buzz there. Back of the head, Izu. Low on HP, but Meteor able to break things open a little bit. Gen.G gets taken down, but he's able to find Cushy there for the follow-up. Continuing to get scrappy. Cushy comes away with a second. Izu flushes them out of dugout. Now finds himself all alone.
Time.
10 seconds remaining, as you say, that is a hell of a risky one there. Plant to come through. Start going to be set up, looking for the concuss, but Izu is able to swing just in front of it. What a brutal microplay there from the Yoru on T1. Narrowly dragging them over the finish line here in the round to tie things up at 8-8 and break down the economy of RRQ.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. I think Xpharaoh, if he had, it's tough because if he tries to press forward and it's a fake plant of the spike and he just gets killed, that he can't win out on time. And if maybe Izu had faked the tap, there's a whole bunch of little back and forths going there. But yeah, like Izu.
Frame perfect for when the concuss hits him. He has the headshot.
It's crazy.
Xpharaoh basically doing everything correct, but still not being rewarded for it. Sometimes them's the breaks. Gen.G gonna be looking for maybe a bit of a one and done, and he's not allowed to escape as Izu once again snappy with a headshot, gets a punish before that gate crash can come through. B site now open for the taking as they continue to scale forward and try to confirm this one. Moniette swinging out. Oh, Meteor still wide awake, still snappy. Looks for a little bit more as Xpharaoh gonna look to try to catch him by surprise and looks for the timing and finds it. Knows that he's good for it as soon as that reload it does get sent out.
Xpharaoh tapped the orb, he's like, oh wait, I already have my ult.
Yep. I don't want that, I want the gun.
Well, that's a nice win. Crazy guy hiding and profiting with the stinger.
Does go ahead, pick up a judge. Not in a position to try to challenge him towards Halls though, so it will be difficult to really put that to any kind of solid value. Or use, I should say, but Cushy. Sheriff finds one, looks for the second, just a hair off, and Sylvan a little bit faster with that headshot, but now the backstab gets ready to come through, but Xpharaoh was unable to find the kill. Sylvan scouted out, suppressed, just dancing around the pillar. The time starting to get away here from the side of RRQ. They're still making this costly. And Stacks, in all likelihood, not gonna, he commits the ult for this one.
This is risky.
Xpharaoh's gonna look to just try to run him down. I mean, Stacks, he will confirm the round victory here just on the time alone, but I think RRQ not gonna be too bothered by that one. Able to find the Hunter's Fury as they go for a thrifty attempt overall. That's gonna be a great consolation prize.
Yeah, as far as eco rounds go, outside of winning it, that's about as good as it gets. To force out that big ultimate of Stacks, to find that pick onto Meteor. Some really nice Sheriff shots from Xpharaoh. Everybody, or excuse me, Phantom shots from Xpharaoh once he picked up the gun. Sheriff shots from Cushy. Everybody really starting to come online, and Buzz still stuck on 4 kills. He is just having a rough go of it on the Neon today. Izu's starting to heat up though. It can be one of those win conditions for a T1 when he just starts kicking indoors on that Yoru. And there's not much the opponents can do, especially on some of these good combos he has off the util. Pops a good flash on you, and it's curtains. But they're just sending out some fake info, trying to bait out contact over towards mid. And then actually, Izu uses the ult and TP's over. So he sent out util over on the other side to make it look like he was there to try to fake out that he wasn't coming A, but it's pretty good recognition here by RRQ. Great flash.
Armageddon sent Izu pushing in front of that. Gets the transfer over as he finds Cushy. Moniette, go ahead, barrel stuffs, finds one. Slide forward, Judge looking for the damage, but Moniette comes away with a second one. Now going to be pinged out here. Slides back across, and Sylvan finally is able to put him down. As the dust settles, it's going to be Gen.G and Xpharaoh. Meteor dancing around the back though. Maybe suspecting that one of these players has already worked their way forward, but he's not checking in towards Secret for the moment. So Xpharaoh, an opportunity to try to get the jump. Right now the players just aren't drifting into line of sight here for him until Stacks does right then. Xpharaoh comes away with another, and suddenly it's all down to Meteor. Tap the defuse, pushes forward into the smoke. Now the turret set up. Has the lockdown as well if he wants to send it, but trusts in his own ability here, trusts in the time that they have available. Now has all the info that he needs, it would seem. As there you go, from behind, a Red Bull clutch, this time racked up by Meteor, and T1 get up to double digits.
This is so wild. I mean, you're seeing great moments from RRQ players. Monyet on the Neon has been really tricky, but again, it's easy to kick things off a really cool idea with his ultimate. And even though there's some recognition that it's going to be an A hit by T1 from RRQ's side, they aren't expecting that Izu had already gotten to where he was, and he catches two players really off guard. And man, oh man, Meteor, again, so smart in those post-plant situations. Hard to play it better than he did right there. Just creeping in, slow walking the whole time behind the first diffuser, and then can set up his turret for the identification of the second. Just watch one side, you know the turret's got the other. Brilliant stuff. Some Meteor fans. Yeah, I know, the weather is bad today. I agree.
Yes. Bit of a rougher journey to get over to the Sungang Coliseum here today.
It was an adventure,
but
to say the least.
The fans have still made their way out to show support. As once again, I mean, you know, at least for the Korean fan base, another solid day as you have T1 here, then Gen.G in the follow-up. You get to watch good old RRQ as well as Global Esports look to challenge these teams and challenge them. So far, RRQ certainly has. But right now, they find themselves down by 2 rounds. Meteor, another lockdown available here for him, but 3 ults to work with, critical ones for RRQ. We'll see if the timeout call is to help put those to better use.
Was the shotgun again, last time shut down by Monyet. They get the identification. Slow creeping their way forward. Some smokes from RRQ. Try to bait out a little bit of contact, but just a bit of a fallback for Crazy Guy and company. Turret to watch T1's back. This seems to be A the whole way.
Drone pretty much only spotting out one player there. Slide forward, I think.
He did.
Yeah, Buzz does take a nasty amount of damage, but this time the judge is hitting a little bit different. 2 kills found. Economy a little bit wobbly. Jemkin 650 behind, 1800 for 2 of the players. Loss bonus very much is in effect though, so they're gonna look to try to play this out.
There they are.
There's a ping on the 1. Xpero going to be noted in that astral form. There's Cushy thinking that maybe he had free access, just walk in, try to catch a timing, but Meteor sets no. Goes down, Stacks has the follow-up, closes things out with a second. T1 now up 11-8. RRQ needing to run back 5 in a row if they want to avoid an overtime.
And this is
pretty much.
Yeah. It is a much cleaner post plan. Obviously weaker weaponry. Crazy Guy did get the dink off the Buzz when he was sliding in there. That's unbelievable that even hits him with how fast he was going, but I mean the RRQ players, they look sharp today for the most part, but
yeah.
T1 has been able to find those hero moments themselves, be able to punch back there, but that in particular was a much better post plan for T1. Players are watching their angles better. Nobody's trying to overcommit to an angle or just hold an angle on their own. Have all the information. Do a nice job locking it down. Meteor toying around in mid. Jemkin trying to tuck in the corner to see if he can catch Meteor off guard. You know, there's been no contact from RRQ at all in the mid. So you're trying to use that conditioning a little bit against T1, I suspect, to make Meteor think there's some open space there. Surely I can just walk through art. Won't be that big of a deal. Ice wall popped and 4 members of T1 on the other side.
Gonna be a fake TP send here. Tuck into the corner. Next Sparrow now presence. Notice he comes away with a second. Buzz similarly going to be taken down. And this hit is absolutely not going T1's way. Lockdown, however, looks to turn the tides as they recover their weaponry. And this does leave Xpero on a bit of an island.
Surely they got to realize.
He's just going to fight in. He finds the timing here before the chain comes through. Stacks might not die, but he goes down to 11 HP. And that puts all of the pressure on Meteor's shoulders.
30 seconds left.
Plant being stuck, Meteor already going to be taken down. And there you go, RRQ. Once again, breaking a 5-round win streak from T1 to try to restabilize. They bring the gap now to just 2.
Yeah, that's That's got to be a frustrating one, but I see this all the time with teams across the planet where they don't check the back of screens, and then the player behind it just gets a multi-kill for free. It just be like that sometimes. I mean, you're trying to cut off the angles, you know, using that fast lane and other util, but yeah, just spray him down.
I love Mario.
I do too. He's the emotional leader of that team. You know, you saw, if you were watching the huddle beforehand, he's the one that was leading the chant. He's the one who's getting hyped up. He's the one standing up and letting them know. Love to see it from Monyet. Speaking of, he's got some ultimates.
Here, a shot. Oh. He's coming away with 2. Buzz, Meteor, both going to be taken down. Sylvan fights back for 1. As, I mean, the crossfires here, just overwhelming. The Stacks just sprinting here. Rotates around back over in towards window. They don't have any kind of confirmation that he actually pumped the brakes in this position or if he's just working his way in towards A, but they have the shear wall, so until that goes up, they just say, well, he's probably there, and they are correct.
Yeah.
Great crunch round from the side of RRQ. Now we're just 1 away from tying it up.
And what a round to call this on. Not only because it catches T1 off guard, but because now T1's economy is in shambles. You've got that ult. You put some trust into Monyet and Jemkin to get the job done. Great stuff from RRQ. Love the change of pace. There you go. Monyet on his feet again, letting him know.
Now you get kicked over towards a thrifty attempt here for T1. Stinger going to be bought by Izu.
Revealing area.
Goes down the 900. Otherwise, a couple sheriffs behind Buzz just with the classic and the overdrive, but pinned into the corner and dead. Jemkin able to go ahead and pick up the pieces. Izu similarly going to be taking down that Stinger, not finding a lick of damage. Everyone unscathed for the moment. What? But suddenly, Sylvan with 2 stacks with 1.
What happened?
We'll have to see it in the replay. Either way, a Vandal going to be scooped up. That goes into the hands of Meteor. The Cosmic Divide immediately going to be called down here onto the site. Thorns, doesn't matter. Cushy is dead on the floor. Stacks goes for the plant. And it looks like they're going to leave him implanted here on the site. But given that he has the Hunter's Fury, I'd honestly rather see him go into the more disconnected position. But T1, how have they gotten to this position here? The push out. The instant shot to the cheek there from Sylvan. As Jemkin will go down. And this is going to be a gut punch to RRQ. Sylvan with a 4K gets T1 a thrifty win to get up to map point.
Match point.
Well, I talked about it earlier, about how good T1 is on ecos, and that's why. So much talent on this team. Unreal. Oh my God. And Stacks wins from up on top of the pipe. Sylvan was reading that the whole time. He was standing behind that Cosmic Divide. He put his own smoke as well to try to play that angle. You know, expecting the player to walk through the Cosmic Divide, holding the wall, and he read it from the get-go. Oh, here we go.
They're gonna get scrappy again. This time Monyet able to come away with the first kill. Izu quickly fights back, stun connecting, tucks in behind the box. Crazy Guy desperately tries to exit, but Sylvan's right there on top of him. T1 looking to bring this map to another quick and chaotic conclusion here in round number 23.
Beautiful recon dart from Stacks in the midst of all of that. Got identification on both of those players. Bailed out T1.
Dimensional drift, checking things out. Players going to be noted. Sylvan going to fall to the wayside here. Izu coming away with 1 though, and now is all on Jemkin, and he will be felled. The 3K from Izu, and some absolute insanity from T1 and RRQ as they close out the map 13 to 11. Good God, what a map.
Madness. I mean, just so many hero plays, so many multi-kills on both sides. Monyet was playing so well on that Neon. X-Pharaoh on the Astra, looking comfortable, one of his most played agents, so kind of makes sense that he feels pretty good there. But man, oh man, I mean, T1 just, Meteor came out the beginning of that map and was just destroying.
All I want, and yeah, it was a little bit of a soft start, you know, but we start getting that 5-round streak from T1. I'm like, here we go.
Yep, I know, I thought it too.
You know, all right, they're making, they're slowing down. They're not able to get these plants across. Nope. Run it back, 6-6 at the half into this. I mean, this map had pretty much everything other than an overtime. And I'm just fingers crossed, given that this is T1's map pick and we have Icebox coming up, and this is going to continue, because my God, this was a very fun map to Pearl.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I really hope that RRQ is able to take Icebox. I think they can. I mean, I think they should feel confident. There's just small macro mistakes in the beginning of this that cost them a couple big rounds. You can't afford to make those mistakes against T1, so hopefully they can learn from that, go into Icebox, come in with that kind of aggressiveness that I think was working for them. We saw it on the defender side too. They started to get aggressive. That caught T1 off guard. Keep those things in mind, and there's a real hope we're going to see Lotus.
Well, that would be absolutely incredible here, given how these two teams just played on Pearl. And you know what? I love this region. I love that Pacific. We can always rely on them to be the Van Helsing to the entertainment vampires that is every other region out there.
What?
You know you're always going to be in for a good time here, Pacific. We'll go ahead and go to back to the analyst desk to break down all of the action from that opening map.
I dig that energy. I agree with that.
The Van Helsing to every other region. Wow.
Yeah, I think we got what we came for, which was a damn good start to the series between RRQ and T1. It was neck and neck, gentlemen. We were talking about how close every single round was, and we really didn't know which way this was going to end. And for a short while, it looked like it would have been RRQ's.
Yeah, I thought RRQ played really well that game. If anything, it was their map to lose a lot of times. You know, we can see it here in the First Bloods. They absolutely dominated T1.
You got double the First Bloods, you don't win.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
my God.
And double pistol.
And double pistol. That's rough.
It's hard. I mean, this was their game to lose totally. We saw so many rounds go right down to the wire, right down to those 1v1s, and big performances across these both teams, especially from Monyet and Meteor. A demon in that first half.
He put Buzz in the backpack. That's how good this guy is. Buzz didn't even do anything. He was dangling his little feet. He was chilling on the neon, like, honestly. And I don't think I've even seen that from Buzz in a very long time. But that is the quality of this T1 team. There is always someone else to carry the weight. But I, quite frankly, feel like you could say the same thing about RRQ here. I mean, Monyet and Xfero were kind of the standouts for me. Kushi was pretty decent on the Vice as well, but he wasn't having as much impact as the other two for sure. Xfero and Monyet really impressed me. We're in a team where I really consider Jemkin and Kushi kind of being the standouts.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he had a good start on the first half, at least anyway, Kushi, until it swapped sides. But we saw something really interesting on the defense side, especially with Meteor beyond his clutching.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if we look at some of these highlights here, I mean, this is quintessential Pearl defense from T1. They've got a very good defensive side. If you go back through their last couple of games, their defense has been the stronger of the two, and over in Masters Bangkok, their defense was what got them into OT against G2 and was a little better against EDG as well, whereas their attack was a little more rough, which on an attacking sided map, is pretty solid skill set to be able to have, and that's thanks to Meteor. Your Killjoy is so valuable at having certain utils to hold down the middle of the map, as well as how aggressive he can be in the mid round, but also Izu is the other side of that dynamic to the stable anchoring force, where your Yoru is this disruptive force that gets in the face of the attackers and slows down whatever they're doing and finds opening picks.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very, very strong defense, and I think RRQ did well to even fight their way back. I was definitely getting worried for them. When Meteor starts going crazy like that, it's hard to come back from. But over on the other side of the coin, we really want to highlight Monyet. Now, for me, Monyet's somebody who's been a little bit quieter over the past couple of weeks.
He's been on smokes duty, mate.
Yeah, but, I mean, this game, he was going absolutely mental on the Neon. I was so happy to see him on this role. I feel like it was sort of made for him. Monyet is the kind of guy who has so much fun when he plays. He wants to be able to go do crazy stuff, and we saw it this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you even saw some set plays coming in there for RRQ. I really liked the crunch that they did up towards tile side with the Neon ult. MVP goes to Meteor. This guy won so many clutches. He had so many unbelievable multi-frag rounds. I mean, this is why people consider him the best Sentinel in the world, even though he doesn't even play that much Sentinel anymore. The dude's on Duelist half the time.
Yeah, it's the master of masters. It's Meteor. Now, Monyet, you were just talking about him and how you're delighted to see him play to, you know, the potential that he has. And you're right, I completely agree with you. You could see how much fun he has on the Neon. You could see it on the player cam when he was saluting.
Yeah.
So it was a little salute to the other team there. It's just, it fits his personality, like you said.
I mean, Monyet is a chaotic man. That's how I would describe him. You can hear him laughing in half the replays.
Perfect agent.
Neon is the perfect agent for him. You know, this double duelist for RRQ has a lot of potential. We saw Monyet really step up. And as I say, Monyet has not been the highlight of this RRQ roster over the past few weeks, over this year, but looks better today.
Those are very, very respectable stats. Those are great stats going up against T1. A couple of first kills. That pistol round win was phenomenal.
Yeah,
that was a highlight round from Monyet that you used to see a lot more of. I feel like we haven't seen as many of that. So with his role as the secondary duelist in this team with Gen.G, it's interesting because a lot of teams are shifting into double duelists, and that forces other players onto other roles that might be uncomfortable for them. But in this case, I actually feel like it kind of worked for RRQ, despite the fact that you did see Kushi play his first game of Vice ever and shift into the Senti role. You actually did have a lot of players that had some more comfortable agents, as I think Clinton mentioned over on the cast. Xfero, his most played agent is Astra. That was very comfortable territory for him, and they're able to flex into the double duelist, and it didn't look very uncomfortable for RRQ. I thought it was great, especially on this map where it's something like Yoru and Neon. When they're playing like ISO on Gen.G, I don't think it's as good of a fit, but in this particular combo, I think works really well for them.
Yeah, so I think the ideas were right. I think they were definitely moving in the right directions and countered T1 pretty well until they did.
I mean, they just lost every 1v1 and then they got sheriffed.
This is the story of these two teams, where I feel like RRQ often play really well but somehow don't win, and T1 don't look like the best team then end up winning. It's the story for both of these teams, and we just saw it play out on this map 1. I thought that was RRQ's game to take, and they just couldn't get over the line, where T1 always seemed to manage to find a way.
Yeah.
What is it? It's the clutch factor?
It's clutch it.
I mean, it's Meteor cleaning it up?
Those 5 rounds in a row after Pistol and Anti-Eco were like a 1v1 every single time, and T1 won every clutch in a row. Time and time again, reset RRQ's money, and then when RRQ finally had a good answer, which I was talking about, that shop crunch that they did up through B long and straight through double doors, and they crunched mid, completely caught T1 off guard. They won that round. That should be the swing round that wins you the game, and then you get sheriffed because T1 has just got such phenomenal individual skill, and Sylvan even was having clutches and sheriff multi-frags in that game, and that's the player that you're probably least scared of on T1.
Yeah, well, one thing's for sure, none of us picked Meteor as our flex player or Sentinel player. I don't know if it was a mistake, though, because Meteor does play duelist, as you mentioned, Pilsky, on maps like Icebox and Lotus. So, yeah, I think this is going to be interesting going into Icebox now. We haven't seen RRQ play it for stage 1, but you had an interesting tidbit from history.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the last time these two teams played actually was RRQ's last time playing Icebox, which was in the off-season. T1 was still playing a chamber comp back then, but a little bit different. RRQ was playing a pretty standard comp that you'd expect. So there is some familiarity from the last time that these two teams did play. But T1, this is a map they've shown weakness on. Secret worked them out just the other day, and they looked like they were very, very convincing in terms of game planning for how T1 likes to play. So I want to see if T1 goes for the same approach here, because they are one of the teams that doesn't like to change too much.
Yeah, I absolutely think they will, and I think that's exactly what the RRQ coaching staff are hoping for. I think they'll have some good reads. They've not picked this map for no reason. I think they can definitely watch back T1's previous games and see those holes, see that weaknesses. It is a more individual-oriented comp when you have Reyna and Chamber as kind of your stars there. So I think I want to see T1 be a little bit different. They're probably going to play the same comp, but what new ideas have you been able to bring? And from RRQ's side, what counters have you been able to find? Show me why you're picking this map.
Oh, absolutely. And I think at this point, I mean, you boys picked RRQ to win for today.
Yeah.
And while I picked T1, I do think we are going to get a full series today. I'm expecting RRQ to figure things out.
Yeah, I think so. And looking at this, very interesting for RRQ. I mean, it isn't that different from what they were playing in the off-season. It kind of reminds me of what we've seen from Boom, actually, where you're mixing the Teo in instead of the Gecko and you're playing a very standardized comp. They will get to start out on defense with their map pick because T1 have picked attack here.
Yeah, I mean, T1 sticking with what they know. We see the Reyna and we see the Chamber, this very unique style that they love to bring. on their attack. It's all about contacting, getting that space for free. That's what they love to do. But this comp should shine a lot more in the defense.
I mean, yeah, the thing is, it didn't work against Secret. I feel like Secret played anti-contact very well. So I want to see T1 play a lot more lurk heavy, to be honest. Although there is a hard senti there on the side of RRQ, so mid's going to be a little harder.
All right, well now we have the DJ music, and that's what I was talking about. We are going to go back to Achilles and Paper Thin.
That's the Secret Victoria. I knew exactly what you were talking about, but the music wasn't there, and it makes you look foolish. So I, therefore, get to have some fun with it. Anyway, let's have some fun with his second map. Back and forth brawl to start things off there on Pearl. Now we once again jump into Icebox, which has been a bit of a thorn in the side here for T1. 13-9 the scoreline when Secret was able to take them down last week. Let's see how RRQ does fare.
Yeah, I mean, this T1 comp is so execute heavy. Like, everything just has to be in the right place at the right time. Look at this triple stack from RRQ. High, low.
Well, instantaneous is Jemkin with that. Meteor swiftly dealt with. 2 players going to be noted there by the 0 point.
Well,
obviously, space going to be given up here too, but nothing there to really note this. So they do get Buzz on a deep lurk, but this is understood by RQ. They know what they have given up for the most part.
Yep.
Though Crazy Guy still at risk. He doesn't get forward onto the Raptor, and he is able to do so. Buzz does find Cushy, though, in transit, and Sylvan somehow wins out that fight. Xpharaoh going to be taken down.
Oh, Crazy Guy's in trouble.
Yeah, Buzz able to find another one. Jemkin does go ahead. Delivers a shot to the back of the head. Sylvan down to 50. Sheriff Shot will go ahead and take him out. Jemkin and Moniette, 2 powerhouses from the first map, looking to deliver here to try to get a third pistol win in the set.
1 enemy remaining.
Izu finding 1. Jemkin with everything to do. Finds himself a third, but cannot get the 4th and 5th. Would have been a very nice ace clutch, but T1 will go ahead and find their first pistol win here.
Well, it seems like T1 heard Pilsky on the desk saying he wanted T1 to try to do some lurks, to try to explore the map. And it's really well thought out there as well. You know, Buzz pushing past some of those angles until there's contact over at A. As soon as the 0 point lands, get some identification, that's when Buzz peeks out of kitchen a little bit. He checks towards the defender side spawn. I don't know if he saw Crazy Guy or not, but then he's able to recheck the other angle, catch the player coming up from the B site, get that first kill, and then Crazy Guy's in an awkward spot where he's trapped between the main force of T1 and Buzz. And Buzz is able to best him with the Headhunter. Really nicely dialed up there by T1.
Buzz is something that we're going to have our eyes on, you know, under the microscope here on this map, because it's not just about the performance on Pearl, but also the last time out versus Secret wasn't finding that much value with the chamber at all. Granted, all of T1 looked very scattered with his composition. But looking for that stronger individual impact here from Buzz. Meteor, though, up over the top, able to find Cushy, finding Moniette, potentially finding Jemkin as well. He will come strafing forward. It's going to be Buzz to take that one away with the Ghost in hand. Back over in towards mid. Final shots will come in. And that is going to be a flawless anti-eco from the side of T1, starting off Icebox, attack 2-0.
Yeah, so now we get to see really more of what the game plan is for RRQ. That first round was kind of interesting because sometimes with this T1 comp, a lot of what it comes down to is nice stuff. Izu there, able to get the spot off the utility, get his own kill. But one of the important things for this T1 comp is finding the right moments to get the Leer to hit, to get the flashes to hit from stacks. And if you can get ahead of that or get behind it, like we saw Team Secret often getting behind it, just letting that util come and then playing for retake, and then there isn't much left in the tank other than firepower for T1.
Oh, 0 points exchanged. Crazy Guy does find Meteor over at Belt. Sylvan only able to trade 1 back as this round is very swiftly getting out of hand here for T1. Sylvan Izu, last one standing, only the enemy Tejo dead. And pretty much everybody stacked up now on this A site. Looking to make this a nigh impossible go. Swing onto the corner. Sylvan does do well to actually come away with 1. Jemkin going to be put down. Izu now watching. Xpharaoh suddenly does die. Cushy now at risk. Pop flash, looking for the timing, but Izu doesn't peek until the flash is gone. And now suddenly, this round has been swung absolutely on its head. The tap of the plant Moniette. Weapon drawn out, knows that it's not a real plant. Full kit available to Izu. But how does he try to utilize it?
He might have read that there was going to be a rotate.
He has no clue. I don't think he has any idea. He's just going to face in for it, and Moniette will be able to put him down. So The anti-bonus somewhat rescued here. T1 not allowed to get the conversion, but once again, I mean, similar scenes to what we witnessed over on Pearl. It's a devastating round.
It's, again, early ideas are good for RRQ. Getting ahead of the T1 utility puts them in a bad spot, but then you fall back and start giving up some of these, trades, and that starts sliding into T1's favor, and you can't give those up to them because they'll punish the heck out of you with their firepower, with their rifling. That's the one thing you can't let this comp do, is just take dry contact against them. Unless you're way ahead of them. But that round, they kind of took their foot off the gas pedal a little bit too much.
Safe 0-point placement there from Cushy. Does go ahead and confirm, I believe, presence on the 4, so there's no ambiguity about this whatsoever. RRQ knows that T1 in droves are here on this A side. It's a matter about, is there a lurk? That's why you still see that linger back from Monyet across the map. Jemkin able to open things up, and Sylvan's going to be taken down. Meteor up over the top, considering going for the peak, but does not. As Stacks goes in for the fight, and he manages to catch 3! Looking for that 4th. Crazy Guy is down to a sliver. And now Stacks is maybe on for an ace. Salvo's going to be sent. They'll offset him. Hey, go off, King. Go on the hunt. Call your steed.
He's looking for it, and he knows.
Can Crazy Guy play spoiler here? It's not very often that we get to see Stacks in for the ace, but he will go ahead and lock it down as the crowd goes absolutely wild. T1 3-1 off the back of Stacks going nuclear.
And he stood up and he waved over at RRQ after that one. My word, Stacks. I mean, he's swinging this box, and I'm like, why? Oh. Like,
they're headshots too.
Yeah, he's got 3 players looking at him. By all rights, he should at best be getting a 1 and done. But somehow, some way, it Stacks. My oh my. Wait a minute.
Couple players there off that 0 point.
Oh.
I wasn't going to say anything. You didn't have to make noise.
Nope.
Paperton had a misunderstanding about something on the
Nope,
UI.
I read my sheet backwards. That's all I'm going to say.
A tuck away. Just that classic in hand, but T1 not liking what they're not seeing. Slowly drift away. Turret set up. There's some contact there at Kitchen. It's a tiny little tuck over onto the side there from Xfero.
I mean, that's a heartbreaking round for RRQ, that previous one. Have a great read on what T1 wants to do, and you can't stop it. That's a gut punch. Jemkin, though, blades in hand. Can be a difference maker for sure, but with Stacks head his ultimate, can shut that right down.
Yep, Knives just going to be taken away. Just that shorty for now. Stacks once again pushing forward here towards backside, looks for the transfer. Takes a little bit longer this time, but still is able to go ahead and find the eliminations. 2 players knocked down. Buzz taking his time. Just lining it up, checking the wind direction. And finds it, and Stacks in position to go ahead and get the final shutdown kill. Another 3K. Stacks moves up, I believe, 8-1, and it's flawless as T1 get up 4-1.
Yeah.
A lot of ones in that sense.
And it's also, yeah, T1 doing great things in this round. Stacks continuing, just frag out of control. Great lurk again from Buzz. So he's being really patient there in mid. You might have to send a player over there, a little bit of util, yeah, to deal with Buzz. I think that's what this RRQ timeout is going to be about, is, hey, let's make sure Buzz is dealt with. Let's be a little bit more patient if we're going to have to play for retake. Like, if you've got that full death ball coming at you, okay, you can maybe get the pick and get out of there. But think back to what Team Secret was doing. They were playing outside of the A building. They're playing back on ramp. They're playing over towards, mid boiler and things like that, waiting for T1 to try to get to that plant spot, and that's when they would start letting loose with some of the util. Use those Tejo salvos to delay the defuse. That's what was really setting T1 off balance, was that util that would come in when T1 was trying to plant. So in this case, RRQ has the Tejo, so they can potentially do that. And that's what I'm really looking for, is to set T1 off balance. Don't let them get ahead of the curve. You know, some of the rounds where you're able to, the round where you're able to win, you got ahead of the curve. You were the ones that were taking the fight to T1. Now you've got an operator for both sides. Buzz has one, Jemkin has one. Not going to be dueling in mid, though. It seems like RRQ was going to send Jemkin over onto Buzz watch, but Buzz is maybe going to go up towards the top of belt first. A little bit of identification of some positions, but a deep, deep dart. And it bounces up and onto the wall. Gets cleared, but that was a cool one to watch.
Yeah, nice little setup. There's Lear forward. Empress now popped here from Meteor. Jemkin with that operator. Bringing it to bear over towards this A site, and they know that everyone's contained here. Maybe a slight little lurk into mid as Monyet, though, goes out over into the attacker spawn. Meteor immediately going to be shut down. A nice headshot there from Cushy. Puts Serena on the floor. Fragment into the corner. Not going to be finding some damage, but Izu trying to go for the plant. Has to draw off this one. Pop flash onto the corner, but Izu able to turn from it. Re-steadies, finds the enemy KO. Spike now on the floor, though. Monyet arrives in from behind, and clearly the message is not relayed fast enough. 2 kills there as Buzz caught off guard, and RRQ will find some stability, get themselves a second-round win.
And not a significant change-up from T1 versus what we saw from the previous rounds, except that they bring Buzz into the A push with the operator, so there's nobody watching mid, and the whole time RRQ's going, no contact, keep pushing, keep pushing. All right, we're gonna hold on site, wait for them to try to plant, and that's when we make our move to strike. Very, very well thought up. A great timeout from RRQ. Pays off immediately. Still enough in the bank, though, for T1 to buy another op. And this time, well, they're doing it again.
And Dart gets the ping. And say maybe they won't expect that we run it twice in a row.
Surely. Well, at least Buzz is, like, immediately looking behind him.
A little bit off on that one. Meteor unable to find the punish. Just spotting out the killjoy there. Backside Stacks. Jiggling on the corner. Looking to once again try to be the opener here as Suppression continues to pulse across. They waited out. Rez now no longer available, but Crazy Guy finds one. And that fully disrupts here as Sylvan going to be taken down, and T1 start to scatter. You can tell that first kill coming through. T1 was not ready for that at all. Buzz now just having to stay tucked back, wary about that potential flank that they saw from Monyet in the previous round, as he's going to be flushed out a little bit more into the open here. On belt, Monyet down from below will find the headshot to get rid of the operator. Close out a flawless RQ. Now 1 away from tying this up.
Yep, and now you're starting to see RRQ doing what Team Secret was doing to T1. Just waiting a little bit, avoiding a lot of that utility. Valir doesn't really get much value in that situation. Stacks, you know, yeah, you're able to wait out the KO wall. Can't find a moment to really get his flash to connect. So if you can keep those kind of win conditions away from T1, don't give the operator any opportunities. From Buzz, does have the tour de force. Pop that right off the rip.
Here.
You can basically take rounds into your own hands, and now Jemkin gonna get identified at least by the drone. Buzz back towards mid, tucked into the corner. His X-Pharaoh on the other side, trying to play off contact of his turret. So weird to keep Jemkin off balance.
Trying to keep some interest here.
Yeah, they're really trying to show that this is gonna be B.
Buzz has just held at bay. I mean, you can hear the turret around the back.
I mean, I don't think X-Pharaoh's moving until Spike is planted.
No, absolutely not. And Buzz is just going to have to make his way out of here.
Might have made noise. I thought for a second X-Pharaoh took a look.
Rendezvous might have been hurt. Not sure if it was quite within the distance there. 2 players at A for the moment. 2 more shifting over. Jemkin just going to be left on a late linger there with that operator. A deep line over by Snowman. As your point. Scouts out, I believe, it's just on the 2. Armageddon immediately here as the red carpet gets rolled out for him. Cushy collecting 1 as X-Pharaoh finds another, finds 2 for himself. So the Sheriff will be able to get a little punch out there on him on Yet. Just Buzz and Sylvan, though, left as the lockdown will be invested. RRQ wanting to tie things up here at all costs. Pit, however, going to be sent in, but they're just going to both be detained surely within this. Okay, no, quick exit. Trying to escape. Buzz, quick draw down to the Headhunter, is able to find the kill, but Pit now going to be on the floor as Buzz is detained, and the round is over. Das Vidania. Tie up 4-4. As the coffers of RRQ are starting to get a little bit out of hand.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're really starting to get a read. And some mistakes starting to be shown by T1. That Viper's pit there, a bit of a, in my opinion, a mistake by Sylvan. You need to understand that situation, that there is a lockdown available. So you're just going to be using that ult for essentially nothing. Easy to clear it. There's no hope of you being able to get to the lockdown to clear it yourselves, because you're going to have to play post-plant. T1 going to be taking a timeout. I mean, I think, you know, the mid lurks, good ideas from Buzz, but the rest of the team, a little bit of off balance after that early hot start. Hasn't really been able to clear the back of sight. Make sure Rafters is open. Seems to be a big kind of win condition for T1 on this attacker side, on the A side, is if they can get there and they can clear all of Rafters, then they feel pretty comfortable to get the round to go. And then for RRQ, it's about battling for that space at the right time. When T1 is trying to get their plant and their post plant set up, that's when you strike and disrupt them. And you can avoid a lot of that utility. A lot of T1 fans out there today. See what they can do after this timeout, but it's so hard with this composition because pushing B is really, really tricky, especially if Jemkin's over there with an operator. He's able to clear a lot of your util early, and all you really have other than that is the deep flashes from Stacks to keep him off balance. So as the Jet, he can just kind of play guard duty and buy a ton of time for RRQ if there is a B hit. And over on the A side, I mean, it kind of has to be A with this comp for T1. You don't really have a ton of other options unless you're going up against the Ecos, which maybe not happening again in this half for RRQ the way they're playing.
Not spotting anything to pit in response just off that alarm bot contact. He's looking to fully try to dissuade this, but it looks like T1 want to try to at least maybe hamfist their way into the site, but they're able to find an opening kill. Xfero picked off plant coming through. Fragment offsetting the movements here up on Yet.
Spike planted.
As Buzz is able to find Crazy Guy. I mean, T1, pit will drop here. RRQ now on the back foot. Jemkin swaps over here for the Vandal operator on the ground for the time being. Monyet checks the close corner. Screen dropping, has to pull back away. Buzz going to be picked off, but now it is all Monyet and Jemkin, and can only find that one last little kill there on the Meteor. 3 players left alive. T1, I just say we can coexist with the pit. We'll just live next to each other.
Yeah,
it's fine.
yeah. We can be neighbors. And then Izu just sat there the whole round, just hiding his presence behind the box. I really like that from him, that decision. He just walks back into the pit and hides and waits for his moment to strike, catches Monyet completely off guard. I mean, for T1 this time, it just comes down to winning this fight right around the left-hand side of the A site. So every single round, Meteor's going there to the left of 410. Just goes that way every time.
Yep.
And if he could win that battle, it seems like that's pretty good. So this time they send Buzz to help him, and they're able to win when Xfero tries to go for the timing push across the toxic screen. And that opens up the site just enough that they're able to get that plant down. And then
Util cleared out, the shock dart connects. And that's a lot of Xfero's kit gone. Medium, yep, peek up in towards the Raptor. Monyet taken down. Deep flank here is Jemkin swinging around the back, but eyes are there from T1. Gotten hit from this angle before. They don't want to have it happen again.
This is a...
Oh, finds the first.
Going to be in trouble.
Once again, comms delay is there. As Izu, do they suspect that he's also played Ring Around the Rosie? Oh, they certainly know it now, and he's just not going to be able to get the shots through. Felt like this round was going to be secured here, but Jemkin slips the net, hits 3 players down, and Izu just cannot line up the shots. If he gets one of those kills, there's that opportunity for him to just drop back. Hunter's Fury, play, delay, then go for a retake. Crazy Guy not giving him that window of opportunity whatsoever. 5-5, we say tied up.
Yeah, that's got to be a tilter for T1, because you do everything right except for you don't catch Jemkin on the lurk. And Izu just missed the timing. They had somebody there to do the job.
Nice, guys.
And that's a real problem when you don't have a traditional sentinel back there. Is it requires eyes, and there's quite a few tricky angles that you have to be watching. What a surprise, we're going
RRQ,
A.
I was going to say, I don't know why you fanned out off of this side
don't.
whatsoever, but I guess if they just want to play for retake, then that's more than fine. So
yeah.
Looks like they're just going to look to try to play for retake. At the end of the day, I think they could have just stayed stacked up in the spawn because T1, even versus Secret, was just hitting the A side over and over again. Good amount of damage onto Izu, puts him down to 24 off the back of the fragment and that snake bite. He's still forward. He's at 410. He's got a Hunter's Fury. Surely they try to relocate this Sova, but it looks like they want his crossfire set up here. So he's going to stick around. Meteor's going to be taken down. Izu does manage to find one. Gen.G dead. Stax looking for the transfer once again, unable to find it. Sylvan up over the top, finding the first, looking for the second. Cannot make it happen. Hunter's Fury now. Oh! And oh my God, he just shotgun blasts him with it. Both players stacked up, puts them down. One pump of the bow, and they will fall.
I mean,
like Robin Hood splitting the arrow in twain.
Yeah, really. That's just insane stuff from Izu. Now making up for the last round, just both with one.
It just also feels like such a weird, fast, anticlimactic conclusion of the round. You're like,
yeah.
Oh, it's over.
Surely this is going to go on for another 10, 15 seconds at least. Nope. Nope, it does not.
Getting ready for the MMA fight. They come out and it's just a 4-second knockout.
Exactly.
Oh, I paid $120 to watch this on pay-per-view. Awesome. Oh, pixel out of place, and Gen.G just narrowly gets the reset. Zach's going to be gone, as Sylvan will similarly fall. Armageddon holding off, staving off these two remaining players from T1 on the site. Buzz trying to linger around B. Alarmbot just on his left-hand side.
Yeah, last round in the half. And now T1 just being very diligent. There was a drone, but it didn't get any vision of anything. And already, now the util starts to clear, and immediately RRQ players.
Shock dart's too late, though. The nano comes back in. Further time going to be bought. Now there's salvos. Looking for that boom-esque delay on the plant. Will be able to come through. Buzz noted, nearly take it down. Rendezvous back behind yellow. Keeps himself alive at the moment. Vanya able to find one. Meteor just tucked back. The flash connecting onto Izu. Still finds a single elimination, but now it is all on Meteor's shoulders. 3 players suppressed out. No opportunity to try to go for this one. And line up nearly finds himself a second kill. But similar to Pearl, it's once again going to be 6-6 at the half.
I mean, it is kind of just odd to watch this T1 Icebox composition, because a lot of it just comes down to, were they able to get a flash to connect that was valuable, and were they able to win their trades or win their shots, win their duels, kind of find the right moments to make contact. There isn't much macro play. It's very straightforward what they're doing, which I don't 100% fault T1 for thinking this way, because you have so many cracked shooters on this team that if you just play a composition that's cracked at shooting, but you also have brilliant minds on this team. I mean, you have one of the best lurkers on the planet in Meteor.
Sure.
Of course. Stax, who's a very, very good IGL. I think you could do things on this map besides this.
Oh, you absolutely can. And I mean, cracked aim is only going to take you so far, especially here in the region, because RRQ have shown throughout this map, the previous map, that they're right there with them. They can put up those numbers. They can hit those transfers.
Oh, yeah.
So definitely is not much of a foolproof plan by any means. 6-6.
I mean, I don't think it feels like there's much difference in the firepower today between the two teams. It's everybody coming up with some big moments, some hero plays here and there across the board from both sides. So curious what this defender side looks like for T1. This is a real rough part of the map for them. Generally, I wouldn't feel like 6-6 is good enough for T1. I mean, I think this should be pretty clean for RRQ to move on. Yeah, let's get the leftover win today. That will give T1 the #1 seed confirmed. RRQ just looking to confirm their playoff presence at this point.
Yeah.
And I think we are going to at least hopefully get a Lotus. We'll see. Maybe T1's got some new stuff figured out on this defender side. Trying to set up a really big B crunch. That seems to be the direction that RRQ is leaning. So you got Stax and Meteor together up in kitchen, pushing down 2.
Flashes over to 4 here. 4 Meteor there on that peak. Buzz with the final 1. Jemkin on the floor there, but it's quickly traded out. Again, that 1-for-1. Sylvan not getting caught at all. 0 Point will confirm some presence, and Monyet, wow, is crispy with the ghost. What a shot from him. And now, just pinging out. Wary about any really forward lurk here inside of A main. As Monyet watching this flanker on the back. Stacks though with the classic. Is gonna get a shot in, but Monyet still so damn fast.
Forget it. God. What awareness from Monyet. That first one helps that Cushy lands at 0 Point. Get some information that somebody's close. Because it catches Sylvan. You got Izu, Meteor, trying to do something at A site. Playing right on the left of 410 is Izu. It's a ghost in hand. Has to back the heck out.
0 Point connecting. Suppressor for the moment. Turn to the flash there. As Izu comes away with 2 eliminations, and now a third. And it's just suddenly all undone as Izu. Who's, oh, that was some nice shooting you did earlier, Monyet. How about this? What do you think about this one? 3K, unbelievable. Need to see that back. That is just disgusting. For RRQ, it's, again, one of those just gut punches.
I was just thinking the exact same thing, man. This has got to be infuriating as RRQ. Monyet's playing great, anti-lurk, and then that happens. It's just T1 in a nutshell, man. Like, you know, it's been praising RRQ's firepower, but okay. They bought up for the Outlaw. You see this from time to time.
Yeah, Jemkin does take quite a bit of damage.
Because a lot of teams on these anti-ecos will only buy half armors. Now, Izu does have full armor, but everybody else only half. T1 now, you're going to get a little bit concerned. Because that could very well be this round being turned around.
Believe, I'm actually not sure if the weapon was scooped up. Meteor had dropped. I'm going to assume no. There's a quick reposition here, Buzz. Still going to be playing a bit more of a forward angle. As 0 Point does not connect, wisely is able to avoid that. So he can hold on to the Headhunter here. Sync might just go ahead and further delay. Pop flash at the ready from Cushy. Still has 2 in the back pocket.
You have to be so careful about peeking that angle as Buzz. You know they have the high-low. Oh boy.
Shots out, swings in, looks for the second, finds it. Crazy Guy going to be taken down. Buzz build away at down to 4 HP. Jemkin low in his own right. As the TP comes around, 2 bullets remaining in the Headhunter. Monyet just about to be spotted is. As Buzz looks for the finisher here. 4K, the round effectively already over.
10 seconds.
Spamming out with the right clicks, trying to get this through. 1 bullet left, jumps back, goes for the reload, and Stax is there to go ahead and say, you're not killing my teammate. We're carrying 3 weapons over into this next round. And that's going to be the Outlaw now, getting ready to be used against RRQ.
Yeah, Buzz just threading the needle here. A couple of crucial moments. Jemkin took a lot of damage in that initial exchange. Sylvan with a good peak timing. That gives Buzz the recognition that he needs. That's why he had the comfort to keep watching his right. Sylvan was there to watch the left, and even though Sylvan gets taken down, Buzz right there to step up and come up huge for T1. Yeah, Outlaw in hand. But full armors other than 1 player for RRQ. So not necessarily the scariest thing ever, but Buzz just holding it B long. Jemkin smokes Meteor.
And he does. Izu still, though, a force to be reckoned with, this Crazy Guy. Taken out. Stacks just quick little swap of the weaponry. Ooh, catching a glimpse on the Jemkin and hits the shots to boot. Man. Coming alive here on this map.
He's just crazy today.
Now 4v3. Weaker weaponry still behind here as Stacks widely eating this snake bite, and it's just long enough to linger to be able to find the catch. Kushiawa fighting back. He's going to be put down, Buzz. Trying to make his way over, and Sylvan hits the headshot on the Monyet. And now it is all on Cushy. He was a member of the team, other than Crazy Guy, obviously. Looking to deliver, and he shall. A Red Bull clutch of 3K to go ahead and bail them out in this round. Stop the bonus conversion from coming through, but again, it's 4 players dead. Playing out the anti-bonus.
Yep. It's brutal, to say the least. Ah, God, Sylvan. That is so good. This Cushy, though, he is tremendous. A few nice taps of his own.
Last one tap, damn clean. Woo! Cushy trying to go ahead and remind everybody, yes, I am indeed one of those players that needs to be considered for Rookie of the Year.
He's got his ult, so he could really break open some space while he's trying to hold the angle.
Yeah, tailwind across. 0 point connecting Buzz. Just quickly repositioning, looking to play this safe. Allow for all of T1 to get clustered up. Just Fury gonna come through off the tap. And Crazy Guy does get hit, does get taken down. Spike on the floor there. He's Buzz on the peek out. Gonna find Jemkin up over the top of Yellow, and Meteor out from Snowman. Finds one, Jemkin. Once again, the weight growing here on his shoulders. The flash connects. Backs away, and for now, RRQ are held at bay.
Seems to be good identification here by Sylvan that somebody could be lurking. He's been watching Stacks as well.
Snapping up for play around there for Buzz. Okay, like Sparrow on that backstab. He's able to find Sylvan. Stacks now getting a little bit frazzled, but Izu. Dude, all the way into the back.
Enemy remaining.
Plays to the gap in the window there. Finding one, but Jemkin on for a third. The fourth, and will find it. 8-8, RQ fighting back. Not getting too scattered, given how devastating that previous round was.
This looked like it was going to be a pretty good round for the side of T1 off the rip. They play a little bit of contact. Meteor gets a kill. Izu finds a good Hunter's Fury. It's just, you know, Buzz sees something. Ooh, what was that? Show me that again. Did you see that? Oh my, that was
disgusting. Oh
my God. We need to see that clip like 3 times in a row. In slow-mo. Oh my goodness. Well, Jemkin just murdering T1 players.
Here.
Very, very impressive. Because again, that looked like it's T1's round. It's going to take a hero play. And who this time, I don't know who's next up to bat. This time it was Jemkin. It's been absolute madness. Buzz does have his ult on this eco. Meteor has the hero rifle. Sheriff's otherwise. 4 T1 players. Drone for Izu, not gonna see anything, and RRQ just waiting that out and gonna use that timing, try to retake this space. Izu might even try to push up against that. Oh, just holding the angle.
Teleport's ready.
0 point set. Yep, closes the gap. Means that Tour de Force gets lost. Not much more for Buzz to do. Izu dealt with Xferal, finding the kill. As the rest of T1 basically just gonna have to wait, get clustered up. As the jump peek forward, Buzz spotting out Cushy. Able to find a much quick clear on the Lear. As the 0 point similarly gonna be dealt with. Fragment into the back with Cushy, not really pressured by it. Swaps over the weapon there, and Sylvan gonna be taken down. Buzz managed to get a shot across, but Monyet one tap with the Guardian into Stacks as well. 3 players standing, RRQ. Now Cash aplenty, gain the lead.
Again, just great under situational awareness, good macro play from RRQ. Knowing that they can wait out that drone, then use that opportunity to pop their ult. If Buzz is over here, then he can't use his to shut down your execute, get the plant into place. Monyet, absolutely filthy. That is incredible with that Guardian. Buzz, though, finally has enough money to grab an op, half armor. He's just going to try that play again. Oh, Izu. Up on pipes, gets the first kill.
And goes down to 11 HP.
That's fine.
Quite a bit taken from the salvos. Is still breathing, is still in play for T1. Kushy sliding forward here towards screens. Maybe a timing, and yep, it is going to be found. Meteor finds it, quick dismiss out. It's Monyet. Coming to crossover, up on top of the box. Just tucked in close. The fire squad set up here. Crossfire, Monyet turns back to 180. Able to find one, but cannot clear out Meteor here from the front. Somehow, it's just the one casualty on the side of T1. To answer around back and keep us neck and neck, 9-9 between these two.
Yeah, we could see Buzz trying to set up for the A-Nest push. And Izu goes with him. Flash out early. Gen.G caught by Izu trying to push through belt. And then they're able to just work some really nice crossfires and just around the bottom of the site. Nicely done, T1. Okay, keeping it even. Let's see what RRQ's response is going to be. Izu again there, up on the pipes. TP out from Buzz. Trying to look for that early pick. Able to dodge the drone. Yeah.
You should run.
Working here on the hunt. Now, lockdown going to be invested. Obviously, no Hunter's Fury available. Stack's not in any kind of position, so no fragment, no shock dart combos to try to go ahead and clear this out. Izu tucks into the corner, stays safe. They try to pre-fire the angle. Dodges out the bullets. Gets flush against the wall.
Do they realize there was enough of a gap in that lockdown?
Go ahead.
They have to.
Stand your ground.
They must know. As he looks for a timing swing, Monyet able to go ahead and shut that down as Gen.G stopping Buzz from finding value. Stack's just swinging out onto the Raptors, and it's just a slow build-up and then a very explosive ending. They're watching the Hateful Eight. It's RRQ just take the round. T1 unable to go ahead and hold their ground in this one.
It just felt awkward with the timing for T1 when they went to stop this. Izu's position was red. Sylvan finds one, but I mean the timing there, you got one player going up to the nest, you got one coming from rafters, and they all get cut down at different moments because RRQ is a step ahead of T1 there. It's really nicely done by them.
One suppressed.
Just doing a great job again of finding a lot of value out of their ult cycles as well. Tons of credit to RRQ for the way they're managing their macro game for the most part here today. Other than a couple of those rounds on Pearl where they just took too long. Everything else has looked pretty solid. Monyet has a pit. Looking to try to get somewhere. They could potentially get that down. And look at this. They're looking for a big push out. It's on an eco for T1, so they're expecting some kind of aggression. Try to turn the round around. Must have seen this in a previous VOD. T1 just four-man pushes up mid. I think I remember it from the Secret game, but very ready for that.
You're just looking for a straight timing. Sylvan is about to have a very rude awakening. One little collapse shot in as Stax is able to go ahead and stay quiet enough. Gets tucked away, and Meteor, target-rich environment, able to find one, backs away with the dismiss. Go for the devour though, as now Pit coming out onto the walkway, the plant coming down, fragment going to be lobbed in. Is the angle good? The answer is, yeah, pretty much. Gen.G taking the 9, but does not get killed.
Here.
Flash try to check over towards green. Nothing going to be spotted there. Gen.G is holding with a shorty in hand. Izu trying to scale forward, finds him. Zach's a little bit faster. Now the bite there on the floor. Drop down coming through. Crazy Knight able to find one. Stax rushes up. Barrel stuffs onto one. Xparrow now finding another. The fuse being held, but the salvos go in, and Stax can take it down and give it the position from Izu. Has to ride the rope. The Nano to buy the time. Xparrow to go for the gap close. Finds the final shot. On a knife's edge here as T1 trying to get that thrifty across, but they cannot. Xparrow, the lone survivor, gets RRQ up to an 11th round win.
What a creative round here from RRQ. A plant on the bridge, and they have so much util for this post plant. I mean, everything in the kitchen sink there to delay Wow, the fact that Izu wins that is crazy, but nanos, salvos, so difficult for T1 to really do much about that, especially given the economic situation. Snake bite as well in there if you wanted, so tons of post-plant util. T1 kind of has to get ahead of the curve. You know, is it their time to try to dial up something aggressive? We see them put some pressure at the front of A with mixed results, but RRQ's done a really nice job of not really giving up too much in the early parts of the round. They're pretty patient to watch for that. So it's making it tricky for T1 to find those timings to strike. Because if that plant gets down and RRQ gets even a little bit comfortable, they can just util you out of the round. Very curious what T1 wants to do. Yes, who indeed? We know. We got the answer.
And then look at the, trying to further confirm it. Playoffs is already a lock. Like you said, securing that #1 position in the group is what they're after. RRQ, though, fighting to the nail, now in an advantageous position. Could we just close this one out? As 0 point connecting, identifies 3. It's going to be Stacks getting caught by it. Nothing too much going to be gained here from the side of RRQ as far as the info is concerned.
I was going to say, I want to see at least one player clear the bottom of tube. In fact, I send 2 for T1 to make sure that there isn't any lurk. It's a little bit further on the info, Jemkin.
So go pacey here, but Buzz able to find the off shot. Stacks with the follow-up. Makes them cushy. Sylvan so far, the one casualty on the side of T1. RRQ likely to be rerouted here unless...
Man, Monyet.
Monyet finding a huge opening shot. Still this open play, Meteor playing up close. Spot on the 1, and that timing is just enough. Crazy guy. The gorgeous swing. Picks up the kill, gives them the player advantage, and now they're going to look to go ahead and rewrap. Exit over towards this A site. And leave Monyet planted over here at B. But it's all a little bit of a fake out. They pivot. They haven't seen anything on the cross, and now they're just slowly crouch walking their way back over to B.
Gotten the op off the angle.
Yeah, and T1 know that they've given up this space, and now they have to be cautious about this forward push over towards Snowman. Buzz, it's going to take him a while to try to regain this space. Plant now in play. RRQ has the upper hand.
Just brilliant stuff from them so far. Tap from Izu. Salvos in response.
The swap of the Vandal, RRQ, well poised to get this now up to map point. Try to extend this, Buzz finding one, Izu finding the other. Crazy guy now, last one standing. The tap coming through, and Izu plays it gorgeously. Knows that curiosity will get the better of him, knows that crazy guy will have to confirm whether or not that defuse is being held. Closes the gap back down to 1, up, carried over. Cash, though, wobbly to say the least for T1.
It has been an outstanding map for Izu. Last 2 maps have been very, very good. Things get a little bit awkward here. T1 has a good read off the rip, and then they start pressing to get information, and then Meteor just stranded out there trying to set up some kind of bait, I suspect, for Buzz behind him. But the double swing for RRQ is perfectly timed, and it catches Meteor with not much he can do except die. And then you're left in an awkward situation. T1 just able to scrape out of it again.
0 point out, Meteor no longer can dismiss his way out to safety. Updraft up and over the top, and Cushy just kicks the door in. Will be put down on the floor, flashes out those Stacks. Able to collect another as Jemkin will die. Fast res is available, they're gonna look to go for this one. Pick it back up, target rich there. Stacks ends up getting taken down. Snake bite out from Sylvan, able to find one, but now it's all on Buzz. Finds the shot, spike not yet planted. Opts the back off, plays it a little bit more patiently. Xfero just with the taps, just trying to bait him forward here. Play with the info, but also play with the time. Ooh, 47 seconds. And he's gonna slowly get his way out, back across, through mid, and just go for this plant here onto the B site.
Buzz is gonna figure it out shortly. The real question is the timing on the turret. I think Xfero's going to be too far for it to be
Out
out.
of
He's
range,
just
he recalls
just
it.
calls it, yep. I was going to say he's going to be out of range anyway.
Won't be able to get the reset on it quite just yet, depending on how quickly Buzz goes sprinting back forward. And will be the alarm bot there behind Green. Overall being well read, Xfero. Just wait for these timers. One more second and can set out that turret wide to maybe just go for contact, but looks like he's thinking better of it. He knows that Buzz could be close. He knows that he's going to be damn close, and he doesn't want to give away his own position, so setting up the turret now is going to be a bit too risky, but the alarm bot does not get the trigger, but the time is starting to tick away.
Yeah, he doesn't have time.
A nano just on a timing here. Buzz eating some damage, he's going to die. You know.
He tried to guess the
He was like, you know, I have to go for it now, or else it's gonna, the round's over. And if it kills me, then
then I die.
Just good overall sense from Xfero. It was just like, and this is when I pop this.
I mean, just getting caught in awkward positions. First two T1 players. I mean, again, you just don't have a lot of delay or stall utility built into this composition. It's all contact for T1. And if you can't win that, the other team's going to take you down.
Maybe Sliggy told him the volume. Somebody's like, well, I don't have any, but there's one right here on the floor, so I guess I'll just jump into that.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I do appreciate we are in the toxic Sliggy arc, but...
So damn toxic.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of fun, but... Speaking of toxin, Sylvan using his pit.
Just the stinger in it.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the best in terms of economy, but you know, Buzz's ult's a tour de force in play. Stax and, of course, Sylvan already in his ult, but Stax still waiting for the null command opportunity. Buzz just trying to push forward, but Stealth Drone gonna push him.
Oh, it does not see him.
Oh,
the Buzz, he chases it. But this kind of disguises Meteor's position, but he overstays. He doesn't go for the dismiss. And Monyet, great to capitalize. Finds that kill, and Buzz backpedaling. I think he was uncertain if he was going to get caught by that 0 point.
Yep.
And then as soon as he affirms that he's in a good spot, it's just far too late. He's off the angle. As it looks like it is maybe far too late for this map to go the way of T1. RRQ are looking to take us over to Lotus. Armageddon available, Crazy Guy trying to stay alive. And Stack swinging, finding one. Chasing around the backside of Yellow now, all alone. A lockdown set. Crazy Guy there on the angle. 13-10 RRQ. Knowing that this was going to be a weak spot here. A gap in the armor for T1. They poke and prod at it. They peel the plates back. They're setting us to a third and final map.
Yeah, another team displaying really good understanding of how to deal with this T1 composition. Able to weather some of the counter blows that T1's going to throw your way. And RRQ has looked sharp all day, especially Monyet, man. He has had some just nasty shots. Cushy was coming online there on the KO. You'll love to see it. Jemkin on the Jet was heating up. Lotus should be interesting. I mean, for me, what I'm really curious about coming into this Lotus is what's the composition going to look like for RRQ? Are they going to try the ISO stuff again? Jemkin did not look comfortable on it. And going up against what we assume is going to be Meteor on the ISO, that's a tough ask. So maybe if I'm RRQ, I'm thinking about changing it up a little bit, but we'll have to see.
If I'm T1, or either of these teams, frankly, for that matter, I think the game plan is don't win the pistol. Because so far, the team that has won the pistol, they've gotten both on the maps, and then they've lost them.
They've lost them? That is
so
outrageous.
It has been a bit of a weird tape, but still an entertaining series. Back-to-back tight maps between these two squads. And hopefully, Lotus is not going to be any different. RRQ, that's where they set the overtime record, was on that very map. T1, maybe a little bit of a different beast. We'll see how prepared they are to square off against Meteor on that ISO as we get loaded up for that. But for now, we'll send it back over to the analyst desk.
RRQ and T1 continue to give it in the series. And it's another crazy map with things swinging in surprising ways from both of these teams. And RRQ closing this out, thankfully, because frankly, I want one more of this.
I mean, did anybody expect this not to go to 3 maps? That would be the stupidest opinion in the world, in my mind, between these two teams. We knew we were locking in for a series, and a series we do have.
Yeah, I think RRQ, they've really done a good job in the veto here, being able to pick up Icebox against T1. It's been a bit of a glaring hole in the map pool. Secret has abused already T1, who did look like they were bringing pretty much the exact same thing. Maybe have not had the time to kind of rework things. I do know that, you know, partially that game may have come down to some players not feeling completely 100%. So maybe that was kind of the mentality there. But for me, this game might not have even been as close as it was if it wasn't for so many big rounds and clutches from Izu.
Yeah.
Stacks had a big ace as well. You had, I mean, that's what you get for T1, to be fair. It is big individual plays, but this just really doesn't look like that great of a map from them, to be honest. And RRQ, they didn't do anything outrageous. It's like I said, similar to Boom. Like, even going back to before Icebox went out of the map pool, I talked about the off-season game that these two teams did play against each other. But even for Boom, going back to Ascension Jakarta, they haven't reinvented the wheel. It's almost the exact same kind of KO Sova comp that you would see, or KO Gecko comp that you would see in the past, but just putting the Teo in and adding a little bit of the flair of the current meta. They haven't really reinvented the wheel at all.
That's right. Now, we did see some really interesting things from RRQ's side with Xpharaoh. He's cooking something in the kitchen.
Yeah, this is something I really wanted to highlight, is how he's playing around this mid setup. And this is something you can totally steal for your games. It's very simple to use. So he's playing on the opposite side of the turret. So if Buzz moves forward here to break the turret on that noise, he gets a free kill. And Buzz can't lurk to either side because it's covered by that util. Buzz didn't manage to get anything done in this first half. He couldn't find his way through mid because Xpharaoh had it routinely locked down. So steal that setup, it's very, very good.
Yeah, for sure. Especially for ranked, it really just kind of like simplifies where the enemies can and can't go. The rest of the team can kind of focus on holding A, which is where everyone goes in ranked anyway. And then the B side is more so like the one-way orb on the Viper, if your team is not picking 4 duelists and you've just chosen to play Sentinel.
4 duelist Clove.
Well, it was a good setup, and we could see Buzz had a lot of trouble hitting mid. Now, there seems to be a strategy. Do you guys want to explain this in simple terms?
In simple terms, for sure. So we're going to explain how T1 plays attack on this map with a simple game of scissors, paper, rock. Morgan, you'll play the part of RRQ.
Okay.
I will play T1. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, I win. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, I win. Okay, Morgan, I've thrown rock twice in a row. Okay?
Okay, I'm
Think
ready
about
now.
this one, okay?
I'm ready.
What am I going to throw? Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. That's right.
They love going A.
They go A every time. We got some replays. I think we've made a little time lapse for you. How does T1 play attacking side Icebox? We go A every round, except, we'll throw a little conditioning round in there. Anti-eco, let's go to B. Let's throw something a little bit different there. And this is something that Secret recognized in the game last week. They look at how T1 plays their attacking side, and it's just contact A every round, time and time again. They mixed in the chamber ISO and really played disruptively around Maze. They played anti-contact. They got in the face of T1 and gave them a lot of problems. And RRQ, I felt like they didn't have that same approach, to be honest. And it felt like they were still having a lot of problems with the contact A, and they got most of this game done on the defense, because although T1 just went A every round, they still got a 6-round half, which is ludicrous.
Yeah, it was 6-6, but, you know, I think RRQ probably didn't quite use the answers that they had prepared. I think they knew this was going into this game. But yeah, T1 did well to get 6, and that shows the kind of individual strength, but RRQ did manage to close out the map in the end, so I don't think they'll be too upset about not being able to follow through on their plan.
Yeah.
That's true. I mean, we could see why Team Secret would also understand that strategy. They deploy similar tactics on bigger maps. And Jemkin's going to be our MVP back on the Jet. Again, Jemkin just doing Jemkin things.
Yeah.
Morgan, why don't you go ahead and glaze your boy?
Jemkin is fantastic on this agent, man. We love Jemkin. I mean, he goes crazy consistently. How could I not choose him in my team? You guys both went for Buzz.
Why don't you do the other heart for me? Just
There you go. Look
We
at
love
on
Jemkin.
his face. There we go. Look at that. We gotta love Jemkin here. Jemkin is wonderful.
I like his
Great
player photo from kickoff better. That one was hella cute. But I'm glad to see him on the Jet. They banned Haven, which was the map he was going absolutely ballistic on the Jet in kickoff. But they're not even playing that comp anymore. They put my boy on the ISO. Please stop.
In fact, let's talk about ISO. We'll probably see an ISO agent happening on map 3, which is going to be Lotus. definitely for the side of T1, at least from what we've seen so far.
Yeah.
How are you guys feeling about Lotus?
Oh, I'm not sure. Here's the thing, okay, so RRQ, they did not have a lot of success on this map during kickoff. They lost to Secret, Gen.G, and then that mammoth overtime against Nongshim, but that's when they were playing kind of the old meta comp. They have since switched to this comp, which looked a lot better against Talon with the Breach Teo. They're Sentiless, and they're playing with Jemkin on the Yoru, which he's been fantastic on. But T1 have also swapped up their comp. They haven't gone away from the double duelist, but they went away from Sova Cypher and subbed it for Fade Viper instead in their last game against Secret. And the first half was very close.
Yeah.
Buds had to drop 30 to win them this last game of Lotus, and it did not look convincing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love that. I mean, I think they have good ideas on this Lotus. I wasn't convinced by the ISO. Then I watched T1 play it, and I thought, wow, okay, they actually have nice ideas, and this is well fleshed out. But part of me feels like it might have run its course. I think that is sort of the idea behind ISO. Is it's built to be simplistic. It's built to be able to take those duels. But as you say, they needed Buzz to drop 30. They need Meteor to step up massively on the ISO. But Buzz is having a slow day today. Can he replicate that performance? I'm really not sure. So I think RRQ will be feeling good heading into this map 3. I want to see them stick with what was working. I think Breach Teo is a very nice fit for them. But are you expecting to see the ISO still?
I think so. I think T1 will go ahead and play that same comp that they just played against Secret, and I think the reason for that is because it does actually give them slightly more options. The Viper gives you more info denial. The Cypher is a little bit more one-dimensional on the attacking side, where it's literally cage cam and try to lurk out A, or you cam in front B and try to lurk through the middle of the map or something like that, whereas the Viper is much better info denial. You can wall cycle and actually kind of confuse the other team a little bit more, and it gives you different timings, whereas the Cypher, it's just like I said, just a cage or a cam or something like that, and then you just try to dry walk out and hope for the best. And the Fade as well is a big change, because the Sova drone, it's just a drone, and then you got the rechargeable, you know, signature util that a lot of people use of the Sova dart. Now it's more so Salvo's fault line in this current meta. But the Fade Prowlers as the solo init has been the strongest choice on Lotus for such a long time for a reason, guys. It's so good at re-clearing space and, you know, challenging those lanes on the attacking side.
Yeah, I think personally, if T1 want to stay with this, they should run the Viper, because I think Viper is better against that Teo Breach style, because with your Cypher, your stuff can get destroyed a lot more easily. So I think that's partly why they're kind of shifting to try and counter what is meta. So I would expect to see them stay.
Now, let's break down RRQ a little bit. We've seen them play on Lotus quite a few times now, with some ups and downs, again, like the record-breaking overtime map was here on Lotus, and then we saw some changes happening and come through since.
Yeah.
What do you make of RRQ on this map?
I think it's good. I think this is a very winnable map 3 for them, and I think that they'll be happy that it's gone here. As I said, I think T1, you know, T1 have looked solid on this map, but I don't think it's without their weaknesses. I don't think it's without their holes. So I think RRQ is going to be trying to counter, and RRQ are sticking with what they know. We see Breach Teo, Jemkin back onto that Yoru. A very classic look for RRQ here.
Yeah, and I want to point out as well, this is somewhat of a similar approach to what G2 used to great success against T1 in Masters Bangkok. They are playing a different style since that game, so at least they're going to have, like we said, the Viper as well as the Fade to kind of play things a little bit differently this time. And of course, worth mentioning that RRQ is not G2.
Yeah, it's hard to be as good as G2 are, but they're going to do their best to copy it today.
I do miss seeing Monyet on the Neon on this map, to be completely honest, but on the Omen, he can be a bit of a menace as well.
For sure.
All right, we're going to go to the last map of the series, which we are absolutely not surprised to be here at this destination, and we're going to send it back to Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Here we go on map 3 between these two teams. RRQ have taken this the distance. Can they close it out? Just talking about it here. Some minor adjustments across the last 2 weeks from the side of T1, going on a pivot, bringing this Viper in. It's another one of these maps that RRQ will have plenty of tape to kind of look back and watch to see how T1 overall likes to approach this. But in the end, there's one question, and that is, can you deal with the ISO?
Yeah, well, and it's tough. Even with Team Secret making some really good reads, finding some good openings, Jesse Vash in particular, finding great timings to get behind the defenses of T1. Meteor backing off, but I mean, it's going to be a little tricky. No Sentinels on either side.
Oh, pressure coming through. That's going to be a Paranoia connecting on the 2. Looking for the exit. Monyet down to 1 HP. Just able to escape. Double tap popped. Prowler further confirming this presence still here on this B site. Xfero going to be looking for a big lurk timing here. He can find the breakthrough on that C site, really draw the attention away. That could be huge. Eyes for now. Not paid in his direction. Cushy going to be taking down Jemkin, staying quiet, trying to stay tucked, but Buzz gets out a little bit wider, is able to find him, looks for a little bit more, and will be able to go ahead and take down Monyet. Crazy Guy falls, and that's going to be a flawless pistol going the way of T1. So the trend continues. Congratulations, RRQ. You win the series.
Well, T1 has to win both pistols.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's very true.
So now as T1, you just throw the.
You just sandbox it at the second half start. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. So I'm already I'm really watching the map intently to see exactly how RRQ is going to try to find those lurks, try to find those timings. And in this round, you know, Xfero's trying to, but by the time he gets there, it's already kind of too late. Izu, head on a swivel with a lot of contact on site. It's just kind of looking back and forth, He's over at Waterfall. He's checking C main, you know, popping back and forth a little bit. So he's at least being aware, because that's something, again, that really hurt T1 on this map. Without having that Cypher to rely on. And a big opener for Izu right on top of the box. Yeah.
So get some damage suffered there, Sylvan. Whittled down to 47, but still breathing. As Izu pushing forward, playing on that corner, finding Cushy tucked away. And regen shield just to go ahead and basically push him back up to full HP.
Not much for RRQ to do except change directions. Too much resistance. You know there's at least 3 guns there. Based on the crossfires coming through that smoke, so gonna try a different attempt. Try to find that weak side at the very least. Hopefully get a plant down. I'm gonna think about B. No. Prowler from Stacks not gonna see anything, but still holding their ground. T1 trying to find the timing.
There.
Now you know.
Yep, Buzz just around the corner. ADS in with the Phantom. Footsteps. I mean, no real ambiguity here. Just sprinting forward, trying to scale forward, take some space. Stacks holds the line for one. Tucks back. Buzz now out wide. Slowly able to go ahead and drag across to find that second kill. Flawless pistol, flawless anti-eco. T1 retaining everything, and Buzz now one away from a showstopper as they go into the bonus.
Yep. All right, let's see now. RRQ with the full weaponry, what they can do. Great job by Izu. He has been stellar today for T1. Stacks as well, really hitting some nice shots. Buzz still looking a little bit off, but that's okay. If you can get him that showstopper, get him rolling, and I can see that they're set up to at least try to take Rebel control. You have Stacks and Meteor here, right behind Buzz. Falling out though, right into that line. Good recognition from RRQ on how T1 likes to line up.
Oh, big
this control. Yeah, that is a problem.
And there's a nade, but they're just going to be far enough from it, so not quite deep enough on the angle.
Over there.
Nice delayed response from Stacks there. Nice back and forth from both teams.
That's a good catch, but just the hair off. Otherwise, that could have been absolutely catastrophic. Buzz was poised to just go ahead and pick up a triple.
The door's being opened. This is all just a ruse. See if Stacks can get the read on that. He'll know pretty shortly here. Yeah, throws the haunt out. Great stuff from Stacks. Knows they can't be there anymore. So now they're going to be changing directions a little bit. Meteor on his horse, trying to get over towards C. Jemkin watching for a cross. Seeing if he can catch a timing from T1. And it's a double back.
They're about to come pushing right back over into this angle.
Locating target.
With the spot out. Stealth drone leading the way. Buzz now
30 seconds
swinging
left.
forward, gets himself in behind the box. A couple shots going. Cut through the smoke. The repeat, Monyet wise to it, ready. Gets a shutdown. Buzz, showstopper gained in death, but not going to be seen here in the bonus. Haunt to be cleared out. Paranoia goes across. Jemkin tucking back around the corner time. Starting to dwindle, but Monyet continuing to come up with value. Finds a kill. Meteor going to be taken down. Drop down from Izu. Needing to go absolutely huge. Gets back around the opposite side. Picks up another weapon. Concusses there, and Cushy has the final kill. RRQ, once again, not allowing for any bonus conversions. I don't believe we had a single bonus conversion in this series, and we have not.
Nope.
Teams have not been able to get away with those. And this time, though, it's a bit cleaner. 3 players surviving, not just the one like we've been seeing time and time again.
Well, and it just goes to show the class of both of these teams that are in this lobby. And again, great macro from the side of RRQ. I mean, they're making it so hard to read what they're doing. And, you know, with Gen.G sitting outside of A Rubble, he's able to see that haunt from Stacks. He's able to know that that haunt got nothing. See if a Rubble fight happens.
They're looking for this delayed hit again, it would seem. I kind of like this. It's just the undercut that comes out from Meteor, but they're not just going to be, it's not a full send. They're not putting the paint shell and that season behind it. It's just trying to see what they can get out of RRQ here.
Yeah.
And then have those bits of util still for a later period in the round.
Well, they're trying to find new answers with this comp. A Rubble fight kind of became a bit of a problem as we saw at at Masters Bangkok, with the way that G2 in particular was able to just shut down that early execute. I mean, that was the Sova for Stacks, not the Fade. So a little bit of a different look. But again, RRQ spreading the map, making it difficult to read. So this time, T1 though, keeping both of their controllers towards C. Another door tap as players moving towards A. It's worked again. And then you send out the clone from Gen.G.
A little bit of a double back. Just Meteor playing towards that side, but time is starting to dwindle. 30 seconds remaining as the hit gets ready to come through. Salvo's going to be sent down. Paranoia to try to slow them up, and the bite as well. Down on the entryway. Sylvan able to find one. Just going to be the one-for-one exchange. Showstopper now drawn out, sent, delivered. As Mondiet will hit the floor. Crazy guy. Nothing more to be done other than to try to escape and hold on to this weapon. 10 seconds.
10 seconds left.
And similarly, RRQ once again just work this clock all the way down, and then when they try to strike, the util that saves from the side of T1, it ends up biting RRQ in the rear.
Yeah, it's just enough of a reaction there from Izu. He slides over just in time to get that util to help out. Buzz is hoofing it over there to try to get that showstopper in play, and does. Sylvan playing really nicely, got the first, waited right behind that pillar that's on the back of the site. Didn't get hit by any of the util, stepped out on the timing, and at least got one to slow things up as well. So T1 there, staggering their utility, staggering their players really nicely to shut out RRQ. And it's hard when, for RRQ, yeah, you're reading the map pretty decently. Nobody's going to make a push just yet from RRQ's side, but when you're reading the map decently, but you're taking too long, the T1 can react really quickly, and they do.
And T1 trying to go for a little bit of a change up there. Having condition like, okay, yeah, we're not. It's just the undercut. We're not sending the paint shells with it. They do it, but no one's there to receive the trap. Izu just slides down in front of that aftershock. Avoids taking damage. As just a quick little TP out from Sylvan. Stops himself from potentially getting caught there top Rubble.
Still, nobody giving Gen.G any opportunities to find those 1v1s. He's been doing his damnedest. I mean, he's at least getting info. And again, you don't see Buzz over here at door just yet.
About the same fight up against each other here. Couple shots exchanged. Flash going to be sent. One wall crashing, one still raised up. Door gets tapped to go pushing forward. Sylvan just flush here against the smoke. The push forward. Gen.G, yep, able to get on the board. Goes for the barrel stuff. Buzz coming away with one, but Mondiet, Gen.G. Open things up. T1
Spike planted.
could be scratching their heads here a little bit. Money is not in a comfortable position at all. Okay, Gen.G now starting to very much come online as, hey, it's another milestone achieved. The 1,000th kill picked up here for the side of Gen.G. And just Izu back across the map, waiting for this spike to go off. So solid answer back. RQ not allowing for T1 to start running away with this one.
Yeah, it looked really nice, potentially, for T1. They were getting their pieces into place. They had a crossfire set up right outside a tree and outside of A stairs, but because this time, Sylvan's been trying to work on the edges of those smokes like that we've seen it a bunch, especially on Pearl. And this time, he just gets walked right into, and the body block gives it away pretty quickly. So, you gamble a little bit in those positions, and Sylvan doesn't get it. Yeah. You're expecting them to walk right around that corner to, again, Buzz had moved into place to try to set up a crossfire. And if you can get a couple there, you're going to buy plenty of time for Meteor to get over with the ISO to help out, but got dissected very quickly. A very nice round for Gen.G. He's had a very solid series today. Let's see if RRQ can keep the ball rolling against this Eco. 3 Sheriffs. Easy with just a classic. He handed the rifle over to Buzz that he kept from the previous round. They set up a TP in the back, so they're looking for a contact and maybe a dip.
Gotta give. I'll hold that thought there as Gen.G. I mean, he continues. There's 1,001. 3,002. Already lost track.
1,000 kills on the wall. 1,000 kills.
We're not starting that. We're not on a. We're not on a drive across the country.
Oh, all right. No road trip?
No.
No.
Stealth drone. Let's go ahead and poke and prod around. Just a single rifle here in the hands of Meteor. Try to find an opening, and Gen.G says absolutely not. Shuts it down. It went from 0-3-0 to now 5-3-0. Big swing across these last 2 rounds. As RRQ will tie things up at 3-3 here. Barring an ace clutch with a Sheriff for the hands of Sylvan.
Well, stranger things have happened. But, I mean, should be impossible.
This is the timing there to catch a glimpse. And swings it. It's going to be a flawless as we get tied up 3-3. Fantastically done here from the side of RRQ, finding some stability. And I was going to say, I have to give some, I think, extra credit to Gen.G when you consider how long he's been playing in Pacific to hit 1,000 kills.
Yeah, very quickly.
I think the pace setter, I think probably for all time is Karon, who was able to do it in a season.
Yeah, he was built different last year.
A bit anomalous.
Sure. Yeah.
But Gen.G to get there in about a season and a half is very, very impressive.
Well, he's a tremendous player. You know, when you look at all the stats and statistics, he's top in the charts. And you can tell in game as well what he's capable of. He's going to put the mask on, go for a journey. Try to figure out what he can, trying to find that drone, but wasn't able to with Sylvan. TP's behind him. He didn't see that. Didn't really matter. Rolling Thunder hit him.
Rolling Thunder is getting too much there. Everybody from T1 off the site. Xpero again trying to go on this lurk, trying to go on this back seven right now. T1 is not paying attention to it. They have to. The Buzz has been ushered right back into his grasp. What a round from RRQ. Absolutely phenomenal and flawless at that. The lead now theirs.
This is brilliant. RRQ has been doing a lot of just kind of 5-man executes. We haven't seen any big lurks, and this time Xpero finds the perfect timing and the ult being set up for him as well by Cushy. Pushes the players right into him, and it's lights out for T1. Brilliant, brilliant stuff there. Hard to draw it up, but that's like that's one of those rounds that as a coach you're just like, that's exactly how we drew it up.
Very nicely done. So for the first time, I'm gonna have the opening timeout call be from the T1 camp. Tides certainly changing here, shifting on Lotus. As granted, yes, they are starting on this defense. But RRQ have had some very good reads in these last couple rounds, being flawless as well, is more than enough to give T1 pause.
Oh yeah, no. It's already getting a little bit concerning because you're having a little bit of a hard time reading in the macro game. You're looking a little bit scuffed in kind of your combined team play when you're going for the retakes. And map awareness, again, a bit of a problem for T1 on this defender side, just like we saw against Team Secret. It's going to be something teams are going to be looking to punish. It's hard to get info with this comp.
Cutting through.
You have to rely on stacks so much, otherwise it's, again, contact heavy. With that ISO in there, sometimes can just be a difference maker in and of itself, but so far Meteor hasn't really gotten involved too much. Now you're back on Sheriffs. Drone out in front, and then Sylvan has to respond with the paranoia in case it is a quick hit. that just gives RRQ a little bit more time to consider the map. Buzz pushed really far forward today, so that's why everybody's leaning BC for T1. Quick clear, though, of that Prowler, and Stax is immediately starting to take space. That's really wise by Stax.
Buzz can find the first one. Showstopper is online, but he's not going to get the chance to use it. Quick little swing in from Jemkin, puts him down before that ult can come out. Stax, though, now scaling. Eyes are tied in this direction, and Stax is going to be dead to rights.
I think he should have just been a little bit more patient behind that box. Might have been able to at least find one, but maybe expected they keep pushing after they got Buzz.
30 seconds left.
Smoke just cycles them over here towards C, where now pressure is on Sylvan to see what he can do. Finds the first one, Izu. Oh, the piece of the pie, looks for a little bit more, but Jemkin is just indomitable. Again, from 0-3-0 to now 10-3-0. Jemkin is absolutely on one. Cool snappy shot from Izu, but now 11-3-0. Jemkin is he's just insane. He's incredible.
No, he's tremendous right now. He's reacting so well to what's going on around him. And he's doing a great job. In the early part of the game, he was part of the reason he's 0-3 is because he's essentially on information gathering duty, not really on frontline fragging duty. Put him on frontline fragging duty, the man's good for a bunch of multi-kills.
That's what I like.
Just disgusting. So a bit of a game plan change for RRQ has worked out quite nicely. Now they're going to use the Cascade to try to set up this A Robo control hit. Okay.
Cascade's a Harbor ability.
Oh, sorry. I forgot.
No one plays Harbor.
No, you're right. You're right. I mean, I'm sad. Maybe that's why I just want people to start playing Harbor again. You miss him a bit.
Some doesn't.
Meanwhile, CGRS in the wings going, is anybody going to play Harbor again?
Right there.
Maybe?
Hit up at C. Locking off that position. Spike is still set up outside of it. It's just a peek out here from Buzz. Show some faces. Selfjun not going to get too much else done. Dimensional Drift now coming out. Izu going to be spotted. Sitting right in front of him. Going to ping that out. And that's Izu dead. Jemkin, he takes it into his own hands. Meteor does manage to come away with two before getting taken down, but now it's going to be a counter pick here from the side of Xpharaoh, just setting up where the previous one had dropped.
Oh, the timing!
Dude, he is just an absolute menace.
This is unreal.
Another multi-kill round. The drop down noted, yeah. Noise is made. Wanyet, I mean, he could just blind fire into this one. Does manage to go ahead and soften them both up. Jemkin runs out of bullets. It's the only thing stopping him from finding the ace. As Buzz, not sure where Xpharaoh is going to be, gets taken down. And RRQ continue on their merry way. 5 in a row now as they get up to 6 on the attack.
He's 15-4. Just absolutely destroying T1. A great paranoia to set him up there as well. Some good breach util. Meteor finally getting involved. The timing there. The haunt goes out, and that's when he steps out of the pit. Takes Stax out. Stax is trying to clear the pit there, and Jemkin's ahead of the curve. Things starting to get pretty desperate. T1's already used a timeout, and they haven't been able to recover.
15-4-0. Ready a flash sent, just to clear on that stealth drone. Another one going out. Goes ahead, gets the TP from Sylvan. Down a couple of their flashes, but Crazy Guy still has 2. And Jemkin, after the the 4K, picks up an orb. He's 1 away from another dimensional drift.
Yeah, why not? I mean, when you're getting 4 kills around, it's pretty easy to keep those cycling. Just
cover going out.
Hard to express how good he's been.
I mean, it feels like they need a miracle at this point. As paint shells sent to just go ahead and stave him off so Buzz can quickly exit. Escapes back, but dangerously low, down to 21 HP overall. So even going for a showstopper at this point is very high risk. Likelihood of getting punished and not getting the rocket out is very, very high.
Yeah, you can't imagine that he'd be going for it.
30
And there's
seconds left.
a clone that's sent over towards C. Meanwhile, everybody's over at A. Just Buzz on his own, trying to find some kind of value.
And here's the raid boss.
My ult's ready.
Instantly finds it. He's now 4.0. It's a monstrous KD at the moment here for Jemkin. Stacks on the peak, able to find one.
Hey.
She's going to be put down, but Jemkin comes away with a second kill in the round. Now, looking for a little bit more. Swaps over to the shorty, the push up into the smoke, getting ready to come through here. As Izu, okay. Wow. A damn good shot. But not a round winner. Izu will put up a solid little fight here for the team, but RRQ, they are starting to run away with this.
Yep. I mean, it's got to be the change of tempo right now for T1. They're going to keep themselves really in this map. I mean, sure, it's Lotus. You know, defender side, a little tricky, but RRQ is playing it very, very well. Sure, Jemkin is fragging, but the macro's really good. They're finding the weak side of T1 more often than not.
Time to jump.
And even when they don't, Jemkin's just bullying his way through. Early dump a util, and yeah.
Here we go again.
Yeah, this is what makes it worse, is when the Yoru's fragging out of control like this, they clear the door for him.
Yep, Salvo just breaks it open. And he says, yep, A site looking pretty good.
All right, this showstopper has to be great. Nightfall, you've got Meteor's ult. This has to be the round for T1.
Shield is popped.
Meteor's so far forward.
He's just going to go for the drop here, and he is able to find one. Now sends it on the ult. Is potentially going to be vulnerable. The swing can come through off the back of this. Unless they're covering fire. There you go. Monyet finding one, but then going to be caught on the timing. Izu pushing forward. Doesn't manage to find him.
Poison's off.
Oh, Sylvan was looking for the lurk.
Yeah, looking forward, but Xfero able to find the shot. He's trying to find this punish, but now he himself is going to be pinched into a bit of a bad situation. Tucks into backside, the snake bite going to be lobbed in. Tries to study the sprite, cannot. Cushy able to strike him down. Buzz, no idea that crazy guy is going on a late linger over at this A orb.
Spike planted.
Now it is once again all on Izu. There's a shorty around the corner. Looks to try to divide and conquer, but Cushy is the first one that he fights. The last one is RRQ. Now up 8-3. 7 rounds in a row to get to this point. Looking for a 9-3 half.
I mean, they're just out of control right now. Showstopper not able to find any value. You committed so much here as T1, and RRQ just dodging it, playing this so beautifully around the door. Using the ult early to find the open space, and then realizing that they were going to be facing some big ultimates. Take a bit of a pause and switch sides. And again, the lurk timings. T1 just not on point with them. That's some damage to Xfero. Okay, stacks.
Couple solid taps here with that Guardian. Looks for the third, cannot make it happen. So she brings that to a conclusion. Armageddon is online as a Meteor. Similarly, Guardian in hand. Looks to try to fill some spaces. Monyet not going to be sticking that teleport. And oh, Buzz, yep. Xfero, I mean, look at that smile. More than happy with what he's just accomplished, and now he's going to continue to go on this lurk. Sylvan now needs to be wary about that pressure coming through. I mean, Izu's just dead. RRQ have their pick of the litter. Everywhere they want to go, there is a path paved in gold in front of them. What an unbelievable half as they look to go ahead and seal the deal in this 9-3.
Well, they guessed wrong on the ult.
But it also helps to try to narrow it down a bit. Sylvan finding the first, but cannot get the second. Sparrow down to 3 HP, survives, and Monyet with the crossfire locks in the monstrous advantage for RRQ. 6 rounds at the half.
No, this is just stellar stuff. I mean, you know, even though there's a couple big moments here for some T1 players, the timings are all on RRQ's side. They've got the reads.
And it's just another huge turnaround. I mean, Stacks gets those 2 kills.
Yep.
He starts things off for them so well, and then the 3v5 happens. Brutality.
Yeah.
T1 looking absolutely lost.
No, they do.
66% of their round wins is that pistol. And that anti-eco.
I mean, since they've switched over to this comp, it has looked really uncomfortable to me on that defender side. I don't think there'll be too many problems on the attacker side, but I don't feel like they have that same level of coordination. Losing the Sova for the Fade, I think, makes it a little bit harder for them to get some of that deeper info. Even though, yeah, the Prowlers and the Haunt can give you some, I think you're having a tough time without the Cypher in particularly, you know, keeping track of what's going on around B and C. And then you have to make hard reads off of contact, and RRQ was just toying with them. And then that was able to set up some of their players for some of those lurks. Obviously, yes, it helps when Gen.G's just going nuclear, when he's breaking through sites. Yes. But part of it is the way that they work the macro of the map. So a lot of the times, you know, T1's getting to the site just a step too late. Gen.G's ahead of him. And then he's cycling ults like crazy, and things are just snowballing out of control for T1. Really well handled by RRQ. I mean, hats off to Crazy Guy, calling a great game here on top of his players playing very, very well.
And they are looking to get aggressive off the rip. Prowler to scout as Paranoia goes across as well. That undercut with the smoke, ultimate ban. Monyet gets himself a second elimination. Meteor fighting back for one, but Gen.G gets one, gets out. And once again, T1 just absolutely knocked on their rear. Stealth drone, that should have spotted them both. And Cushy, no way he didn't notice the gun barrel. Back rubble, the pings are there. Izu was able to pull off a bit of a miracle pistol on Icebox. Now he's going to be asked to do very much the same, and he's not going to do it at all. Damn near flawless Monyet, the only casualty, leading the charge outside of Mound. And that is for the first time in this series. I was going 1 for 1 in pistols on a map itself. But RRQ, with that win, get up to 10.
Now, this is so huge for RRQ. You know, so much of the story of this team in Pacific has been they're close, but no cigar. They fight to the nail, overtimes all over the place. Every map is just an absolute grind. And then they get here to Lotus against a T1 team that has been fearsome with ISO in their comps, with Meteor there. And right now, they are knocking on the door of a blowout 2-1 victory on Lotus. This is a huge statement game if RRQ can close this out. T1, only classics, no buy-up, just a share for Meteor. They're looking to do the impossible and turn this map around. 4 Bulldogs and a Spectre. Not much to speak of in terms of util. Just mostly the standard stuff for T1. Cushy, hello,
well,
sees everything.
That is so much information. And I mean, they know that there's no ambiguity here. They know that they have no money, they have no guns. Everybody from RRQ is gathered up over towards this A side. Quick little pivot here from T1 to get themselves a plant on the B site.
Spike planted.
But how entrenched can they be? Someone to try to watch here from behind. Crazy Guy down to 50, but catches the kill on a Meteor. Paranoia next on the 1. Snake Bite going to be thrown down. Damage widely going to be shrugged off. Silva dead. Buzz gone. Stacks only going to be good for 1. Once again, another damn near flawless round here. RRQ 2 away from taking this series away from T1 in dominant fashion on the closeout.
Just brilliant. They look so well coordinated, so in control right now. Everybody doing all the right things at the right time. Gen.G happy to push past that snake bite. Help out his teammates. Monyet running and gunning. Everything looking good. 2 more rounds is all it's going to take for RRQ to close out this series. T1, sure, Masters Bangkok winners, but today, do they have it in them to claw back from probably the biggest deficit that they have all year?
Hasn't been looking that way.
No.
Strategy aside, even just the rifling here has not been nearly on point for the players from the side of T1. I mean, Meteor, what a start that he had on Pearl.
Yep.
It's been severely lacking here on his agent pick that so regularly does deliver strikes fear into the hearts of his opponents. Right now, RRQ are just impenetrable.
Yep. They are just flying.
Sparrow's just like, oh, I'll just adjust my sleep.
I know, I saw that.
It's like T1 doesn't know what they need to do.
Yeah, they're
going to run the
lost.
clock down. Let me just make sure I'm nice and comfy. Drops it towards the site. Pain Shell up and over the top, getting bogged down just a little bit here as they try to go for the entry. The stun does connect. Shock to try to hold them back. Meteor frantically looking for something to try to go for the reset. Buzz going to be taken down. Jemkin playing off the fake out. Survives with 19. Once again, the pivot getting ready to come through onto the B site. As that Volt Line gets sent, but the spike does get into position, so the plant comes in. Stacks to try to hold the door.
This is still going to be really difficult for T1. Monyet has a paranoia. Could find a couple quick ones.
Crazy guy. He's peeking in. Jemkin survives. Even with 19 HP, just dodges those bullets. Now it's just 3 players left here from T1. Smoke it up or dissipating. Jemkin fallen. Stacks able to find 2. Finds himself a 3rd. It seems like there still is yet a little bit more fight left in him, but it's at cost. Xpero looking for the stick. As Izu will be able to go ahead, bail them out. Deny the bonus conversion, deny the match point. T1 get to 4, but similar to what we had seen back on Pearl. 4 players dead.
Yeah, it just looks really uncomfortable. And the timings are really good for RRQ. They're playing off of each other nice. I mean, Stacks comes up with another hero play. Probably too little, too late, it feels like. See if they can continue to rebound, but that damage done, and they know it, so they're going to grab an Outlaw, even though a couple full armors are still able to be bought.
Got 3 targets, though.
Yep.
The line share still looking very good and very vulnerable here as they look to try to take advantage. Couple shots there, Monyet.
Now you know.
Knockdown 70, and yeah. Does go ahead and get the confirmation on the Outlaw being in play. The TP's across, however. If they're not ready for that, and Sylvan and Stacks playing around over here towards this A side of the map, they're going to be the ones at risk.
They left the spike behind. They wanted to try to figure out what's going on.
Just contacting into the site here and just Sparrow hitting that headshot.
Yep.
It's Cushy. Similarly, barely survives. Paint Shell going to be sent looking for that kill, and yep, it will be able to confirm it. Player advantage here in the hands of RRQ, and Jemkin on the second pump. Puts Sylvan on the floor. Smoke's now lost, and Xpero playing forward. Wall, however, does fall, and he's not quite ready for them to be this far forward. So kill is going to be found, but the TP in, maybe not even necessary. It's Jemkin. This continues to be so damn good.
Oh, unfair.
Dimensional drift draws out of it, is scoped in, the shot's whiffing. Izu finding one. There's about 50-50 here for him. Desperately tries to separate them, to divide and conquer, but they fight together as RRQ now up to match point. T1 needing 8 consecutive round wins just to get it into overtime.
Match point.
It just feels so nice to see RRQ playing like this. After so many hard-fought matches and maps, to walk in against the defending Masters champions and destroy them on Lotus like this. It's been a long time coming. Monyet has been fired up all day with good reason, because RRQ has looked phenomenal. They are just so dialed in, not just individually, been talking about it a lot, but in the big picture scheme of things, in the way they're working the maps, in the way they're keeping T1 off balance. It has looked rather good. Uh-oh. Now you might not be getting that 4th stamp today.
That stamp has run out of ink.
Do you have an RRQ stamp?
If so,
now's the time.
Just take Chobras. He doesn't need it anymore.
True.
Just a reminder to everybody, this is what happens when Chobras, signs with another team and he signs with somebody else.
Sure.
His RRQ ascend to new heights.
Let's not put that on him. You poor guy.
I think he's still quite happy.
Well,
at the moment.
I mean, I'm happy.
Mix that Shin Ramen together with the Indomie and make a new little creation.
Look, I'm happy because the SCA teams are playing great this stage.
Oh, yeah.
Boom yesterday, today, RRQ. Yeah, I've got some Indomie at home. I'm going to eat some.
Oh, boy, this is going to be a hell of a fight. But Buzz gets that reveal off the haunt, finds Jemkin. Monyet going to be taken down, so bit of a rush play here. As RRQ want to bring this to a swift closeout. Not quite going to be able to do so, it would seem. Cushy, Xpero still could make this potentially expensive, but Buzz with the third kill. Gonna bring Cushy to his lonesome as picks up one, gets the weapon upgrade off the Bulldog, looks to escape, and Stacks doesn't quite find it. Cushy actually re-peeks back in. It's feeling it.
Considering the previous round. Yep.
Okay, you can no longer hunt for this man, except I suppose for Meteor. There's a little bit more surprise factor in his position, but is also not necessarily ready for Cushy to just walk his way into B. It's okay. 7 more chances for the side of RRQ to close this out, but T1 fighting back for a little bit more.
Well, okay, but seemingly feeling like too little too late. You know, it's nice to see Buzz just kind of find this moment behind the back of the util, gets the spot. If it's somebody just walks in front of him, I mean, that's just a freebie, I guess. But, well done. Using the contingency.
There you go.
Yeah. They both started with C.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens.
Showstopper, Nightfall available. But Armageddon, Rolling Thunder, one charge away. Here's RRQ.
I mean, this could likely be another round for T1, but beyond that, it's going to be so challenging to get that many in a row. Showstopper in. Oh, good paranoia and response.
Trying to chase off that Prowler. Cushy with the classic is able to find Izu. That's going to be a weapon scooped up now. Armageddon for the retake. Do they invest it here?
Yeah.
Looks like the answer might just be yes. Stacks out and away, tucked in behind rubble.
Well,
we can rep weaponry, but well, 3 players out facing. Cushy puts that recovered Phantom to good use. Stacks eliminates Buzz, trying to stay alive. Cushy pushes up into the site. Meteor now taken down. It's a 2v2. The door open, Xpero rushing forward, Sylvan snapping with a headshot. As Jemkin brings it to an end! Starts the map on top, closes it out the same way. 13-5, a thrifty as RRQ take down T1. Their first loss in the stage. As RRQ looked absolutely electric today.
this is the team that has been promised for so long. So much hype behind this RRQ squad. And today, one of their biggest wins yet. And who knows how many more to come. These guys looked so good, top to bottom. I am just floored with this RRQ team. And to push T1 like this and then just destroy them on Lotus. Few teams have been able to do that. One of the few others was G2. So this should be a really exciting playoffs because it is confirmed for RRQ. They are going, and now that #1 seed in this group is up for grabs.
It absolutely is. This is shaking things up in a major way, and we wouldn't have it any other way, frankly. What a performance from RRQ. 13-5, dominant closeout. And this is a team that cannot be taken lightly. We'll send another bell, though, for the winner's interview.
Good job, RRQ. Congratulations. Hello. Oh, thank you. Monyet here. All right. Monyet 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 축하드립니다. Hi, Monyet. Lovely. That's a beautiful smile we see. 오늘 T1과의 접전 끝에 승리를 가져가게 된 소감부터 몬예 선수에게 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You stopped the unstoppable T1. You stopped them on their win streak. How was it taking that win today, Monyet?
It feels nice though. It was like our goal to win against T1 so we can get the first seed on group Omega, right? Yeah.
당연히 승리해서 너무 좋고요. 오늘 경기 승리를 가져가서 그룹 내 1등 시드를 가져가는 게 목표였기 때문에 목표를 이루게 돼서 너무 좋다고 전했습니다. 안 그래도 오늘 승리로 플레이오프 진출을 확정을 지었는데 오늘 몬옙 선수의 네온이 정말 그 필수적인 역할을 했어요. 다시 타격대로 돌아온 소감을 직접 한번 들어보고 싶습니다. Yeah, I was going to mention congrats to making it to the playoffs, and I think that was mainly possible because of your neon. You were popping left and right, north, south, everywhere. How does it feel to be back on that duel?
It feels nice. I think that's what what I really wanted because I've been playing Astra before, and Astra is nice on Pro, and then Ewok said like let's give it a try to play the double duelist, and I think it kind of worked. It's just like the small mistakes that we can fix later on.
안 그래도 본인이 원래 하던 아스트라 요원은 좋았고 펄에서도 아스트라가 좋은 픽이라고 생각을 했었지만 이웍 감독님께서 우리 그냥 이번에 한번 투 타격대로 진행을 해보는 건 어떨까 해서 아주 만족스러웠다고 이야기를 했습니다. 그리고 아까 전에 경기 중에 세레모니 겸 의자에 일어나서 뭐라고 소리를 질렀는데 그게 뭔지 좀 저희가 안 들려가지고 한번 뭐였는지 물어볼게요. We saw you getting up from that chair and you were yelling something, but we couldn't get the audio. What were you saying?
I think I've said a lot. First I say hello Stacks, and then the pistol on Pro I said, yo Sylvan, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Alright, 스택스 선수한테 안녕 스택스, 그리고 두 번째 일어났을 때는 실반 선수 뭐 하고 있어? 라고 이렇게 도발적인 세레모니를 해줬다고 이야기를 했습니다. 몬옙 선수 인터뷰 만나봤고요. 오늘 1층에서 T1 선수의 팬미팅 준비가 되어 있으니 많이 찾아주시길 바랍니다. Thank you, Monya, for that interview. And for all the T1 fans at the venue, we have the meet and greet in the lobby, so make sure to stop by and don't miss out. Alright, I'll be back after match 2. 감사합니다. 감사합니다. Let's go!
Huge win for RRQ. They are officially in playoffs. And now they've defeated T1. So contention for that top seed is very much in their hands right now. And it's really delightful to see Monyet happy. He normally is a jolly guy, but last week he kind of looked down in the dumps, not quite himself, but today, you know, it's the Monyet we know and love.
Yeah, I mean, look at him in that interview. He's so happy, he's so smiley. They've just beat T1's streak, put that to an end. They soared through to the playoffs and potentially lock up that top spot in Group Alpha. How can you not be happy? It's nice to see this squad close out a game that they should be able to win. You know, T1 didn't find a way to wiggle back, especially in this map 3. They looked incredibly dominant, so huge respect for RRQ.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's great to see RRQ as well kind of overcome some of the problems that they've had previously. I think the opening of this series was a good example of it, where I remember their game against Nongshim on attack. They couldn't get rolling on attack, and they ended up going 0-9, and you saw some of those slower attacker rounds on Pearl where they couldn't find the plans in the mid to late round, but then they kind of made some adjustments and solved things. And I think that it is that specific example in combination with the fact that RRQ has been able to close out this series so cleanly is very impressive to see. I feel like RRQ are starting to work through a lot of the things that have been holding them back as a team, and they've just got such phenomenal individuals right now. Like Gen.G is unreal, but even as we mentioned on some of the other maps, like everyone contributed. Xfero was fantastic, Monyet was fantastic on the secondary duelist, Cushy is always amazing as well, and then Crazy Guy just doing a good job calling on the attacking side. That was another fantastic attacking side.
Yeah. I mean, and it's also hard not to credit Gen.G. We see him popping the scoreboard.
Jesus, man.
He was electric this game.
He might be the best Yoru in VCT right now.
I think so.
I haven't seen him internationally, but it's unreal.
Absolutely, and they didn't even have to play a cent to get these kind of numbers from Gen.G today. This is a really good look for RRQ. Like you guys said, the entire team stepped up, and when they do, they look so playoffs ready at the moment. And of course, you have Gen.G on the board here, and against Buzz for Pilsky and myself, not great for predictions, but great for RRQ, and Gen.G has been very consistent, I'll have to say, throughout stage 1. So in fact, let's just admire all the Gen.G kills that we saw today. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, for sure. I think he wins a lot of openers. I mean, the great thing about Gen.G is just the entry power and the pseudo init that he plays on the attacking side. But you can see when he gets comfortable, when he's able to play in some of these post plants and things like that, he's able to be very impactful. He can play these positional aim duels very well and win them. He's able to kind of anticipate the way that the other team will come in on some of these retakes and move across the map, which I think overall was a big strength here for RRQ. I kind of pointed out, like, they are playing the same comp that G2 beat T1 really hard in that Masters Bangkok Grand Final on this map with. And I saw a lot of the same themes. It was a slower attacking side from RRQ, and they were able to kind of play very skirmish heavy and wait for T1 to make moves on the map and then punish them in the mid-round and just be very fluid with the way that they were playing the rotations. I felt like I was watching a very similar game in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like they had a really, really strong game plan. So credit to Crazy Guy and the coaching staff for kind of building that up, and we saw it well executed. But Gen.G is, of course, going to be the MVP for that map. I mean, he was just unstoppable, especially in that first half. He was just going insane. I mean, it's hard not to love this guy. As you say, I think he could easily be one of the best Euros in VCT, if not the very best.
Oof. I mean, chat, tell us what you think if he's the best Euro in VCT Pacific. Wait, Pacific or all of VCT?
I said VCT full stop.
Yeah.
Damn. Well,
I mean, Pacific is the best region, so if you're the best Yoru in VCT Pacific, then you're the best Yoru in the world, right? That's how that works.
Yep.
1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah, biggest take. I like it, and that's why he's our match MVP here. Like you guys mentioned, the entire team played really well. Xfero really happy with how he was performing there. The team surely is like delighted with this. Monyet as well, but Gen.G by far has to be the match MVP.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this team is finally hitting their potential. This is what we've wanted to see from RRQ for so long, where they've just never managed to get the ball rolling and make it work consistently. This team is finally coming together, spearheaded by Gen.G. They are now soaring into the playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he is just that disruptive force entry on the attacker, very disruptive on the defense, playing the off angles and using the TP very well. And when you have your Yoru fragging very hard as well, it's very easy to keep snowballing because you're just getting the dimensional drifts and chaining them back to back. And that is one of the strongest ults in the game right now for just having an attacking side round that can play itself, or just being able to streamline a retake and realize exactly what the other team's doing on their post plan and adapt accordingly, especially if you're playing Breach Teo, because you just scout the entire setup and then util dump them and complete the retake.
Are you guys Euro fans in general, like of the agent and how much he's being played?
Yeah. I think it's been a long time coming for Yoru. I think Yoru's been in a very strong state, but Yoru is trickier to use than a lot of the other duelists. It needs more time, and you need a duelist player who can give it that time and, you know, figure it out. Compared to Jet and Raze, they're a lot more simple to play. So I think now Yoru is finally getting to the point where you can't not play him. So we're seeing more and more Yoru, and I think it's great for the game. I think Yoru is so fun to watch.
Oh, absolutely. Always fun, always chaotic, and you know what, who's really good at that? Pacific teams. So I'm not surprised SEA is doing really well, and Gen.G especially. With that, we're going to go on a very short break, and when we come back, we're going to see the Gs. We're going to see Gen.G versus Global Esports. So guys, don't go too far away.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
It's VCT Pacific Stage 1, Week 4. I'm Victoria together with Pilsky and Big Time. We just saw a SCA victory with RRQ defeating T1. And the question is, can Global Esports follow suit? Because they're facing Gen.G. And Foxy9 is back in after a little bit of a coach timeout. And he's looking pretty fire.
Yeah, in that initial game. Given that that was against DFM though, so I think... Look, another not as difficult game for him if GE shows up in the same form that they have the last couple of weeks, but I'm interested to see how Gen.G do go. Both them, as well as GE, I feel like making some changes after kickoff and then going back to what was working for them. In this case, you do have Foxy9 back in the lineup, and he did look great against DFM. You can see, though, they've already taken a loss to Boom. Win over PRX, 2 games left to play. DRX is going to be a difficult game to play, so this is the simpler matchup that they just need to try and get over the line here.
If they get this win today, they are in the playoffs, so big game for them. They're going to be giving it everything they have to try and clinch that spot.
Absolutely. It's similar to position to RRQ, right? If they win, they're in. If they don't, it gets a little bit complicated, and they're kind of leaving their fate in the hands of the rest of their group there. They are facing against Global Esports, though, and I know a lot of us have picked Gen.G for obvious reasons, and partially because Global Esports has a bit of an upheaval. They had Darion in, they had him out, and now he's back in. So yes, he is officially back in today. Now, we didn't see a great performance in Patrick Hu, and there could be many reasons for that. But how do you guys feel about Darion stepping back in?
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. I think it's what I wanted to see. At the end of the day, Patrick Hu, similar to Suggest in Gen.G in a very different way, has been put in a difficult position. He did not have a lot of experience. I like the addition of people like Kelly S or people like Papi, where these guys have proven experience in some of Philippines' top teams, whereas Kelly S did not have that same pedigree playing in the Challengers scene, playing on some of the top Filipino teams. So I think it was always going to be difficult for him to transition into a staged environment. You see someone like Primi with limited experience perform so well on Talon. That's the exception to the rule. Usually as a rookie without much proven tier 2 experience, you're going to have a tough time here in Pacific. And unfortunately, that's what we saw from Patrick Hu. So maybe there's a bit more of a future there. But I think in this do or die game at this stage when you're 0-2 in 2 of the series here, you've got to get serious as GE, and I think putting someone with a lot of experience, even if he's not going to light the world on fire like Darion, he just needs to be decent, and I think that that's going to be a lot more of a competitive GE. I don't need to see something outrageous from Darion.
Yeah, I mean, I got a feel for Patrick, who, I mean, 2 of the 3 games that he played were against Boom and DRX, which are incredibly tough opponents.
That's true.
But I am happy to see Darion join this roster again. I thought he looked good during kickoff, and I think he'll be looking to pick up where he left off and try and really get the ball rolling for GE.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. There was a bit of a shine that we saw from Global Esports in kickoff, and we have yet to see that come back. Now, Gen.G is another one of those teams where we obviously saw fire from this team last year, and now with the roster changes, it's been a little bit difficult for them to find their footing again. But one thing we know for sure, whenever they do those walkouts, whenever we see them sit down, they just start yelling with like all this energy, they're probably going to win. So is that all it takes? It's just Texture to go, ah!
No, I mean, at the end of the day, the championship core is still fantastic. These players are still some of the best players in Pacific. I think Ash is still developing as a player, and he's playing that init role after playing a lot more duelist, although Teo is something that he has played in the past. So he's kind of finding his footing. But I think definitely the addition, or the re-addition, some might say, of Foxy9 was the right decision. And I think in the game where he came back up and played against DFM, he was fantastic. So I want to see if he's going to continue in that fine form, because although it was a weaker opponent, given how DFM's been playing after kickoff, he still did look confident, and particularly this Lotus was like, this was where you saw that him and Munchkin were like handshaking their way to a victory. You just could not get past that combo.
Yeah, I felt like he came back with something to prove.
Yeah.
He was basically saying to the coaching staff, hey, I can't believe you took me out. This is what you were missing that whole time. And he lit up the server, so he's going to want to bring that energy again today. And, you know, Foxy9 is always a fun guy to watch. Let's say that one fast. That's a tongue twister.
He's a foxy guy.
He's a foxy guy.
These stats are so misleading. It's ridiculous. Like, the dude's played 30 rounds or something. So, like, I love this. But this is farming DFM in a singular series. Let's not get carried away. Let's see some more sample size. Let's see some playoffs. Although I will say in kickoff, he was decent. And the agent to the left of him is interesting to highlight, Cypher, because that was by far his worst agent in kickoff. But a lot of that was predicated off Abyss games, which is not in the map pool anymore. So I think overall, if he's playing Killjoy, he looked phenomenal on the Vice as well on Lotus. He shouldn't have as many issues, to be honest. I think Cypher's been more so his weak agent.
Yeah, well, hopefully he picks up on the Cypher here, and as you can see, well, you don't see it here, I did put Foxy9 on mine, and it does seem to be a little bit of a hot take, I know, when we have options like Munchkin that could be taken a set, but I do trust in his Sentinel ability, especially against this matchup today. Foxy9 did say in his interview last week, or the week before, last week, anyway, that he's matured a lot. He's learned a lot during his little bit of a time out session there, kind of reframing things and kind of understanding the importance of team play. So I think this counts for a lot when it comes to all of these teams. And we're seeing growth across the board. We saw it with RRQ as well. You've seen Monyet grow from like his little Monyet days, and now he's, becoming a playoffs Monyet. Yeah. So we do have our map draft. I'm a little bit curious how this is gonna go. And I'm of course hoping to see Global step up a little bit, and we don't want a 2-0 kind of day, right?
Yeah, so Gen.G, oh sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, Gen.G have been changing up their ban time and time again. This time again, they're going to ban a strong map for their opponent. They take out Split, which has been one of Global's more successful maps. Lotus is going to go out on the side of GE. They're also banning a strength of their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting because we've seen GE be perma-banning Ascent before today. Yeah. So that is an interesting change tactic that they're bringing into their veto. Clearly, they've got something prepared for that. Gen.G picking Haven.
Yeah, I mean, that's not too surprising. Global have changed up what they've been doing on Haven. They did have Yutatan over on the ISO, and they were playing double duelists. So we'll see if that continues, especially with Darion coming back into the lineup. That is something they could definitely consider. Pearl going to be the pick there for GE, which is something that they've dabbled with a little bit. And I believe you've seen Gen.G play it once, if I remember correctly. And yeah, they lost versus T1 in kickoff.
Yeah, I think this is another idea of kind of spotting that weakness in your opponents when it comes to the map draft. I think that's what Global are trying to do, but Ascent is that map 3, so it's going to be interesting if it goes that far to see what GE you've got prepared in a short time.
And worth mentioning, you were saying they were perma-banning it before, they were mostly banning it. GE had the choice between the last two. It was Icebox or Ascent, and they've opted to start Ascent, and they will have to face Gen.G starting off defense. But I don't think I mind that as much, because I remember when Gen.G played that initial game of Ascent, and I was saying, man, Gen.G used to be sick on Ascent. That was when Suggest was on the Cypher, and they had the core three of the players playing all of their comfort roles. I was thinking they're going to be sweet, and they did not win that map. They did not look great on Ascent. So maybe that's not as safe of a third map as I would usually say it should be for Gen.G.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you, but I am curious, and I do like to see how each of these teams have reworked maps, especially like Ascent, because as we've been seeing, the meta has shifted a little bit, and it's a little bit more fun to see what they've cooked up. Now, Haven, we've seen both of these teams show their Haven. As you were mentioning, the Global Esports does like to play that ISO as the second duelist.
Yeah, I mean, they lost to Boom in a closer game, but I remember that game being Boom front-running a lot, and GE kind of made a comeback towards the end. Yeah. So maybe a bit misleading that it was a 13-11, but at least a little bit more promising. Like I said before, though, for GE, if they are going to play that same comp, that means Darion as well as Yudatan on the two duelists. Darion will have to play Yoru, and that will be Kelly S on the Cypher, and he'll have to call on the Cypher again, which I wasn't as much of a fan of. I would rather than just play the meta comp, Darion maybe on Cypher or Yudatan on Cypher, someone on Jet, and then Kelios on the Breach. I think Kelios is phenomenal on the Breach. It's my favorite agent to watch him play. Whereas Gen.G, they love this Viper comp, right?
Yeah, I mean, one thing quickly for GE is we don't know how long they've had this swap in the works for. So if they've only put him in this week, you've had less time to work with stuff. But to the point of Gen.G, they love this Viper on Haven. They've been doing it forever. And I think we should expect to see that again, because why would they change? They love it.
Can I share a little bit of like the bumping into the player in the elevator
thing? Of course,
But this was like 2 weeks ago when Darion wasn't playing, and he looked pretty confident that he would be playing again. So I think they've been talking about this for a while. That's my assumption based on that. So I think we should see good things from Global Esports.
Oh, Mika.
So despite Mika's bias pick, I guess we're gonna call it what it is. Despite that, I think there's a chance here. In terms of percentage, yeah, it's a GE, the rest of us have picked Gen.G.
Yeah.
What kind of percentage, chance of winning
I would give it 80-20 for Gen.G.
80-20?
In my mind.
That's a lot.
Yeah,
okay.
I think the change kind of hurts that. I would say if Darion was in for longer, I would even give it like a 65-35, a 70-30, to be honest. I think GE with Darion, I would rather see him in the Senti role and Yudatan on Duelist, but I'm not sure that's actually what's going to happen in the server because they've had to, work on these roles in particular for quite a while. Yeah, I give him 25. I give him 25. I think Gen.G is still a little bit on the shaky side, but they're probably the pretty safe bet here. Particularly the Ascent as a third map, though, does scare me a little bit because Gen.G did look pretty shocking on that last time I saw
also
it.
think Ascent is scary if you're a GE fan. They've been banning this map. They've been consistently banning this map, so whatever they're preparing, they've had to rush. So I think if this goes the distance, Gen.G will take that Ascent. I'm still pretty confident in Gen.G.
All right, I'm inclined to agree with you guys here. The math checks out for Gen.G, but we'll just have to wait and see. We're going to send it down to the stage and welcome our two Gs, Gen.G and Global Esports. Oh, no, we're not. They're not ready.
Oh, no.
They're, getting ready because it's a
They got
big
stuck
day.
in the elevator.
They're stuck in the elevator,
Did you lock
but I'm
them
not
in?
there. But I'm not there to talk to them,
not looking
guys.
confident anymore. Mika, you want to change your... No, okay. I think for GE, the thing that I really want to see is, what we saw from kickoff. The individuals need to wake up.
Yeah.
Like Patrick, who did not have the best performance, we've subbed him out, we've put somebody else who has got a little bit more experience in. That's a thumbs up from me, but that alone is not enough. You need to see Puppy winning clutches and getting in some better form because he's been a little bit shocking since the later stages of kickoff and into stage 1. And I say that lovingly because I love Puppy with all of my heart. He's my
plays
favorite
the
player.
Poppy song until he started getting disappointed.
I know. I've stopped playing it, so I'm hoping that I'm going to put it on again. But also, I think Crystal, since he's been off the Sova and onto Teo, his KPR's gone down a lot. The fragging potential of him as the individual player has gone down a lot in this current Teo meta. I need to see some big plays from Crystal as well.
So I want to ask, we've chosen different players for Global here. I've gone with Kelly S, you go with Yudatan.
Yeah.
Why do you think Yudatan was the play today?
I think his last series was promising, even though they didn't have a good time. He's still fragged out, and I think he's, you know, trying to play with confidence, play on something like the ISO. So I think Yudatan is a good pick. I hope he plays a lot of Duelist, even though I know that's going to give me a lot more -5s. But I almost did pick Kelly S as well. I'm a big Kelly S fan. The thing is, I knew that Haven was definitely going to be in the pool here because Gen.G and GE, both of these teams are fine to play Haven. And I think Kelly S is going to be on the Cypher again, and I'm just not a big fan of that. I don't mind his deadlock, but I just don't want to see him on Sentinels as much.
I think his Cypher is good. I think calling from that Sentinel role is harder, but you could open yourself up as an individual, because how it will tend to work is if you're calling, you're able to find those lurk positions, call the team back. So I think you can call around yourself a little bit more. So that's what I want to see from him.
I have to say I had a same exact thought process as Polsky. Both of them really solid picks, and I'm going with Yudatan here. But I do want to see the rest of global esports step up. We've seen their full potential already. Let's see if they can do it again. We're gonna go to the stage and welcome the teams.
Pacific. Gen.G.
All right, we got new walkout music for these two teams. Now we got Gen.G in a very interesting position. If they win today, they are in for playoffs. And if not, a lot of fate lies in the hands of their group. And it's also very fascinating. 2025 is a very different year for Gen.G. Karen didn't really know loss till now.
Yeah, I mean, Karen has been, you know, up and down. He did have a good week last week, so is he finding that form? We have to wait and see today. But for Gen.G, win and you are in the playoffs. You can control your own destiny. That's what it's all about for this squad today.
Absolutely, and they're going to be facing against Global Esports. Now, Global Esports, what I want to see from this team is the sparkle that we saw at the beginning of kickoff when Poppy was bragging out of his mind against Team Secret. Every single one of these players has that potential. They've shown it in various matches, but can they string it all back together, especially today? This is so important for them to win.
It's going to be very hard for them. They've got a lot of puzzle pieces that they have to connect. You know, they've had someone different step up into the head coach role. They took a gamble on a rookie that didn't work out, and they've subbed a different player in. At the end of the day, though, the task is simple for Global. You're versing two former Pacific Titans to close out this group, and they both look shaky and susceptible. So if you can, you know, ignite that spark and actually make some upsets happen, you could still go to the playoffs.
Oh, absolutely, and things like that can happen here. Now, Gen.G are the favorites to win for today, but when it comes to Global Esports, again, the potential is there. Can they bring it back up? Can they shake off a lot of the losses that have been hitting them over the last few weeks?
Yeah, I think that's going to knock the confidence a lot. I think it's very, very unlikely, but again, it's going to come down to what they built this team off of, which is the individual power that they have in the roster. The individual players can win this game if they bring confidence and find impact in the server. You don't need some crazy in-depth strategy or anything like that. You don't need to outplay Gen.G tactically. You need to outplay them on an individual basis and let these fantastic players actually shine in the server.
Yeah, you can't let those previous losses get to you. You are still in playoff contention. They win this game, they are able to control their own destiny very, very confidently and have some of the other results fall in their favor even. So it is still all to play for both of these teams today. But yeah, Global need a hard reset. Hopefully them bringing in Darion will reinvigorate this team, relight that passion that we saw from them in kickoff.
Yeah, now they are fully global here, bringing a Singaporean back onto their squad. this should be a good one. I'm hoping all the best for Global Esports. And of course, I say this, they are, in fact, the underdogs today, just to be absolutely clear. The first map is going to be Haven. Here are the agent picks. Not too much has changed, especially for... Oh, no. Things have changed.
Yeah, no, GE, I mean, GE sticking with what they were doing before. Crystal's on his comfort role of the Sova. I need to see him and Papi get involved in the mid-round and have a lot of strong plays. And then, obviously, Yudotan and Darion being the duelist duo on the ISO and the Jet.
Gen.G, why would they change? They don't need to change. They love this composition. They love doing it this way. We've seen this time and time again from them. They love the Viper here. They are 3-1, only losing this map to Boom in overtime. So it's no wonder they're going to be heading into this map 1 feeling very confident.
Absolutely. Foxy9 looking good, looking happy, being back in the squad, being welcomed back there after, you know, sitting in the naughty boy corner for a little while.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, mum and dad put him in the naughty corner, and then they came back and all of the chores were done, and they were very happy with him. So he's back on the squad. Love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're going to send it back to our casters to take us through the second series of today. It's Kilios and Paperthin.
Alrighty, second series coming up is Gen.G going up against Global Esports, but a different look, obviously. Darion back on the starting roster. This double duel is still going to be sticking through here on the Haven, but we get to see Yudotan back into that duelist seat where he was excelling for the team.
Yeah, he seems to be one of the few other players in Pacific who's been able to pick up the ISO alongside Meteor and play it to a really high level. He was really pushing Boom Esports on this map the last time they played it, so really curious to see if they're going to be able to continue with that. Obviously, a Jet instead of a Yoru is going to be kind of the difference for GE. Darion's comfort role in that Jet, an agent we know he can slam on. Is he going to be able to bring it here today against a very tough opponent in Gen.G who looked rejuvenated with Foxy9 back in the roster last week?
Trying to take Vitality's dish from Masters Bangkok, spice it up a little bit here, make it a little bit more palatable perhaps. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it as we get ready to jump into Haven. And yes, I just enjoy smack talking the other regions.
Yeah.
It's a fun little pastime.
I've noticed that. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here trying to play diplomat, trying to keep everybody happy.
I think life's just easier and better when you realize that you can't do that, and it's better to just piss people off instead.
Is it easier, though? Is it? Well, you know, a little bit of util thrown out early, but they're just going to use that opportunity to real clear that space. Ash looking for the jump peaks, but didn't find the timing. Orb grabbed, trying to fast track those kill contracts for Yudotan.
Yep. Peek out there from Ash. Big glimpse on multiple players. We'll just go ahead and send out the concuss. Everybody from Global Esports quickly backpedaling them. As Munchkin with a peek out from window, able to find one. Kelias going to be shut down here. That flank pressure, not going to be much more of a concern here for them. Texture got himself positioned up on top of the box here. Very much going to be a bit more of an unexpected angle when you're not playing against a Jet. Clear out on that recon. Nothing to be seen there. Paranoia going across, and for now, Global Esports still going to be held at bay. This site absolutely locked down, and once again, Global going to have to go on a bit of a pivot.
This has to be where they go because of timing.
Dash at the ready here from Darion. Just waiting to see if he gets a peek out, and we'll just go ahead and abandon this one. Munchkin leading forward. A bit of damage across onto Yudotan, but overall, plant can come through. Salvo's now going to be sent out to slide forward. And Texture somehow comes away with that kill. Probably should have had him absolutely dead to rights, but it's only going to be Munchkin as the lone casualty here on the side of Gen.G, and they will take the opening pistol here on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, Texture just barely sliding underneath Poppy's Classic, but, you know, GE trying to work the map as best as they could. Maybe had an opportunity, but because of the poison cloud there, and you know that Munchkin's probably not too far behind, Snakebite was coming through, didn't feel like they could comfortably push C, go over to A. There's a stack there, they get a sense of it, have to try for B, and at that point the time was ticking down, so Gen.G was able to make a pretty good read. Come through there, nice shots from Ash. Texture gonna slide through, easy peasy for Gen.G. Happy to see that Munchkin's Poison Cloud landing in the right spot. That's a plus. Contingency out to grab the orb.
Already just gonna be 2 away from that kill contract.
Could have it for the bonus. probably will, even if he just dies and doesn't get a kill here. Probably just feed him another orb in the next round. So good management from GE. Global Esports.
Oh.
Ooh. Munchkin's like, if there's more than one, it could be a problem.
Yeah, opts to back away. Snakebite, though, at the ready here as the entry. Coming through on the garage. As it's going to be a bit of a meat grinder situation. Textures there in window. The double push down. Spike now going to be on the floor. There's a smoke. Lands here right on top of Darion. Swing in. Quick little cleanup here. Gen.G looking for the flawless anti-eco texture. Needing to maybe tuck away. Does have 2 HP. All it takes is one stray right-click bullet to just come flying your way to put you down. As Darion also looking to make this costly. But Munchkin will go ahead, push forward, fill that space. The flawless is going to be confirmed. Given the investments, very solid here from the side of Gen.G. On a knife's edge of nearly losing out on a couple of those weapons, but we'll be holding on to all of them going into the bonus.
Yeah, good management of the situation. You know, Util comes out. They have a better response. Relay bolt, snakebite. There was a turret there. Give them that preparation they need to get that set up. Saw Paranoia flying through. Everything in the kitchen sink for Gen.G. As usual, Textures. Yep, just losing his mind. But that's a given for Gen.G. Early smoke out, Munchkin trying to disrespect it, but absolutely cannot. Might have gotten spotted by Global Esports briefly. Texture going to clear a trip and retreat. At least keep that in the back of Global's minds that could be a lurk coming through.
Yeah, still do have that one trip set up outside of that mid window, so a bit more cover here for him. Here's the grab, Yotan snatching up Munchkin as that bulldog, so it can be a quick break on the shield. Then Yotan still able to go ahead and confirm the kill. Crystal comes away with 2. Foxy9 at range, Spectre in hand, able to find 1, but looks like barring Texture finding some pretty hefty impact, that might be the 1 kill that Gen.G is able to find here. Global Esports looking to play out a very clean anti-bonus.
Yeah, really nice to see from them. Just good patience all around. Finally got that ult into play. Texture, what do you have in store for us? Everybody's hiding.
Just Crystal, who's out in the open, and shot goes whizzing past his shoulder. A 3K here from Crystal. As Global Esports will quickly get themselves on the board.
Okay, so kind of all according to plan there. Even though you lose the pistol, you get the kill contract early for Yudotan. He's able to find success in that. Oh, they line up for Crystal there at the Vandal. 2 headshots. Nasty stuff from him. Gonna need some more of that. Crystal is very capable of popping off.
Heard one of those keywords there. I believe it might have been Kellyes who shouted out. It was confidence. You know,
yeah,
play confidently.
Well, for what it's worth, I know things have been a bit of a struggle for Global in this stage. I do love the way Kellyes maintains his composure, his energy. He's done a really good job as the leader of this team. Even though it's been rough sledding at times, he has always been a positive impact on them, and you can hear him all the time up here in the booth. We're 2 stories above the players, and I can hear Kelly screaming down there sometimes. And now Crystal also has a Hunter's Fury off the back of that previous round. Ash does have his ult. So trying to get a little bit of info. Now you're going to know Ash's position. How do you want to play that? Do you want to keep trying to press forward? All of the info utility used for Crystal, still waiting on the recon to come back up.
Thinking maybe they get a catch here on one of these players, but Armageddon not going to be finding anyone.
Timing.
Just the double push up here, and Salvo is going to be sent out as well, just looking to try to hold things off. The spike, however, a little bit faster this time compared to what we were seeing in the pistol. Global ushering this across over towards that C site. Alarm bot get cleared out, but still some damage taken by the nano swarms as Foxy9 playing up inside here of that smoke. Beautifully done, able to find Yudotan. As now, though, gonna get spammed down. Kellyes approaching from garage, finding that kill. Munchkin tucks back, avoids that blast of the Hunter's Fury, but they still need to get the spike planted. 10 seconds remaining. Actually gonna be taking down Kauron here versus Crystal. The swing coming through, goes for the slight little adjustment on the wide swing. Kauron playing it beautifully. And that is going to be Gen.G stopping GE from getting the tie-up.
Yeah, that's I thought that round had some potential there for Global. The early utilization of Ash's ult, plus I think they throw a Paranoia down the A ramp. But that's a nice play from Foxy. Something you don't see very often is him push it up ahead of that, into that poison cloud. He had his turret pretty far forward there to kind of give him the early warning to get into that position.
I hope we get more fights between Crystal and Charon, just because I feel like both of them are going to be such a good just example of raw aim as well as movement.
Yeah.
And Charon able to get the better of him there in that previous round. But I'm hoping that we get to see a couple more 1v1s between those two.
Ignore that initial spray from Charon a little bit.
Sure. It was all just to give Crystal a false sense of security.
Yeah. It's like, he's whiffed, I've got time. I swear. Well, Yudotan got really beat up at the beginning of this round. Kelly S downed by Charon. So they're going to try to clear out the util. They do.
High value shock dart.
Yep. That was a nice one. Good memory from the previous round when Kelly S ate a lot of that nano. Drone cleared. So you know there's one back site. Real question is can you break through?
Ooh, Foxy considering swinging in. Might be getting timing now. Nope. Faces back forward. The tail went up. Chases in. Finds the headshot. Looks for a little bit more, but Crystal able to shut him down. Just he and Poppy now left standing as Paranoia sent. Whiffs.
30 seconds left.
Doesn't connect onto either of these players as Poppy looks to go ahead. Take the opening fight. Charon able to find one. And Crystal, yeah. It's going to have that aim broken as Texture goes sliding across the way. Gen.G going to be off to a 4-1 start.
Yeah, some really solid side anchoring from Foxy9. He's doing a great job of playing delay. Just having a little fun here. Our Munchkin and Texture. I don't know what has gotten into those two today.
I heard Texture yelling.
Yeah.
I think he was screaming at him to give him the defuse.
I mean, those two are quite the combo. Okay, I was hoping we'd maybe get a little bit deeper into that, but there's going to be a timeout from Global Esports. I mean, I didn't get to see the ult charges, so I wasn't sure who maybe in terms of that was more deserving. But maybe Texture just wants to get the overdrive going and slide through. But yeah, just really nice classic stuff from Gen.G there on that retake as well. Charon was sitting in the smoke waiting, got his before he was traded, and then you just send Texture out. Munchkin follows up off the crosshair break. Get that final kill. So elevated, very animated. Looks like he brought Patrick into the booth with him there. Give him a little bit of moral support. Aw, that's cute.
There's a dad and his son.
Aw.
Just chilling out in the coaching booth. All right, well, it is going to be a bit of a weaker purchase here, and taking a look at the ult charge, and I mean, they're both at 2 remaining.
Okay, so there was a reasonable argument to be made for both sides. See, that's my diplomat coming through again.
I'd say given the economic situation of Gen.G, they probably could delay the overdrive and go for a defensive pit.
Yeah, I mean, Munchkin's probably got more legs to stand on for sure. There's that early turret. Last time Foxy was playing close. And he is sort of, again, a little bit wider on the angle this time. No poison, the poison cloud isn't up yet. It's in front of him.
Oh, Foxy able to find the first. Decent sheriff shot there from Darion into the drawdown on the rifle. Charon now going to be noted. His Paranoia going to be exchanged here on both sides. Darion does get stunned up the side in here from Texture. Is able to collect that kill. Chico peeks out. Going to try to spot a little bit more here. As Kelly's just quickly going to be backing away. Crystal sprinting over a long sight for the moment. Completely opened up. Ash not too far away. They're just trying to double stack and note this, but Charon will just go ahead and win out the fight. The flanker now dead.
Now you know it's clear. Can get through and get that plant pretty easily. Texture still over on C. I mean, there's a world where he dashed over.
Spike planted.
To be a little bit careful of that, but no guns are going to be able to be collected by Poppy and Crystal, so just those sheriffs, but see if they can match what Darion started the round with. A couple sharp shots. Just watching Heaven. Close as Poppy.
Hello. What? Hello?
Did Texture land into that shot?
Seemed like it. Time is ticking here. Gen.G need to get a move on. Global Esports. They're going to try to seal this one away. And Crystal finds that hit. There's the ping reveal. Ash gets the spike held up to half. They push forward into the smoke and they overwhelm. What a round off the back of the timeout. Global Esports pulling off an effective thrifty.
That's just beautiful. I mean, those are nasty Sheriff shots. Picks up the Vandal.
Opening two from Darion.
Yeah, hits a stunner. Okara through the wall there. Yep, he landed in it.
What does it kill?
There you go.
Chef's kiss indeed.
Getting a little bit energized. I love that the other 4 players on Global add up to Crystal's kills right now.
Hey, yeah. I mean, he's a tremendous player.
They close the gap down to half, so 2 more to try to tie things up here, needing to find some impact on the attack. Turk going to be cleared out. Foxy just a stinger in hand as Yudotan now going to be 1 away from having that next kill contract online.
You can see they know they have full control because of the contingency over the Sea Orb. There really isn't a lot that Gen.G's been able to deal with it other than the early salvos in the pistol round. And Ash has been on permanent A duty ever since, so they've done a great job of finding the advantages where they can, really putting them to good use. Obviously, with the way Yudotan performed the last time out on Haven for GE, you want to get him fired up and rolling. And if Crystal's popping behind him, things could definitely go well for Global Esports. Yep. Texture trying to get away with a forward position, but it's noted. Good diligence. Foxy.
Jiggling to try to reset that. Nanoswarm to try to buy himself some time. He's going to go for a reposition. Does this get red? Well, he's just going to get spammed out. Yudotan able to take him down. Crystal, Hunter's Fury finding Munchkin. And the site now wide open. Couple shots out here from Karan. Just poking broad as best as possible. Yudotan whittled away at down to 36. If he sends the ultimate, does go ahead and get that health reset. But I think he's probably going to be feeling pretty comfy given the position here, given that they have 5 players alive. Granted, he and Darion dangerously low.
I was kind of curious to maybe tuck into Cubby. That way if things went sideways.
2 players have gotten out onto the side. Poppy going to be taken down. Spike now starting to be held. There's the pull through. Doesn't get the diffuser though. They play in front of it. Yudotan, he'll win that fight. With the round victory, it goes the way of Gen.G. Nothing going to be carried forward. They don't have much money behind, but Gen.G once again, ahead by 3.
Yeah, I mean, the whole way through here, Gen.G is knowing that Yudotan's going to throw his ult once they start the defuse, so they're throwing players ahead. And Ash just sticks it and spins.
Well, you can see, still potential for GE to win the war as you get the Phantom 4 Sheriffs here for the side of Gen.G. Salvos, they're able to get out in front of these. Damage not going to be suffered, just a ping reveal onto Charon.
Being really patient. We've seen some trickery early from Gen.G where they're just tucking in the smokes, trying to play aggressively off the back of those. So GE has to be very careful. There goes the util dump.
Paranoia goes out. And Charon, Ash, 1 apiece. Yudotan turning over, looking for a second kill. Munchkin out wide, trying to steady it, but he's just dancing around him. You say, okay, we got the spike. Kelly, yes, you're by yourself. That's fine. We're going to send the pit. The corpse is out of reach. The neural theft, no way in hell.
Oh, man, it looked like for a moment there, because Yudotan got the reset on his shield, and maybe he was going to be able to do something about it, but Munchkin, just one of the smartest players you'll find, just dodging back and forth until Ash could get there so they could combine fire.
Left.
Make sure they could take him down. I think Texture got involved, or not Texture, but anyway. Kelly S left to save. 0 credits behind him, so Gen.G just fearsome with the Sheriffs as always. Yep. Free orb too. Get closer to another Armageddon. Phenomenal round here. I mean, those Those entry kills were stunning.
Thrifty.
Well, Thrifty pulled off here from Gen.G. Securing themselves now a 6-round win. Still have that lockdown available. 2 charges away from an Armageddon as well. Just, I mean, it's been known.
Yep.
You know, it's last year. Thrifty's still seemingly in Gen.G's blood, even with some of the players' changes coming through.
Well, I mean, you've still got Texture, Munchkin, Karan.
Yeah.
And they're all nasty with the Sheriff. Ash getting involved. I'm sure Foxy's no slouch. Clear the dart, yeah. Ash, not really much he can do to contest that at this point. See what the timing is and which direction he goes with the drone. Smoke, Karan expecting the execute, setting up the util for it, but again, GE so scared that there's going to be players inside of those smokes because of what they saw early. Has to respect that. Minute left on the clock. Foxy hasn't really seen much. I think just the Cypher spotted by the drone. But there's 3 players here. This could be tough for Global Esports.
Aaron, this entire time, he's just been jiggling. Now he stays tucked. Wall goes up, shield raised, paranoia, locks him in place. Darian was looking to go there. Hit the updraft, and now util has been burned. Gen.G just slamming the door here in Global Esports' face. Foxy's still stagnant in case they go for another late pivot. As walks forward into the smoke right into Munchkin. Yotan doing well to go ahead and trade one back. The crossfire setup is broken. Yotan finding one, Texture sliding into his demise. And Foxy's just gonna be one, guys, what happened here?
Yeah. That is crazy that Global's able to break through that. That is pretty well set up by Gen.G. Just good firepower there. Everybody sticking together, coming through at the same time, watching the proper angles, and they all hit their shots. The dominoes just fall. I mean, that looked like it had Gen.G written all over it. But sometimes you can just fight your way out of those bad spots. Good shooting can get you those big round wins that you desperately need with the economy being the way it is for Global Esports. That is huge. Yudotan's going to have his ult going into the next round. There's a lot to be scared of for Gen.G. Yeah, they have a lot of ults too. But that kill contract can be a difference maker. No matter what you've got to throw at it.
GE fighting back a bit. Still potential to run this all the way to a 6-6 half and try to recover it. We'll take a look back. I mean, yeah, sure. The spray down on a Munchkin. Ooh, expected, but yeah, really nice, crisp shot from Yudotan.
3 more rounds, it will be good for us.
Yeah, 3 more, super good.
Yeah.
Hard to disagree with that, considering, you know, just the pace that has been set so far. It's been, you know, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1.
And considering there's only 3 more rounds in the half.
Well, yeah.
But he's absolutely correct. They could get it to 6-6. I mean, they probably feel pretty comfortable on their defender's side here.
Okay,
oh,
well.
No.
Spike down A.
The pattern might just be continuing.
Oh, no.
It's continuing. Well, Gen.G's just say, okay, we dropped that one. Let's go for a crunch play. Ash gets taken down, and the pace, the change up here, completely catches Global Esports off guard.
Caught me off guard. And those were deep kills. That was outside of A garden.
I'll take a look back. Just, I mean, maybe. I think the replay officer.
They're trying to figure out what happened. Yeah, they weren't ready for the replay button.
Salva finding Yudotan, yeah.
He's way out in Narnia.
Well, for Global Esports, it's one of those rounds you want to just try to shrug off. Crystal saying, okay, let's get 2 more, and it's really good.
Yeah, just keep saying that. The issue is the economy still never really rolling for Global Esports. Gen.G's sitting on a fair amount. Karan loses the battle to Yudotan. Nice step up, and he's still got the double
Gonna be the
tap.
grab on the Munchkin.
Yep.
Texture arriving, and again just swinging out. Loses the fight.
Wow.
Yudotan finds Munchkin. 5v2. Foxy and Ash, I mean, do you even try to make a go of this?
Spike.
Kelly's is still on a lurk.
Well, get Kelly S here.
Standing.
Oh, now no.
All right, well, you will make it a little bit more costly by finding the 2 eliminations, but that is going to be Global Esports getting themselves up to 4, potential for that 7 and 5. Still not quite as hard hitting on this attack as you would like it to be, given the double duelist composition, but running it back in any capacity, it's going to be a much better feeling here for you.
Hello, Darion.
Let's try to surprise him, scare him maybe a little bit.
Welcome back. Just phenomenal stuff from Yudotan. I mean, his ISO is very, very strong.
Last round before the
The individual shooting is through the roof. Let's see this again. Just hops up, boom. And then Darion right there. The double duelists in combination, shutting Gen.G out of that round. Just aggressive positioning, hitting their shots. Catching Gen.G a little bit flat-footed.
Op in play, though.
Keep up.
Yep, texture with the op. And a lot of ults to boot, so Gen.G has an opportunity here to claim their 8th. Just can they stop GE's fearsome pushes? Wise there from Darion. Don't want to aggress any further forward off the back of that alarm bot. Senses that there's likely a trap being set up off the back of it. A lot of that has been obviously the name of the game for Foxy9 and most Killjoys, of course, but with the op holding such a tight angle.
They're going to look to drone him off this as well. Backs away. How much did they get to see, though? Curious if they were able to identify this. Texture still playing up close, but it's going to be more than enough. Finds Darion. Elias trying to go on this lurk, and Ash able to note that. TP now going to be canceled. As this just leaves Kelly S on a bit of an island. 40 seconds now remaining in the round. Ash contains the Cypher back. Salva's at the ready. Footsteps going to be heard. Paranoia primed. Bounce forward, Paranoia coming across, but it's such close angles that Ash is able to go ahead, get vision. Kelly S take it down. Munchkin finding 1, finding 2. And that is going to be the cleanup coming through as Gen.G get themselves up to 8.5.
This is a great round by Ash. He plays this so nicely, sees a little bit of contact, sends out the ult so that no matter what at that point in the round, because there's been a little bit of scuffling over at C, you know that time is going to be dwindling. If you can just buy that extra second for some of those players to get over to the site to bail you out, they can come through, combine fire, and they do. Really nicely played by the Tejo for Gen.G. 8-4. It's going to be that defender side, a very solid defender side for any team on Haven. No matter what you're going against, but especially against the double duelist comp. Very impressive. See if they can kill it up. Kill it up. Keep it up. Also works, I guess.
Yeah. Why not?
I saw the sign. That's why it said 4 kills for texture, and my brain went kill.
Dude, that suggest drawing is so funny.
Why is his face so like compacted?
I don't know. Oh, that was great. That honestly, like if I'm Gen.G, Arnold, if you're listening, I would acquire those drawings and sell them as stickers.
Yeah,
I think it'd be good.
They're cute. Yeah, I like that.
Nice little drawings of all the players. Well, 4-8 to try to recover from here at the half. Global Esports, I think they've talked about it themselves. You know, they have unfortunately been a little bit prone to some softer starts in their series. These first maps being a bit rougher for them. Still an opportunity, though, to try to turn things around and see how they fare as we get ready to go into the pistol.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think there's plenty of capable players on this team. Just putting it all together. It's been a bit of a tricky affair. Karan and Yudotan exchanging some damage. Karan took the brunt end of that. Down to 20 HP. But this is all seemingly set up for a B hit. Poppy, and now Crystal sliding over to watch. Fire exchange, smoke comes down for Poppy, and
spam on the angles, but I mean Gen.G right now are quite scathed.
I don't like that. Yeah, I wouldn't like that crossfire either. This might have bought them the opportunity they need to go over to A, but instead, they're expecting some kind of pressure, a lurk potentially out through mid. I see this a lot.
Foxy just sitting tucked away, waiting for that turret. Swings, though, actually before it. Just happens to hit the god timing on it. Munchkin Karan still 41 HP between the two of them. Could be at risk. Darren seeing his shoulder, opts to back away. He gets the sewer, nothing spotted now. They're going to be sent, relay into the corner. Texture looking to try to get the shutdown, finds Crystal, but Darion barrel stuffs with the Sheriff, finds him. It's Foxy intercepting into B. Somehow gets the fight. 10 health remaining. I mean, Gen.G, they're in absolute tatters, but they have the player advantage. Munchkin out, flush against the walls. The plant comes in and has Ash here for a bit of backup. The swing forward, Poppy collects them both.
One enemy remaining.
30 health between the two, and Karan is just so damn crisp.
Goodness.
Both pistols here for the side of Gen.G, 9-4.
Man, a lot of back and forth, not just in terms of the rotations for Gen.G, but how the round felt like it was going to go. That's a great paranoia from Karan. Connected right on top of Crystal. And the early recognition here from Gen.G with that crossfire, able to bait that out onto the B site, allowed them to shift their weight to the other side of the map. Draw some attention over there, find a free pick, and then Foxy finds one of his own so that, you know, he's got some space over there. Doesn't necessarily find Kelly S initially, but eventually gets there. That opens up that B site just enough, but weak health, and looked like for a moment maybe Poppy was going to want to have one of his classic clutches. Couldn't quite come through. All those players in Cubby, if only there was a Tejo on the other side. So juicy. Who used to play with Darion.
True.
Now he's over in China. Very happy about that.
Plant now coming in. Smoke falling. Tailwind forward. Darion trying to play a little bit distract there. Karan still coming away with two. As Poppy is able to do the same. Flank around the back though. Foxy9 will go ahead. Puts him down. Gen.G. 2 players lost. I believe 1 weapon going to be left behind as they close out the anti-eco.
I mean, this is just classic Gen.G. Kind of wait for your moment, get to the site, set up the crossfires. Round over. Crisp shooting. You know, they love those one-tap guns. Go for the head. Win the rounds. Easy money.
Over there.
Couple Guardians. Surprisingly, Munchkin not one of them. Has the Bulldog. Foxy has the Phantom. The full rifle. And everybody from GE, well, 3 players from GE going over towards C. Oof.
Snag damage taken once again. Shock dart lobbed in. Unable to find contact off that. So HP bars steadied.
Poppy
playing around with the idea of going for a peek there, but almost certainly would have been his demise.
Him and Texture were so close.
Might be able to find a solid flank timing though. Here's that drone coming out that might make him think that he's got enough opportunity. Signals the smoke over first though. They're already in ahead of this, the plant coming through. Munchkin just noting that door position, sending out the pings here.
I just saw it.
It looks like Karan. Just go ahead, TP out. He's gonna go into the spawn. And he's likely to get caught. Kelly S is in a solid position. Yeah, we'll go ahead, screw up that kill.
Time though.
An opportunity. Try to get back into this here. There's Yudaton able to find one. Nano Swarm for delay. Poppy on the peak. Munchkin gonna be taken down. Salvo's now layered in. Gen.G is looking to try to play delay as much as they possibly can. Foxy9 now eliminated. The cleanup is there. Defuse can come through. Global Esports get a flawless anti-bonus.
Yeah, That's crazy. I mean, with how cleanly Gen.G was able to get through and get that plant down, it looked like it might be a pretty difficult round, but Kelly S reads that off the rip. That's where Karan had gone. Shuts that right down.
One enemy remaining.
And then they're just cleaning out the players from the courtyard. And good understanding of the composition that they're going to be going against, what those B post plants are going to look like, of course, with the Teho Util and the Nano Swarms and all that for the delay. Just pressing forward the whole time. Global Esports, very nice. Anti-bonus.
Slow walking up, and Darren just not able to find it. Texture will still fall, though. Yudotan with a nice timing. As Kelly S similarly holds down the garage. Player advantage now here for the side of Global Esports. Gen.G still trying to push forward, but now Karan going to be picked off, and Poppy, I thought for a second, was just going to go ahead and stick that one, and he might as well have. If Ash completely pinned in. Double tap expiring. Just on now. A bit at risk, and we'll get a headshot and take him out. Ash, no matter what now, confirming that he will have an Armageddon. Drone will go ahead, get the spot out. Capital plant, the paranoia going to be sent in, goes for the peek. Getting pressured here. Double swing around.
No!
Certainly not! The fadeaway shot for the Red Bull clutch. Ash with the 4K. Delivers a heartbreaking round to the doorstep of Global Esports.
Oh my God. This was such a nice round for GE, Kelly S, and Yudotan. Just shutting down these dry pushes from the side of Gen.G, but then Ash, he gets tagged up too. They have the spot, and they just walk into it. That last one through the box onto Crystal. Ridiculous. Oh no. That tripwire really weird from Kelly S too. Over at Garage that last round.
That is a little cheeky one.
Yeah.
Harder to identify. Poppy on the push up, and Munchkin will collect one, tucks back behind the smoke, eats quite a bit of damage here. But critically, he stays alive.
This is something you have to deal with against Gen.G. Is this toxic screen and Munchkin's play around it. And I like that Global Esports wants to get proactive. To try to make sure that he can't set up those lurks. Because that opens up the C side of the map a lot more for Gen.G.
Darian having to go big, but will just be sat down. Ash carrying forward from the previous round. Cut at the ready. Yudotan popping the shield, setting up the wall. See, going forward now, turns his sights down to the sewer. The double tap, however, getting ready to expire. His back, face back over now, in towards main, and Ash just does not lose. Texture will die. He is up in arms about it. Yes, around from the back. Able to find Munchkin. The neural tap now going to be infested. The reveal's coming out. Crystal. Any amount of damage taken. Here's the drone. Goes chasing forward. Ash will face forward just to go ahead and clear that out. Gets pinged. Karan identifying the position here of Kelly S. Ends up falling to the wayside. The kill coming through. Foxy now swooping all the way around, silently creeping up over towards Long, and I don't think they have a read on this one whatsoever. Now,
one enemy remaining.
The Rude Awakening comes through, and that's just going to be Util in hand from Crystal, not realizing that he's already pushed forward onto the site. Gen.G are now going to be up to map point.
Just madness here. I mean, Global Esports has been so close in some of these rounds, and then at the very last moment, things just go awry. Ash in the previous round, this time Foxy9 with the late lurk. Ash again hitting a great shot to open things up. Kelly S gets his ult, puts it to good use. They just weren't quite ready for the other Sentinel.
I wanted to see a full screen of Texture's reaction.
Just losing his mind after he gets shock darted. I can't believe he knew I was going to be there. Did he miss the shock dart? Wasn't he supposed to be at the plant site?
He's always just so damn animated. I hope they bring back the little kind of like I don't think it's quite the right term, but like the chibi drawings that they had on Instagram.
Yeah.
Of the players and like all of the moments that were happening last year.
Oh, yeah.
Like the Karan like rifle, the Lakia just sending out shock darts and stuff on the stage. Texture bawling his eyes out.
I mean, I feel like we could definitely put together a good compilation reel of Texture reactions.
Oh, I think we already. I want to say that we called for this last season.
Yeah.
And then somebody made it and tweeted it at us.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, like, just like every day, you just need to have one ready at the end, because I'm sure he's just putting out about 10 minutes worth for every match that he's playing. Perpetually losing his marbles. Crystal with the
Standing ahead.
glass cannon. Well, and he pays the price.
Solid read. I mean, Gen.G, they know what the economy is going to look like, so the Outlaw comes into play, and Munchkin immediately gets value off of it.
For sure. Tough situation for Global Esports to be in. Looked like there might have been some legs to this defender's side. Gen.G kicked him out from underneath him. Foxy just going to be holding the line over on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, the main forces of the black and gold are setting up for the A-hit, and it is wide open for the taking. Yudotan does have his ult, so retake definitely doable if you can get to the right positions. You know, if he can find his, the other players swarm through, get their kills. There you go.
Well, not necessarily who you want to pull forward. See if you can win the fight. Shield broken. Karan. Just an absolute monster. Relay to try to delay here. Darian dashing forward. Does get stunned up, I do believe. Stuck within the cloudburst and dead immediately as soon as it expires. Texture now. Overdrive pop at the ready. Wanted to try to bring this one to an end, but they will just get shut down. A bit too silly with it. There's just nothing more to be done here. The spray through. The kill's going to be found. Karan with the 3K. We'll go ahead and bring this to a swift end. 13-5, Gen.G looking dominant here on their map pick of Haven.
Yep, this is nice and steady for Gen.G. Took a few hero moments on some of the rounds, but overall, kind of what you've come to expect from these Gen.G players. Crisp shooting, good decision making, good macro. Like the early start from Foxy9 with the Killjoy. He's doing a good job anchoring. I mean, Karan is Karan, Texture is Texture.
But
Ash, dude, I was leaving the best for last. I thought Ash played phenomenal that map. Great util, great shooting, really impressed.
That Ash 4K was awesome. So, great performance from him. That's one that's going to drive some momentum forward into the next map, which of course is going to be Global's pick of Pearl. And that needs to be the staging ground for the turnaround here. Unfortunately for them, it is another one of those rocky starts. It is another slow beginning to a series. But at this point, they have to be hoping that that's all it is.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I think these boys can definitely turn it around. Just need, again, that confidence that Kelly S was talking about at the beginning of today. We heard him saying it. Let's see if they can find some more onto Pearl and turn things around and bring us to a third map. Would love to see some Ascent from both these teams.
Sure.
So, fingers crossed. But Gen.G's fearsome, man. Still some phenomenal shooters on this team. Great decision making. IGLing is always solid with Munchkin there.
Yeah, it just feels like they've gotten better week over week, returning to some of that previous form that was the best team here in the region from last year. But we'll go ahead and send it back over to the analyst as to break down the action from Haven.
Couldn't agree more with our casters here. Gen.G looking great. Ash especially, who's sort of a missing piece and unknown if he was gonna be a good fit. I mean, we've seen players come and go, but he has stepped up, and this is kind of what Gen.G needs, especially if they're gonna go into playoffs.
Yeah, really great game from him. Really nice to see the other people that aren't, the usual suspects from Gen.G be able to step up. We've seen Munchkin all year. Now Ash really stepping up to the role, especially in this map. But it was overall a pretty dominant performance from Gen.G, right?
Yeah, they just got it done by committee, and I think particularly for Ash, although Foxy9's already got a lot of games under his belt, this will be a bit of a confidence builder for him, a little bit of an easier game against a GE that didn't really show up up as much in some scenarios, although there were some close rounds where in the mid-round it was kind of like a make or break situation, an XVX, where you were kind of getting into a post plan or something like that. But every time we got into one of those kind of sketchy situations, someone from Gen.G would step up, and there was a couple of rounds from Ash, which is why it feels like such an outstanding game from him when really everyone was doing their job. You got a lot of opening kills from multiple players, Texture included, and Caron also winning some of those kind of make or break situations as well.
Yeah, I mean, just across the board, this Gen.G roster is so talented. Like, we can't fault them. And I mean, especially the Haven, this is a map that they love to pick. They've been playing such a similar style with it for so long. You know, Munchkin is that fast rotate on the defense. They go 4-1 on the attack. You know, this is the same thing we talk about with T1 a lot, where it's like, you know what to expect, but you can't stop it because Gen.G are just that good.
Yeah, I think you saw some development from Foxy9 as well. I saw him sit bottom grass licking a wall for 30 seconds. And he was AD spamming because he is still a teenager and he can't sit still. But he was doing his job. You know, he definitely understands his role within the structure very well at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the duelist blood is still deep within, so...
He wanted to peek, but he didn't.
Just wants to go. But I mean, there was one round that I did want to talk about from Gen.G where I feel like, even though they are running that same comp, they are still adding a little bit of innovation. And I really like this round. This was such a fast set-piece round. They're so aggressive. They're going down mid. They're going down A. They have these kind of crunches ready, but I like this one a lot. I feel like the util was so punishing for GE, where GE are poised to just kind of do an A default and just get immediately shut down. So this round was a real pleasure to watch from Gen.G, and I feel like it goes to show that even though they still run the similar style of things, they're able to be creative and, you know, use those same ideas in different ways.
I think that it's the kind of thing that you won't be ready for because no one's playing the Viper on this map. You're used to playing against Breach or the Duelist comp, so you're often expecting a fault line down sewer. You're not expecting Munchkin, the best player in the region, to be wide swinging you from sewer and just, you know, getting in your face. Caron's TPing into mid window 2 seconds into the round, and Texture's running it down long A with a bloody relay bolt in lobby. It's just not something that you're ready for. And then there's Teo missiles that are making you kind of dodge. And it's just a very difficult kind of fast set play to be thrown at you.
I think you guys, I mean, we've all been saying it, how comfortable Gen.G is on Haven, and they continue to look so comfortable that they can do these kind of plays at this point. And going back to what Solo and HSK like to do, they like to refine on the comps that they already have.
Yeah.
Haven is like a case where it still applies, thankfully. I mean, we saw some situations last week where that wasn't really the case. So, I mean, good showing from Gen.G there, and one thing's for sure, vibes are through the roof for this team.
It's so fun to listen to them, especially when we get them like after the replays. I mean, we can hear them from down there on the stage, and they're always going crazy. They're shouting. You know, they have so many funny remarks. It's such a fun team to watch, so they love getting themselves hyped up.
They're kind of piquing my interest at the moment because you're seeing like some good comments from Foxy9 in the interview, some good discipline in the structure. You saw him on the active lurk through the middle of the map on a really good timing there, which I would have pegged him to not win those kind of situations in the past, and he was able to actually open up the map a little bit more. So he's understanding where he needs to play within the overall structure and playing a little bit more disciplined overall. I think you're seeing more and more flashes of this individual brilliance, and the reason why Ash was picked up into this team because he was that duelist player on Gen.G Academy with a little bit of init play, mostly on the Teo, but you're definitely seeing flashes of those mechanics and of that individual brilliance. And that in combination with this championship winning core, like it's only some easier games in the group stage right now, but I almost want to fast forward to the playoff game already where they actually take on another really good team again and see what happens.
Is it too soon for you guys to, you know, kind of soft predict how far they're going to go?
Oh, man. I mean, they were 3rd place last season in kickoff, which I know was disappointing for them because they would have expected Masters, but like, I don't know. I'm almost kind of feeling more convinced by this current iteration. I don't know how you feel.
I'm not. I mean, Boom won there in kickoff. RRQ won there in kickoff.
It's a harder field. It's a harder field. That's true. That's true. Fair enough.
Well, we are going to be going into Pearl now. We are expecting greater things from Global Esports this time around.
So I like this pick from Global Esports. I do think this is a very winnable map for them in this veto. Gen.G have not looked particularly strong here when they have played it, and they don't really like this map compared to GE, where they've had better results.
Yeah, you see 2 bans for Gen.G there. They have not played it since kickoff against T1, where they took a loss there, and they were playing a very kind of old style that almost feels a little outdated at this point. They were playing the Killjoy, KO Sova, almost the Ascent S comp on Pearl, which no one runs anymore. So they're going to have to, I think, reinvent what they're bringing here. I mean, it's got to be a Teo on Ashe. I wouldn't be surprised to see Foxy9. I'd like to see him again on a Vice. We've only seen it on Lotus. So I want to see more Vice from Foxy9 and see how he's playing on other Senti agents other than Killjoy, because the only agents that I've been that convinced by him in kickoff was Killjoy and Gecko. And Cypher has been a question mark. I need to see more Vice. I need to see more Cypher and some other agents from Foxy9 to see how well-rounded his agent pool is in the Senti role.
Yeah, or play Killjoy and get a lot of frags and help me get a lot.
I mean, Killjoy can work on Pearl. Yeah.
It absolutely can. Yeah, I mean, Global Esports.
Meteor, he's like a decent player in Pacific. I don't know if you guys have heard of him. He plays that on this map, so
yeah.
He's a nice up-and-comer at the moment.
He's fine.
Yeah,
I heard he's all right. Yeah, he's
But
maybe he's
no
just
one's
lucky.
picked him for some reason, so I don't know what the hell is wrong with all of us.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, frauds. Fraud watch on this desk so far. I do think whatever Gen.G ends up going with on Pearl, they're probably going to stick to it for the rest of this year, and they're just going to refine and refine and refine.
Yeah,
that is
I mean, that's
the way
their
they
style, right? I mean,
Yeah.
this is like, it's a nice approach to the game where you keep things simple. You don't need to catch your opponents off guard so much with some wild off-meta stuff if you can trust your players to execute. You know, they take this expertise approach to the game, to the maps that they like to play, compared to some of these other teams that like to be trickier, that like to, you know, try and steal maps, try and pull off more upsets. Gen.G don't need to do that. They know that they're at the top of this region, especially they were last year, so why change if it's not broken? You know, that's definitely their motto.
I do want to talk about Global Esports now. You know, there was a lot of hype for them at the beginning of this year, and we did see that potential come through, and then things haven't been working out. We kind of listed a lot of reasons why. You know, if you were coaching this team, what would you want to see in Pearl? Which players do you want to see step up? What kind of team play do you want to see happening? What kind of like comms do you want to see coming through?
I think the big thing is obviously Darion's coming into this game, so show us why you're in, Darion. I mean, they've had duelist problems this whole year. You know, it's been tough for them. Patrick, who didn't put up the numbers that they wanted to see, and Darion on that map 1 wasn't really there. So they need to find a way to get their duelist activated, because he's going to go against Texture in that head-to-head. So it's a big ask, so get them activated.
They have a great duelist. His name is Unatan, but he's going to be staring at a wall for most of this game, I'd imagine, because he's probably going to be thrown on the Senti. All right, GE, yep. Vice for Kelly S, and you're getting double Senti. So Killjoy and Unatan, it's a very slow comp, and especially starting out on the attack, that puts a lot of emphasis and pressure on Darion getting these entries. It's going to have to be a very slow, lurk-heavy attack from GE, and Darion's going to have to be very influential on the op on defense.
Gen.G made some small changes from when we last saw this team play.
Yeah, Neon.
So, yeah, we see the Neon coming for Texture, and the Teo, of course, on that choice of Initiator. Yep. Again, it just feels like a slightly more updated, modern version of what they were doing before.
Yep. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you guys. This is looking good for Gen.G, but let's see what's going to happen on Pearl as we send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Let's see what happens indeed. Pearl coming up, Global Esports looking to bounce back here in the series. Try to get this squad into the driver's seat, take hold of the game. We got a problem. It's a little cutout.
She wants to see the knives.
Well,
too bad.
It would have to be out of Darion's hands here. Given the jacket that she was wearing, I don't think that's what they want to witness. But we want to witness a closer map. We want to witness Global Esports running this one back. Unatan to start, Sheriff in hand, Ghost across the board for the rest of Global Esports.
Yeah, this attacking side feels like it might be a little rough for them. We'll have to see. You only have Kelly S's flash. Nobody else has any in hand.
Unatan for that second kill, but Ashe able to avoid taking damage. Will just be the trade out here. So Killjoy for a Neon if you're Global overall. Gonna be taking that one. As Darion dashing forward. Shifts up, but Foxy9 striking, shifts over now, grabs that Ghost. Suddenly it's gonna be Global Esports held at bay.
He's gonna get the orb. Oh, what a, oh my God. The timing there.
Yeah, timing on that.
Good
Still
flash.
No. Kill was found. So now just Crystal and Poppy to try to get themselves back into this one. Swing out and the headshot is in. Crystal now all alone to try to turn the tides of this pistol. Otherwise, Gen.G looking to once again start off the map here with a win. Go 3-0 on pistols, and yeah, Charon gonna go ahead and scoop up the 3K.
Yeah, pretty clean stuff. I mean, the early trade sends everybody over to the other side of the map. Try to break in. You know, Darion dashes through. He's instantly shut down. The util there to stall the players behind. See the nano. And that's round over. There's maybe a moment where if that flash doesn't fully connect onto Poppy, he might be able to kill Foxy, and then maybe things get a little bit different, but instead it's just kind of smooth sailing there for Gen.G again. Undefeated in the pistols so far, 3 for 3. Trying to go 3 for 3 on the bonuses. Oh my.
Saw the lineup there for a second. I thought he was going to be able to go ahead and absolutely feast. Instead it's going to be Munchkin. Just that Ghost who's going to be timing now, and suddenly we're into a 2v2. Weapon's going to be scooped up. Guardian here for Crystal at full HP. Still the players from Gen.G shifting over into position. And the onus still is on Udaton and Crystal to try to figure out how they get themselves back into this round.
This is quite curious. You're just trying to guess what the other team is going to do, how they're going to react off the back of that fight where even damage is done. Crystal with a Guardian, though. That is scary. Foxy9 sitting with a Marshall, but he's sliding over towards Waterfall. Checking to see if maybe there was a player lurking through there. Still close enough to his util on site.
30 seconds left.
No, but they're not in a position to do anything to stop this plant. Well, maybe now, because now they're changing direction.
They're looking to try to make this a fake, but if footsteps are going to be heard here.
Yep.
Yeah, and then the double back comes through. Charon looking to really upset their day. That headshot is so damn fast.
Jeez, dude.
Plant is in. But yep.
I love how Foxy comes bunny hopping in there.
And just run back across, go get a Guardian or whatever. Foxy just sprinting forward. Karen will get the defuse to half. Pauses. Get all the time in the world.
Just, it's so brutal when Charon's on. He's looking for the damn gun.
Where are the guys?
Drop it. Well, I was wondering where that Bulldog went too, because I thought it might have been dropped further up the ramp, but it was at the bottom. So, because I heard the Bulldogs going, and I'm like, how did that happen?
Well, I'll start at that 3K there from Munchkin. Eventually ran out of bullets. And then Karin there, just ready to be the finisher. The 5-0 start.
He's just so good.
It's still decent damage dealt.
Yes.
As we go into the bonus here for the side of Gen.G, so do go ahead and reinvest a little bit, but cash-wise, they're still in a strong position.
Ready. Recovering it.
Get the ult for Charon. A couple Bulldogs. Sheriff for Ash.
Texture seeing just a little jiggle peek out from Darion. Poppy just going to be left to go on a lingered. His best Sylvan impersonation, perhaps.
Well, they're so convinced that this is going to be on the other side of the map.
Oh, Poppy, if he had just started firing there through that screen, would have at least found some damage on the Texture, but just looking to try to play this out a little bit more quietly for the time being. Double stack on Art here for Gen.G. Triple push into main. Udaton just going to get dinked and taken down. Foxy having the reach in shield. Oh my god, Crystal catching a stray. On the entry, Darion goes in, finds one, but he's isolated. So the rest of Global Esports just don't have it in. Texture still lingering here on this B site. As Poppy tries to clear the way.
Yeah, it's so tough. Oh, Texture. Just.
And, well.
A magnet to Poppy's head.
They made it a little over halfway there, but now they have to just stay put. Go for the save. It's going to be our first bonus conversion of the day, I do believe.
10 seconds left.
Gen.G getting themselves a 3-0 start.
Well, this is going to be so tough on these entries. I mean, the desk was talking about it. I was thinking about it. It's without much util to really clear space. You have to rely on Darion's entries to get the job done. And the smokes have to be perfect from your Astra. Maybe a good grab well to help set you up.
30 seconds
But
left.
if there's a trade there, you know, Darion finds one and there's a trade and you have so much stall util with Gen.G. I mean, you have the nanos, you have the Astra stuff, you have the Taeho, you have the relay bolts, you have the fragment. I mean, the Gen.G's comp is very well suited to stop anything that G is going to be able to try to accomplish.
Right here.
So far, they've been executing it perfectly. Maybe trying to turn up the tempo a little bit. Pause off the back of the smoke from Karan.
Oh, foot spotted.
Taking that back.
There's a tiny little pixel there. Is Darion similarly going to get a tiny glimpse? So knows that there's going to be one holding on that angle, but forced away here as, whoa, my God, Karan just swooping in, finding two. Foxy looking for the second, can't quite make it happen, but they're just both so devastatingly low. Gen.G just looking for the crunch, just looking for the confidence plays, and they're being rewarded for them. 28 health is all that's left, because even the drone gets canceled.
Just impeccable. Munchkin threw a great flash. See it in the replay, even though it doesn't connect with the global esports players. The timing.
Just looking at pre-fire, the angles here. They just split across.
30
Crystal
seconds left.
can slowly maybe walk his way over to B to get the plant down. It looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. And Gen.G getting a sense of this.
I think Ash might have heard the footsteps.
Yeah, he might have actually just barely caught it. The ping's coming down. Salvo not quite going to be in position to disrupt it, but Texture is. Swoops the corner, classic in hand. It's going to be a 4-0 start now.
Man, oh man. Just so difficult for global esports to get through. See, there's that flash. Didn't even connect. It didn't matter. He just... It was a timing play, and he just hit the shots anyway. Obviously, Texture with an operator is always a thing to be feared. Smooth sailing for Gen.G. Early timeout for global esports has to be expected. I mean, this is tough. These are rough situations to be in. Again, you only have one flash from the arc rose. So, you know, can you set up some kind of timing plays with Crystal's utility? Again, combo with the Astra, those are really your best options. If you could get to the post plants, yeah, you have a scary team. But Gen.G is not keen on letting you get there at all. And elevated, trying to elevate the team. Really emphasizing some of his points there. Gen.G just all smiles, as it is looking pretty good for them. Have to wait and see what the response is going to look like here. Already some deep stars set up for Poppy towards the A site. They're pinging it out, so they're going to make some kind of play for A main. Try to get at least some kind of control. Nobody's within one of their ult. You have a couple from two away from their ults for global esports. So, okay, we're able to get there. Step one, that required your dash from Darion. So now how do you get to the site? You can find ways to bait Gen.G's utility. That'll help. But trying to dial up answers is difficult here.
It certainly is. There's Munchkin getting rid of that shear wall. They're going to stick around. Looks like line share of global looking to try to explore in towards mid. You've got Foxy at the double door. Texture going to back away. Doesn't want to give over the op position here. Now this leads them in towards Foxy 9. Pops the nano. Not sure what kind of confirmation he quite had there, but regardless, looks to try to hold this door down. We'll be able to come away with a singular kill. It's a falling. So yes, not taking too much damage here. Global still very wary about that potential push out from behind. Texture is looking to get on that line. Cosmic Divide coming through, just looking to try to lock them out of this one, but still do have some solid, viable plant options here. Push to the corner, Ash. Hold his ground, looking to re-steady here for the kill on the Darian. He's able to find it. Texture now arriving in behind. Crystal cut down. It's all on Cali S. Relay bolt connecting, holding him back. The defuse, there's just nothing more to be done. It's not planted for him.
That's such an unorthodox Cosmic Divide. Okay, well, that's the op.
Yeah. They can afford. I mean,
they can afford it.
Money. Ash is cash
It
capped.
doesn't matter. But that's such an unorthodox Cosmic Divide there, and it's all because you know that you have texture free on the backside, so he can op on the other end of that Cosmic Divide. Even though you leave that space for the plant, they have plans behind it. You know, that was one where I initially looked at it and I'm like, oh, was he just a little bit off with it maybe? Nope. I think that was all according to what they wanted to do.
So they're looking for a very pacey push here. I mean, Darian just tailwinding forward to try to take space over towards Art. But similarly, again, stars get placed. Global, they take some solid early presence, some space here, but the question is, how do you scale from here? 3-player approach from Art. Nebula dissipating. Foxy9 just playing back, playing it patiently. Maybe being rewarded with the timing, the flash out over the top. Hoppy able to answer back to 2. Foxy9 taking him down. Hunter's Fury on the hunt, gets the first pump, but Foxy able to go ahead and avoid the follow-up, so keeps his life intact. Push now in, Kelly yes, dead. Foxy swinging from the opposite side, finds Crystal. 6-0 start.
Well, you can see some of the ideas there for the side of Global Esports is to just overstack that angle. But Gen.G is responding in kind, and they're doing a great job with the push and pull. Our Gen.G of not giving up anything for free. Again, with that pop flash, this time it's going to get the assist for Munchkin. And part of this setup here for Global Esports was to get Crystal in a position where he could use his ult to maybe catch some Gen.G players inside of a link, and then let his players, you know, if he doesn't get the kills, let them get them. It's just not enough. Darian's got the blades, he's just gonna go.
Yeah, I mean, same little game plan here. Draft up and over the top. How quickly do they continue to push? I mean, right now, they don't know it, but the site wide open. Cosmic Divide now. We'll just go ahead and lock Taron away over in Flowers. So, site here for the side of GE. As Munchkin sends out the null command. So Knives now taken out of their hands. As, oh boy, slides back across the opposite side of the wall. Darian on the peak finds Texture. Caron dead as GE up the pace. Look to pull off a Thrifty. Even the Armageddon coming out. Not going to be getting much of anything.
One enemy remaining.
Wry smile there on Crystal's face. As, okay, Global Esports in flawless fashion are going to get themselves on the board here with a Thrifty.
Yeah, I mean, it just took a Cosmic Divide and an open sight, and then a good guess on how Gen.G was going to be setting up for the retake, and they were just a step ahead. You know, right as Texter's starting to dash in, that's when Global Esports is making their move, and it makes it rather chaotic, because I suspect other Gen.G players not anticipating that either.
A bizarre round.
That was a unusual round.
But sometimes that's what you need.
Yep.
Catch the team off guard, do something that they do not expect.
Exactly.
And ultimately just hold down those access points to the site through that Cosmic Divide. So some smiles resurfacing here. Still a very large deficit to try to claw back here. Global needing to get a handful of rounds on this attacking side is what we'll say.
Yeah. I mean, I think 3 would be where I'd be like, okay, maybe. You can get the 3rd. 4, yeah. 5? Then I'm thinking maybe.
You're feeling really good with the double Senti.
Yeah.
Looking for the stun setup. Not looking to overstay. Foxy. Different angle. Does get shut down. Now went forward though. Ash finding Crystal the salvos. Just so perfectly timed and placed. Has the follow-up. Just like that, the advantage is found for the side of Global Esports, just ripped out of their hands.
I mean, Ash has just looked better and better week after week since joining this main Gen.G roster. And you could see why they wanted to bring him in. They wanted Tejo in here solo.
Hello.
Hello. Wanted to be a bit more meta with his compositions, and it is paying off. Poppy, though, staying tucked. Oh, didn't matter. Karan's just Karan. Too nasty for it. 7-1. Gen.G up. And a punch right back. GE finally able to get around to go, and it just falls apart. And you know, good trading here early, but then Ash strikes. Just waiting there with that util.
Nice.
It's not something that you want to see, but it's something that unfortunately is very necessary. Second timeout now. Going to be sent out for the side of GE. They know. They have to be getting some more here.
I mean, I don't mind these 2 timeouts on this half at all, because you know how difficult this was going to be. And if you can have a solid defense on the other side, you're likely going to be getting some timeouts burnt by Gen.G anyway. So you might be able to use those.
Yeah.
So, but you got to try something here, of course. It's been a rough half, to say the least. And they're starting to try to find ways to explore mid doors to B-Link to try to put pressure on a Foxy9, but he's always been good for at least one. And then
he's having I mean, his last 2 days of play have been just fantastic.
Yeah, he's come back in rejuvenated for sure. And now Foxy has his ult. Texture's still got an op with an ult behind it. Unotan does have the lockdown as well, so could see the Venn diagram of Killjoy.
Oh no. Okay. Texture just trying to avoid that 0 point. Nice little punish coming through. Op now going to be on the floor. As Munchkin is going to be lobbing in the fragment here to try to delay the push coming forward. Darian up and over the top. As Munchkin going to be gunned down. Lockdown invested though. Foxy9 wanting to try to go ahead and turn this one around as they go backpedaling, and looks like widely everybody will be able to escape. Match quickly greeted by an arrow to the face. Minor amounts of damage going to be taken. Salvo's going to be sent. Nebula still up here. Kelly-S trying to play around this gap. Watching for the cut
Body
across.
blocked. They body blocked.
They're looking for it, but there you go. Poppy coming away with those 2 as Darian able to find Foxy. And flawless fashion is exactly how Global need to get these rounds.
And just a kind of bad guess on Texture's part off that 0 point. Not sure if there had been some conditioning with that 0 point earlier where there wasn't any contact off of it. This time it's the full forces of Global Esports marching their way towards the B site. Texture paid the price pretty quick. And then Munchkin caught in the edge of that smoke. Not sure what he was trying to get away with there. He's on a side where he can't see much and his opponents can see his feet.
Oh, whoa. Movement coming through. Shot going very wide.
You almost never see that from Texture.
You should run.
And now attacking lockdown going to be invested. Global Esports looking to just try to maintain the pace here. Keep things going as quickly as they can. Hall's control now here in their favor. Thorns set up, Nanos as well, just looking to try to make a retake completely impossible. Texture already has swapped the weapon over here, just passing that operator to Ash.
All missiles away.
Salvo's going forward, blind connecting, Munchkin able to find one to slide in. Hall's now opened up. Hunter's Fury sent here from Crystal. As Munchkin will get caught by 1. Swing out, Texture dead top of screen.
Oh, Unotan.
Smokes popped, the defuse started. Foxy9, he's just here around the corner. And they need to try to get the shots through there, able to do so. Munchkin now just sat here, pinged out, dead. Unotan, huge 4K. This is another clean round. Global Esports now have a massive economy behind them.
Now you might be able to get a timeout out of Gen.G because this B site has become a liability. They haven't been able to stop these pushes. And again, if Global Esports gets the plant down and can get into their post plant, situations, it is very, oh, that is disgusting.
Just killing them all through smokes.
But again, if they can get to those moments, Global Esports' comp is very well suited to stop the retakes. And you can see why. 2 rounds in a row, they've been able to do that. Gen.G's going to turn up the tempo.
Relay Bolt not going to catch anything. Kellyas able to make it back around the corner here. Crystal to try to defend is just fishing for some damage there with the zaps. And in the end, nothing to be found, so ult gets expended. Just some minor control over the A main. It quickly gets abandoned.
Yeah, trying to set up for the combo play with the util. To set up texture, but could not quite get there in time. So a drone to re-clear that space here for Global Esports as now the players follow suit. And that has been widely abandoned by Gen.G, who's decided they've had enough of the B shenanigans. If you're going to beat us, it's going to be over on the other side of the map this time. Well, Yudotan,
that is correct.
Yeah.
Ping's coming down, no one there. Maybe a rude awakening here for the side of Gen.G, who just now start getting a sense of this given the time remaining. Plant to come through, and it's going to be another strong post-plant setup here for the side of Global. Darian leading the charge, swing onto the corner. 2 quick kills, looking for the third. Foxy will be able to find one with that stinger in hand. Finds the Vandal pickup, and Foxy finds himself completely unscathed and suddenly on for an ace. He's got the player advantage. Okay, he will be shut down, but Sheriff shots come through from Ash. Charon scoops up a Vandal as well. And Foxy 9.
But yep, Foxy 9.
Foxy 9.
Wow.
Thrifty.
Foxy 9.
Last round in the
I know. That's so heartbreaking for Global Esports, dude. This looked like a round again that they're going to be able to turn the tide here on this map.
Show me his POV.
Beautiful from Darian.
Yes, there we go.
Stinger first.
Oh.
Oh. Man, oh man.
What a play.
That's just, I mean, the individual skill on that kid is incredible. Moments like that, and your jaw's on the floor.
Farm bot. Okay, Darian able to survive as Ash, trying to open things up here. Trying to slow things down, I should say, with that concuss. Bobby, my God. A ton of damage.
Now you've got a crossfire to contend with.
And this approach from Art, yeah, he is like, okay, we're gonna put an end to it. Bounce back, swings out, maybe getting a little too confident.
Not ready yet.
Does get shut down. Crystal 30 HP, the other 2 players full health. Charon all alone to try to make this a 9-3. Otherwise 8-4, we talked about it. Feels like it might be doable. They're nearly lined up for him, but Charon just suffering way too much damage. Push comes in from Kellyas with a shorty in hand. And will be the final round getting closed out here by Global Esports. So 8-4 at the half. Double Sentinel now on the defense. Global right now need to be looking at getting their first pistol win here of the series.
Yeah, and if you can maintain your discipline on the other side of the map here for the side of Global Esports, there's real hope. There's real hope that we're going to push this to a third map. I mean, you're going against a Neon, so it's not like there's an easy way to bypass some of that utility without at least taking a little bit of damage or slowing things up a little bit. This is doable. And you saw, once they got those retakes in place, how difficult it was for Gen.G to get through. So I think, we'll see. But I see glimpses of hope here for Global Esports. It is still going to be challenging. It is still Gen.G.
Yeah. MVP. Munchkin, very powerful. not untrue.
You're not wrong, yeah.
By the Gen.G Classic.
Yeah. Will you win? Yeah, by the Gen.G Classic.
All right, well, halftime now expiring. Global Esports, they put that right foot forward. But Uton has been having pretty good half overall, alongside Crystal. Trying to deliver here. Good day, I suppose I should say.
Sure. I mean, Crystal's very solid, like, most of the time. He's had a few rough ones here and there, but he's a very consistent player. Individual skill. I mean, he got that big double to break open the site there for him.
It's pretty much going to be Ghost v Ghost here. Just Poppy. No, not rather. It's Kelly S with the classic in half armor.
And Munchkin's just going to try to sell this by himself.
Destroyed.
Solo KO. Sticking around over at B to try to keep players over there. Foxy, nothing that he's really seen.
The turret got broken. Was over on that shop side.
That's why Gen.G is looking to see if they can punish a player.
Locating targets.
Instead, again, throwing a lot of their util over in the direction of B to try to sell that. And that's drawn Darion over. So they've created a weak side.
Yes, tagged up. Munchkin just looking at the flash behind, goes to the peak, nothing there. Nebula in his face.
They're all over the map.
Continue to go, on this linger is the whole rest of Gen.G gets clustered up, pushing down in towards Kelly Yes, who is fortunate to only catch a tiny little glimpse there. Slide in, Poppy turns his sights back over, is able to find one. Eats the pressure though, finds himself a second. Just the rest of the team a fighting chance here as Munchkin though disrespecting the nano. Just strafes over it. Darion gets completely caught off guard. Shock dart, however, from Crystal, landing at Karan's feet, is able to find the punish, and now we go into a 2v2.
Just comes down to these crossfires for Gen.G.
Revealing area.
On at the ready, Foxy9 getting some damage. Munchkin similarly down to 24. And it looks like they might just be able to make this happen unless Munchkin says otherwise. The tap with a spike, and Crystal gets it done. Global Esports, their first pistol win, their first step towards running back this Pearl.
Huge. Good discipline from Global Esports. I mean, that was a really tricky round from the get-go. They read it pretty quickly that it's not going to be a B hit just off of Munchkin's contact, so they immediately backpedal. That does create that extra angle for the execute for Gen.G because Munchkin sticks around and they'll maneuver all the way through B Link. But maybe Gen.G just overthinking that round, a step too far. Might have been able to head towards A. I mean, no matter what, you had to deal with Crystal. You get another big round for Global Esports. So, Sheriff for Texture, Sheriff for Foxy9, everybody else with classics. Let's see if they can do any damage.
Right here.
Udotan, really close here, holding a tight angle.
Yeah, turret set up there. Basically, it's like a 2.2 stack. The turret will just get cleared out from Texture. Udotan now is filling even more space and gets himself the double. Ash and Foxy9 both going to be taken out as Munchkin able to tuck back around the corner. Avoids taking damage. So 3 Sheriffs still in play here for the side of Gen.G. Opportunities to deal some damage perhaps. As Texture does get caught by that concuss.
Well, he's not going to be bothered. Udotan not quite in a position to punish. But still, info's there. Poppy up to bat.
Vision.
Shots out, backs away. Darion, opposite side of Halls. Yeah, Marshall in hand.
30 seconds left.
Getting past that, going to prove to be maybe a little bit difficult. Quick scope in. Munchkin. Just get put down. Peek out. Thanks for the second shot. Able to find it. And what is that shot on the Crystal? Holy hell.
Oh my God.
Looking for the plant spot. Karan down underneath. Will eventually die, but oh my God.
Oh my God.
That was disgusting.
I thought they nerfed that.
They did.
They didn't nerf Texture though.
Good Lord. And it's like the moment that he's about to get behind the box too.
Jeez.
The last possible pixel that he can slide that bullet past before it would be a wall bang.
Just absolutely nasty.
All right, well, buy round now here for the side of Gen.G. Texture, a tiny little bit taken from the Thorns.
Let's see if they can deal with this Vice Wall. Do have Munchkin's ult. They're actually just scooping that up and going to the other side. I mean, you'll see this a lot where teams are going to want to harass the longer angles when you're going up against the weaker buys. So therefore, B-site seems like it's more favorable to you. However, the Bulldog there, Yudotan has a Guardian. And not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination. Some pre-spam, not going to connect with anybody. Gen.G does get the spot on the player behind screens, but that sends Darion back towards the alley. Caught him with the knife, so they've been able to track Darion, and instead, just going to try the other side of the map, though.
Quick relay, just threatening Crystal off that drone. Hugging into the corner here at the bottom of the stairs.
30 seconds left.
If it's a crossover towards Art, time starting to tick down. 25 seconds remaining. As no command could be popped. Crystal, he's fully blinded up. And Ash, okay, is able to get in there to find a punish before Texture ends up getting taken down. Kelly pushing out from Flowers. 2 headshots found, but Foxy9 comes to the rescue. Keeping his IGL protected and his team afloat in the map. Opponents not to be converted. Gen.G re-establish a 3-round lead, but they do suffer some losses.
That was very messy. Just a timing entry where everything has to go well, and it gets pretty spicy there. I mean, if somebody isn't coming through Art, that could be devastating. And Kelly S still able to find 2. Foxy9 again coming up huge for Gen.G when they need him most. Able to get a big one. Operator though for Darion, and they're pushing out along B. Meanwhile, Gen.G on the other side trying to get aggressive.
Oh, just disrespecting all this util. Alarm pod, nano beat, damn Texture. Out for his pound of flesh and finds it, Yutan. Absolutely destroyed. Kelly has stunned up there as the concuss comes through. Texture collecting a second. Oh, fast pace here from the side of Gen.G, and Global Esports just can't quite keep up. This operator never getting put into a position to actually really find some value. Texture, Mr. 4K will end right there. I was gonna say, Texture, I don't think you want that. We all know what happens if you get the ace.
You gotta give the people. I just heard him.
Is so his mode of despair down on stage. As Darion is desperately trying to hold on to this thing, but Foxy is in the perfect position to get the punish. The op gonna be left down on the floor. 10-6. He is still going off.
Easy.
I hope that's coming through.
This is disgusting from Texture. I mean, one way to get past the Sentinel util, just go.
Okay, full screen reaction. Here we go.
No. No.
Come on. There we go. Perfectly cut screams.
And then look at that side.
Perfectly cut scream. That is...
For Texture, the 4 kill is the most delicious.
All right, Darion, getting spicy with it, able to find the headshot on the 1. Unfortunately, not the monstrous hero play that they were looking for. Cosmic Divide, just a setup for the nice and easy plan as it gets brought forward. And in the meantime, you've got Foxy9 on the late lurk. Playing out down. Oh, tempted the knife. Stun onto the corner. As the wall gets ready to fall, double push up through the halls, and Texture able to go ahead and note them both. Slides out into the open. It's going to be Karen coming away with a 3K. And it's now 11-6.
It's just so great when you come out here and you get to see Texture, get the 4K, and get denied the ace. I mean, the people got exactly what they wanted today.
Oh, God.
It's just a thing of beauty. I mean, you just try to get aggressive with the Blade Storm here, and it doesn't work out. Holding the halls well. I like the way Yudotan was trying to bait out some contact from Gen.G, working along the edge of that Cosmic Divide. Just didn't really pan out. Operator again, glass cannon for Darion, trying to go through mid doors. He missed.
Oh, no, he hit the leg.
Oh, he hit the leg.
So the swap to the shorty. Comes away with the kill, but Foxy mows down 3. Overstays, however, and Yudotan is there for the punish. Suddenly we're into a 3v3. Just getting a little bit wobbly here in the round. There's the push-up continuing here onto the side. Yudotan there at Hall. Peek out. Crystal able to find one count. Eliminated. Able to try to really hold things down. So now attention going to be paid forward over towards this Sova. Deep flank coming in though, however, from Kelly S. Have they noted this at all?
Ooh.
Ash tagged up dead. There's the final blast, not finding anything, but the spike is still planted in play. Munchkin though, potentially at risk as the wider swing continues. And yeah, Bacchus turn has no idea where the Vice is coming from, and Global Esports will go ahead and pick up round 18.
Yeah, this time they're able to deal with some of that aggression. You know, Texture's just trying to fly through. And Darion switches over to that shorty. Got him with maybe 1 or 2 bullets out of it. Good enough, because he already hit the leg. Crystal finds a perfect time to take Khan out of the equation. Steps out the door, scoops up a kill, backs right up, has the Hunter's Fury, nails Yudotan right after he gets the plant down. Very well handled. Crystal again, playing very well. Darion having an okay map, 14 and 16. Had to do a lot of the dirty work on that attacker side, so I don't fault him too much for the death scoreline. Flash play to set up Texture. GE just holding at the bottom of the ramp. Oh, Crystal got him though.
Got him.
Whoa!
Texture picked off. Great shot there from Crystal. Global Esports position to try to snowball this. Flash going through. Munchkin holding his own.
Nice bait and switch.
Oh, Haran. Omnipresent. Yudotan clearly wanted to try to challenge for this. And it's a fight that he just cannot win. Some damage suffered here on the entry. Munchkin down low. Shock dart. Let's see if he can deliver it once more. No, misses the bounce. Trying to bank it off the screen. Follow-up one was on the money, but there's no one there to eat it.
Revealing area.
Would have been beautiful.
Knocking them. Can't use that yet.
Because to just go ahead and hold them back. And ultimately for Global Esports, this is just going to have to be a save call, you would suspect.
Looks like it.
You don't have the money. Gen.G.
Yeah, he
looked
wanted
to
his
go
ult orb.
hunting a little bit, so yeah, chase forward. Ult orb picked up. And that is just going to be the rest of Gen.G. Tucking back, staying alive, getting the win. Taking this now up 12-7. Match point in their hands.
Man, sometimes Karan just looks so smooth, dude. This...
You mean most of the time?
Most of the time. This first one. God, that's good. A little less, but still able to recover it in time. Just a smooth criminal. And you've got a smattering of guns there. Stinger for Yudotan, Guardian for Poppy.
And the AWP's gone, so.
Yep.
3 ultimates here to work with for the side of GE. So if they can get a good Steel Garden in, could mitigate some of the shortcomings here in the arsenal.
Tough part is so many ults as well to deal with. Just kind of have to wait out. So if Gen.G gets the plant...
They're just full rotating off A pretty much.
Don't know why.
Yeah, ping down over on long. Will just be Darion left, watching from Flowers.
Maybe something to do with Munchkin's knife. That's the only thing I can work out of that.
They're starting to slowly drift back over in towards this position, but Gen.G, they're going to look for the exec here. As the Armageddon shoves Darion back over towards Secret. Behind the corner, 0 point. Goes ahead, confirms his position as Overdrive now pop. Texture looking to up the pace off the back of the Steel Garden. Says, well, I don't need a gun. Got lightning fingers, looks for a little bit more. Crystal able to go ahead and put him down, but eats so much damage. 17 health remaining here on the Sova of Global. Caron still alive here on the side. Foxy 9 gunning down 2. Spike now getting planted.
You are divided.
There's Cosmic Divide. Going to be called in. Crystal dead before the wall ends up coming through. Swing out, Caron once again goes for it out wide. And 13-7, Gen.G looking dominant here in this series. Get themselves a 2-0 victory over Global Esports.
Yeah, this is really starting to click for Gen.G. Little bit of a bounce back on Pearl for Global Esports, but they are still struggling here in stage one to really find their form. You gotta like some of the ideas at times, but you know, having to switch out duelists again, things just don't feel comfortable for them just yet. Meanwhile, of course, Gen.G wants to get back to another international event, wants to be one of those dominant teams from Pacific like they were last year again. Some changes on the roster. So far, so good here at stage one.
Yeah.
They are definitely in playoffs now.
Very much back into the conversation for that. Felt like a slight little bridge too far, barring a potential off day from TRX T1 back over at kickoff. Now, with Masters Toronto on that horizon, with 3 slots available for that tournament, the race to the top is going to get narrower and narrower. I mean, TRX, they had their stumble.
Yep.
T1 stumbled today. Boom, look fantastic. RRQ are leveling up. Gen.G similarly. You've got a handful of teams that are going to be challenging for those positions, and only 3 of them are going to be able to make it. Can't wait to see how everything's going to shake out, but that's things basically done and dusted for the day, so we'll send it down to the stage where Bella's going to be standing by for our winner's interview, and then the analyst desk will break down all of the action.
Hey, for the post-match interview, Ash, 안녕하세요. 죄송합니다. 축하드립니다.
안녕하세요.
와, 만나서 반갑습니다. 애쉬 선수 이쪽에 서주시면 됩니다. Hi guys, it's Bella with Gen.G's Ash for our post-match interview. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. Ash, you absolutely smashed that game with your Taeho, and you're now off to the playoffs. So what's your take on the game today? 오늘 젠지 왜 이렇게 잘하지? 라는 말이 대기실에서 계속 들렸는데 애쉬 선수의 태호가 많이 빛나는 모습을 오늘 볼 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 플레이오프 진출까지 확정진 오늘 경기 승리 소감 한마디 들어볼까요?
네, 우선 플레이오프 진출이 확정돼가지고 너무 기분이 좋고요. 네, 좋습니다.
아주 그냥 좋다.
네.
Yeah, I'm really happy that we are off to the playoffs now. And you make your debut here in Pacific, starting right off with stage 1, and you joined the beloved Gen.G roster. I feel like there must have been a lot of pressure with that as well. So can you tell us what was it like for you? 이제 젠지에 합류하게 되면서 퍼시픽 데뷔를 하게 됐잖아요. 많은 사랑을 받는 젠지이기 때문에 부담감도 꽤 컸을 것 같은데 실제로는 좀 어떠셨을까요?
부담감이 없다고 하면 거짓말인 것 같긴 하지만 그래도 형들이 옆에서 잘 다독여주고 하다 보니까 부담감이 좀 덜어진 것 같습니다.
It'd be a lie to say that there was no pressure, but I think my teammates really gave me the energy to stay strong and to perform well. Speaking of that, I really wanted to ask you, was there anything special that the coaches and your teammates told you that really stayed with you? 이제 안 그래도 제가 여쭤보고 싶었던 게 코치진 분들과 뭐 팀원들이 특별히 해준 이야기, 기억에 남는 게 있는지 궁금했거든요.
기억에 남는 거는 뭐 하려고 하지 말고 스크림 때처럼만 해달라 그렇게 말씀하셨어요.
뭘 보여주려고 하지 말고
네.
평소대로. They said, don't try to do something special, just play as you do in our scrims and you'll be fine. That's what his team and the coaching staff told him, and he played brilliant today. Thank you, Ash. Congratulations to making that playoffs. 지금까지 젠지의 애쉬 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. 그럼 퇴근하러 가보시죠. 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Gen.G is looking good right now. This is the kind of performance we were expecting from them since the beginning of this year. And yes, it took them a little while to find their footing, as we were saying, but it looks like we're finally seeing it.
I mean, so far, the only game they've lost in this group was to Boom, which we know have become an unstoppable beast. So you know, maybe they're kind of not as bad as everybody thought they were at the start. And I mean, this roster seems to be going from strength to strength, getting better and better each week, and now they've secured their spot in the playoffs.
I think reintroducing Foxy 9 has gone fantastically for them. The Suggest debut was that boom game, and even one of those games, those maps was OT at the end of the day on Haven, and was very winnable for Gen.G. So definitely no reason to kind of overreact. They did come third in kickoff as well with a pretty similar roster, at least role-wise, and with the core 3 still in it. So they're still going to be a very strong team here in Pacific, and I feel like they're playing their way through this group, getting the reps that they need against teams that are not going to push them too much or knock their confidence too much. I think that's going to be very positive for them heading through into the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, it's... Yeah, I think some people have been underrating them, maybe incorrectly. Global Esports, though, found a little bit of a wind in their sails at some point, but it was definitely too little too late.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's so hard when you start the game down 0-6. I mean, to try and recover from that is very difficult. We saw them put up more of a fight as we get towards that second half, but I think that deficit was just too big for them to be able to kind of properly get themselves back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been put in a difficult position. You know, they're subbing players in and out of their roster, didn't have the consistency that they needed. They have had someone, you know, step up to coaching an entire team by themselves, which is not an easy position to be put in. So at the end of the day, I think these results are kind of expected for Global, and they need, you know, they've got one more game to play, to be fair, but it's not looking promising for their run in towards playoffs, and I do think that they may need some changes heading in towards stage 2, whether it be coaching staff or role-wise, or players, maybe all 3, to be honest.
Just change the coach again. Why not? It's been a lot of changes there on that front.
That's wild. That's wild.
What is wild?
To say fire everybody.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. I think they, if I'm going to be honest, I think they need a proper Senti player, throw Yutata back on the duel list, and get another coach, assistant or head coach, I don't care. And I think it's still, the roster still has potential. Like, honestly, a lot of these players, I still think they could be potentially good, but the situation they're in right now is a difficult one, and it's not really adding to their performance very much.
I mean, they're not entirely eliminated from playoffs, right? So next week for them against PRX will be a big game to pretty much decide who's going to go to the playoffs out of those two teams. So all hope is not lost, GE fans. Can still make it. Keep believing.
You know, there are a lot of crossover with GE and Paper X fans, so it's gonna be a heartbreaking one next week, whatever it is. Now our match MVP. We were kind of divided on this.
Yeah, it ended up being Karon, but it was closely debated. I think Ash also played a really fantastic game, but Karon will take that match MVP. Very, very solid across both maps. Nice to see him continuing his good form from last week.
I totally agree. I mean, Karon is rock solid. He was Gen.G's best player in kickoff for my money, and I think has continued to be very consistent, along with Munchkin. Texture, you know, he's been up and down, especially in terms of first kills, but first death kind of differential, but at the end of the day, he's still pretty solid. Even Texture playing his like B or C game is like one of the best duelists in Pacific, so still more ceiling for Gen.G to discover, especially as we mentioned with Ash being in contention for this MVP as he discovers more of his form. He had some fantastic clutches today in like mid to late round kind of situations, which is what you want out of your Teo. It's what was so impressive about seeing Freeing spam the Teo for quite a while, because after he uses his salvos that he's put into those post plants, if you have a player that's great in those kind of positional engagements and playing the clutch situations, then it's a really big asset, and I think you're starting to see some of that from Ash.
Definitely. I do wonder with these kind of players that you've been mentioning, with Yudo not playing the duelist, with Freeing changing to the Yoru. Surely the coaches were thinking something, and obviously sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, and sometimes our predictions work out. So let's see the results so far for the build diff by Acer. Oh, I'm still in the lead. Yeah, great job, guys.
Very close.
Very close today.
It's very tight.
That's today's results, I'm pretty sure.
This is only today, but this is
only today. Okay, so you're still smashing us.
So this is interesting because Pilsky, you and I had basically the same pick except for our flex player, where I went for Foxy 9 instead. So I think it's interesting actually how it ended up working. Big time, yours must have been because of the...
I'm 1 point below you.
Jemkin.
The Jemkin, yeah, it must have been
Jemkin did work for me there, so very, very happy with that. I'll take that today. You know, considering you thought you'd smash me with this team, you know.
It's pretty
goes
close
to show
today.
what you know.
I'm not going to say anything because I can't speak against the GOATs of Pacific, so I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
It's so today was really close, but overall scores.
You are
only
winning.
Big Time has a little bit of a chance here to catch up.
Ooh.
I am winning.
There's plenty of time. There's plenty of time for all of us.
Let's not get too big for our boots here, Victoria.
That's the problem with Pacific, is it's so hard to pick good players because anyone can
Is
pop
it hard? I find it's kind of easy, actually.
Yeah, right. I walked into that. I'm sorry. I walked into that.
I just want to say I'm glad I'm playing the game. I told our PD, Jay, that I'm like, I want to play this build diff game. I think I can win it. So, yeah, here we go. But anyway, you're right. It's hard to predict. The score lines, RRQ ended up winning today, even though half of us picked T1. So, yeah, you never know with these kind of things. So, let's see the standings as they are so far, which is actually the more important thing here, the more important game. We got more qualified teams to play up. RRQ has joined the lot, Gen.G as well.
Group Alpha, though, there's only one spot left in playoffs, so we're going to see GE, PRX, and DFM fight it out for that last spot. I mean, that's as close as it can get. And of course, RRQ locking up a playoff spot and hopefully moving to the top of that group. I don't think that's confirmed yet. I think they need a win next week to be able to seal that deal, but it's looking very good for them.
For sure. I think a couple of interesting games, especially as we look at some of the head-to-heads in towards the bottom side of Group Omega. You've got your eyes on Zeta, Talon, and Nongshim in particular, as well as Team Secret to potentially play spoiler here.
Yeah, this is going to be... man, this is going to be very exciting tomorrow. I'm actually particularly looking towards Talon and Zeta. They're going to have a little bit of changes tomorrow, which you guys will find out more. No spoilers, right? But it will be interesting to see how that affects things. And of course, DFM, Paper X facing off one more time. Last time we saw them, like you guys mentioned, DFM beat Paper X.
They did.
In a very dominant, very convincingly fashion here. So let's see what happens tomorrow. It's going to be a big day.
I mean, PRX, I think they need this win to keep their playoffs hopes alive. They really have to dig deep now. They are winless in stage 1 currently.
Yeah,
and I don't think they can let that continue if they really want to try and make it towards these international events, which is where we're so used to seeing them.
Yeah, I think the fan base wants to see them there. Or they're just going to keep asking, where's Paper X?
Yeah.
Where's Paper X?
Where are Paper X?
I don't know.
Right now, bottom of Group Omega, I believe, but we'll see if that's going to change, I guess. That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, just truths being spoken. I believe we're going to have a special guest here tomorrow on the desk. Mika will be here. Anyway, that was cool. Fun day today at the desk. Yeah, Pilski, big time.
Yeah, always great to lose to you, Vic.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a sore loser.
We'll catch up.
You'll be hearing about it later.
Yeah, okay. All right. We'll see how it goes. All right, ladies, gents, we will see you tomorrow for the last day of week 4 of stage 1 of VCT Pacific. I'm Victoria, and we are going to sign off. Everyone have a wonderful evening. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Yet to try to get started.
Knocked back from Buzz, though. Are able to avoid that third blast, but can they avoid Meteor is going to be the question! And the answer is absolutely not! A flawless here for the side of T1, a 4K from Meteor. I'm considering going for the peak, but does not. Stacks goes in for the fight! Crazy Guy is down to a sliver.
And he knows.
It's not very often that we get to see Stacks in for the ace! Gotta find Jemkin up over the top of Yellow, and Meteor out from Snowman. Finds one, Jemkin. All the way into the back. The 4th, and will find it.
Go. Nice, guys.
Goodness, well, Jemkin just murdering T1 players.
Izu, gonna be spotted. Ping that out. And that's Izu dead, Jemkin. Oh, he could just blind fire into this one. Does manage to go ahead and soften the both hooks, as Barrow is going to be. As RRQ take down T1, their first loss in this stage. Double tap expiring. Now a bit at risk, and half the plant, the paranoia going to be sent in. Goes for the peak. Getting pressured here. Double swing around.
No!
Certainly not! The fadeaway Nice shot for the Red Bull clutch. Ash with the 4K. Darion leading the charge, swing onto the corner. 2 quick kills, looking for the third. Foxy will be able to find one with that stinger and hit. Finds the Vandal pickup. Okay, he will be shut down. Foxy 9.
Yep, Foxy 9.
Foxy 9. What a play.
The individual skill on that kid is incredible.